You're listening to the modern English edition of The Man Who Was Thursday. Chapter 1. The Two Poets of Saffron Park. The neighborhood of Saffron Park was on the west side of London, where the sky often looked as red and dramatic as the area itself. It was built entirely of bright red brick, with wild, imaginative roof lines and even a haphazard ground plan. It was the creation of a property developer with a vague artistic leaning, who sometimes called the style Elizabethan, sometimes Queen Anne, as if the two queens were the same person. People sometimes called it an artist colony, though it never actually produced any art you could point to. But while its claim to be an intellectual hub was fuzzy, its claim to be a pleasant place was undeniable. Anyone seeing the peculiar red houses for the first time couldn't help wondering what sort of oddly shaped people might live inside them. And when they met the residents, they weren't disappointed. The place wasn't just pleasant, it was perfect, as long as you saw it not as a fake but as a kind of dream. Even if the people weren't really artists, the whole place felt artistic. That young man with the long auburn hair and bold face, he wasn't truly a poet, but he certainly looked like a poem. That old guy with the wild white beard and matching hat, a respected fake, wasn't really a philosopher, but he definitely made others think. That science-minded gentleman with the bald, egg-shaped head and bare neck like a bird's had no real claim to the scientific airs he put on. He hadn't discovered anything new in biology, but what creature could he have found stranger than himself? This was the only way to truly see the place, not as a workshop for artists, but as a fragile, finished piece of art itself. Stepping into its social scene felt like stepping into a play. This charming unreality was especially noticeable around nightfall, when the fantastical roofs stood dark against the twilight sky, making the whole crazy village seem as detached as a floating cloud. This feeling intensified during local festivals, when tiny gardens were often lit up and large Chinese lanterns glowed in the small trees like strange, monstrous fruits. And it was strongest of all on one particular evening, vaguely remembered by locals, when the auburn-haired poet was the star. It wasn't the only night he was the star, mind you. Often, passers-by could hear his loud, preachy voice laying down the law to men, and especially to women, in his small backyard. The women's reactions were one of the paradoxes of Saffron Park. Most were what you might call emancipated, protesting against male dominance. Yet these modern women would give a man the one compliment no ordinary woman ever does. They actually listened while he talked. And Mr. Lucian Gregory, the red-haired poet, was, in a way, worth listening to, even if you just ended up laughing. He presented the old cliché about the lawlessness of art and the art of lawlessness with a certain bold freshness that was, at least for a moment, enjoyable. His striking appearance helped. He certainly played it up. His dark red hair, parted in the middle, looked almost feminine, curving like the hair of a virgin in a pre-Raphaelite painting. But from within this angelic frame his face jutted out, broad and almost brutal, his chin thrust forward with a look of defiant contempt. This mix both intrigued and unnerved the rather neurotic locals. He seemed like a walking contradiction, a blend of angel and ape. That particular evening, if remembered for nothing else, is remembered for its bizarre sunset. It looked like the end of the world. The entire sky seemed covered in vivid, tangible feathers. It felt like they could almost brush your face. Mostly gray, they were tinted with strange shades of violet, mauve, and an unnatural pink or pale green. But towards the west, the colors became indescribably intense and transparent, the last fiery plumes covering the sun like something too beautiful to be seen. Everything felt strangely close to the earth, hinting at a violent secret. The heavens themselves seemed secretive, expressing that splendid smallness that fuels local pride. Even the sky seemed small. I mentioned that some residents might remember the evening just for that oppressive sky. Others might remember it because it marked the first appearance of Saffron Park's second poet. For a long time, the red-haired revolutionary had reigned unchallenged. On the night of the strange sunset, his reign suddenly faced competition. The new poet, introducing himself as Gabriel Syme, looked very mild, with a fair, pointed beard and light yellow hair. But people soon got the impression he wasn't as meek as he appeared. He made his entrance by disagreeing with the established poet Gregory about the very nature of poetry. He declared himself a poet of law, of order. Incredibly, he even called himself a poet of respectability. The Saffron Park residents looked at him as if he'd just fallen out of that impossible sky. In fact, Lucian Gregory, the anarchist poet, linked the two events. "It seems fitting," he said in his sudden poetic way, "that on such a night of clouds and cruel colors, a monster like a respectable poet should appear on earth. You say you're a poet of law. I say that's a contradiction. I'm just surprised there weren't comets and earthquakes the night you showed up in this garden." The man with the gentle blue eyes and pale beard bore these attacks with a kind of submissive seriousness. The third person present, Gregory's sister Rosamond, who had her brother's red hair but a kinder face, laughed with the mix of admiration and disapproval she usually showed her brother's pronouncements. Gregory continued with enthusiastic good humor. "An artist is an anarchist," he proclaimed. "You could swap the words anywhere. An anarchist is an artist. The man who throws a bomb is an artist because he values a great moment above everything. He sees how much more precious one burst of blazing light, one clap of perfect thunder, is than the ordinary bodies of a few insignificant policemen. An artist ignores all governments, breaks all rules. The poet delights only in disorder. If that weren't true, the most poetic thing in the world would be the Underground Railway." "Exactly," said Mr. Syme. "Nonsense," said Gregory, who suddenly became very logical when someone else tried to be paradoxical. "Why do all the office workers and laborers on the trains look so sad and tired? I'll tell you. It's because they know the train is going the right way. It's because they know they'll reach the exact station they bought a ticket for. It's because after Sloane Square, they know the next stop must be Victoria, and only Victoria. Oh, imagine their wild joy. Imagine their eyes shining like stars, their souls back in paradise, if the next station was inexplicably Baker Street." "It's you who are unpoetical," replied Syme. "If what you say about those workers is true, they're just as dull as your poetry. The rare, amazing thing is to hit the target. The crude, obvious thing is to miss it. We think it's epic when a man hits a distant bird with one wild arrow. Isn't it also epic when a man hits a distant station with one wild machine? Chaos is boring. In chaos, the train could indeed go anywhere, to Baker Street or Baghdad. But man is a magician, and his magic lies precisely in this. He says, 'Victoria,' and behold, it is Victoria. No, keep your books of mere poetry and prose. Let me read a train timetable with tears of pride. Keep your Byron, who celebrates man's defeats. Give me Bradshaw's Railway Guide, which celebrates his victories. Give me Bradshaw, I say. Do you have a train to catch?" Gregory asked sarcastically. "I tell you," Syme continued passionately, "every time a train arrives, I feel like it has broken through enemy lines, that man has won a battle against chaos. You sneer that after Sloane Square, one must reach Victoria. I say one could do 1,000 other things instead, and whenever I actually arrive there, I feel like I've had a narrow escape. And when I hear the guard shout, 'Victoria,' it's not meaningless. To me, it's the cry of a herald announcing a conquest. It truly is Victoria. It is Adam's victory." Gregory shook his heavy red head with a slow, sad smile. "And even then," he said, "we poets always ask, 'So what is Victoria now that you're here?' You think Victoria is like the New Jerusalem. We know the New Jerusalem will just be like Victoria. Yes, the poet will be unhappy, even on the streets of heaven. The poet is always in revolt." "There you go again," Syme said irritably. "What's so poetic about being in revolt? You might as well say it's poetic to be seasick. Being sick is a revolt. Both sickness and rebellion might be necessary in desperate situations, but I'll be damned if I see why they're poetic. Revolt, just for the sake of it, is revolting. It's just vomiting." The girl winced slightly at the unpleasant word, but Syme was too worked up to notice. "It's things going right," he cried. "That's poetic. Our digestion, for instance, working perfectly and silently, that's the foundation of all poetry. Yes, the most poetic thing, more poetic than flowers, more poetic than stars, The most poetic thing in the world is not being sick. Really, said Gregory haughtily, the examples you choose. Oh, I beg your pardon, Syme said grimly. I forgot we'd abolished all rules of polite conversation. For the first time, a red flush appeared on Gregory's forehead. You don't expect me, he said, to start a revolution right here on this lawn, do you? Syme looked straight into his eyes and smiled sweetly. No, I don't, he said. But I suppose if you were truly serious about your anarchism, that's exactly what you would do. Gregory's large eyes blinked suddenly, like an angry lion's, and you could almost imagine his red mane bristling. So you don't think, he said in a dangerous voice, that I'm serious about my anarchism? I beg your pardon, said Syme. Am I not serious about my anarchism? Cried Gregory, clenching his fists. My dear fellow, Syme said, and simply walked away. To his surprise, but also with a strange pleasure, he found Rosamond Gregory still beside him. Mr. Syme, she said, do people who talk like you and my brother often mean what they say? Do you mean what you're saying now? Syme smiled. Do you? He asked. What do you mean? The girl asked, her eyes serious. My dear Miss Gregory, Syme said gently, there are many kinds of sincerity and insincerity. When you say thank you for the salt, do you mean it? No. When you say the world is round, do you mean it? No. It's true, but you don't truly mean it in that moment. Now, sometimes a man like your brother finds something he really does mean. It might only be a half-truth, a quarter-truth, a tenth truth, but then he says more than he means, simply because he means it so strongly. She looked at him from under straight brows. Her face was grave and open, and held that shadow of deep responsibility found even in the most light-hearted women, the ancient maternal watchfulness. Is he really an anarchist, then? She asked. Only in the sense I mentioned, replied Syme, or if you prefer, in that nonsense. She frowned slightly and asked abruptly, he wouldn't really use bombs or anything like that? Syme burst into a loud laugh that seemed too big for his slender frame. Good Lord, no, he said. That sort of thing has to be done anonymously. At that, the corners of her mouth turned up in a smile, and she felt a simultaneous pleasure at Gregory's absurdity and his safety. Syme walked with her to a bench in the corner of the garden and continued sharing his opinions. He was a sincere man, and despite his polished airs, fundamentally humble. And it's always the humble man who talks too much. The proud man watches himself too closely. He passionately defended respectability, growing heated in his praise of tidiness and proper behavior. All the while, the scent of lilac filled the air around him. Faintly, from a distant street, he heard a barrel organ begin to play, and it seemed his grand words were set to a tiny, otherworldly tune. He talked and stared at the girl's red hair and amused face for what felt like only a few minutes. Then, feeling that guests at such a gathering should mingle, he stood up. To his amazement, the garden was empty. Everyone else had left long ago. He made a rather hurried apology and left himself, feeling a sense of bubbly excitement, like champagne in his head, which he couldn't later explain. In the wild events that followed, this girl played no part. He didn't see her again until his whole story was over. Yet, in some indescribable way, she kept reappearing like a musical theme throughout his mad adventures, and the glory of her strange hair ran like a red thread through the dark, chaotic tapestry of the night. For what happened next was so improbable, it might as well have been a dream. When Syme stepped out into the starlit street, it seemed empty for a moment. Then he realized, somehow, that the silence wasn't dead, but alive. Right outside the door stood a street lamp, its light gilding the leaves of the tree bending over the fence behind him. About a foot from the lamp post stood a figure almost as rigid as the post itself. The tall hat and long coat were black. The face, hidden in abrupt shadow, was almost as dark. Only a fringe of fiery hair against the light, and something aggressive in his posture, revealed it was the poet Gregory. He looked like a masked assassin waiting, sword drawn, for his enemy. He gave a sort of hesitant greeting, which Syme returned more formally. "I was waiting for you," Gregory said. Could I have a moment?" "Certainly. About what?" Syme asked, slightly bewildered. Gregory struck the lamppost with his stick, then the tree. "About this and this," he cried. "About order and anarchy. There's your precious order, that lean, iron lamp, ugly and sterile. And there's anarchy, rich, living, reproducing itself. There is anarchy, splendid in green and gold." "All the same," Syme replied patiently, "right now you only see the tree by the lamp's light. I wonder when you'd ever see the lamp by the tree's light." After a pause, he added, "But may I ask if you've been standing out here in the dark just to continue our little argument?" "No!" Gregory shouted, his voice echoing down the street. "I didn't stand here to continue our argument, but to end it forever." Silence fell again, and Syme, understanding nothing, instinctively braced himself for something serious. Gregory began in a smooth voice, with a rather confusing smile. "Mr. Syme," he said, "this evening you managed something remarkable. You did something to me that no man has ever done before." "Really?" "Now I remember," Gregory continued thoughtfully. "One other person managed it. The captain of a small ferry, I think, at Southend. You have irritated me." "I am very sorry," Syme replied gravely. "I'm afraid my anger and your insults are too profound to be wiped out even with an apology," Gregory said very calmly. "No duel could erase it. Even if I struck you dead, I couldn't erase it. There is only one way that insult can be undone, and that's the way I choose. I am going, possibly sacrificing my life and honor, to prove to you that you were wrong in what you said." "In what I said?" "You said I wasn't serious about being an anarchist." "There are degrees of seriousness," Syme replied. "I never doubted you were sincere in this sense, that you thought what you said was worth saying, that you thought a paradox might wake people up to a neglected truth." Gregory stared at him steadily, painfully, and in no other sense he asked, "You think I'm serious? You think I'm just a dilettante tossing out occasional truths? You don't think that in a deeper, deadlier sense I am serious?" Syme struck his stick violently on the pavement. "Serious," he cried. "Good Lord, is this street serious? Are these damned Chinese lanterns serious? Is this whole setup serious? One comes here and talks a load of nonsense, maybe some sense too, but I wouldn't think much of a man who didn't keep something in his life more serious than all this talk. Something more serious, whether it's religion or just drinking." "Very well," said Gregory, his face darkening. "You shall see something more serious than either drink or religion." Syme stood waiting mildly until Gregory spoke again. "You mentioned having a religion just now. Is it really true you have one?" "Oh," Syme said with a bright smile, "we're all Catholics now." "Then may I ask you to swear by whatever gods or saints your religion includes, that you will not reveal what I am about to tell you to any living soul, especially not to the police? Will you swear that? If you will take on this terrible burden, if you will agree to weigh down your soul with a vow you should never make and knowledge you should never possess, I will promise you in return." "You will promise me in return?" Syme prompted as the other paused. "I will promise you a very entertaining evening." Syme suddenly took off his hat. "Your offer," he said, "is far too absurd to refuse. You say a poet is always an anarchist. I disagree, but I hope at least he's always a good sport. Allow me, here and now, to swear as a Christian, and promise as a good comrade and fellow artist, that I will not report anything about this, whatever it is, to the police. And now, in the name of all that's crazy, what is it?" "I think," Gregory said calmly, ignoring the question, "that we'll call a cab." He gave 2 long whistles, and a horse-drawn cab came rattling down the road. The 2 men got in silently. Gregory gave the driver the address of an obscure pub on the Chiswick riverbank. The cab whisked them away, leaving their strange town behind. Chapter 2. The Secret of Gabriel Syme. The cab stopped in front of a particularly gloomy and grimy pub, into which Gregory quickly led his companion. They sat down in a cramped, dim back room, at a stained wooden table with only one sturdy leg. The room was so small and dark that they could barely see the server who was called, just a vague impression of someone bulky and bearded. "Would you like a little supper?" Gregory asked politely. "The pâté de foie gras isn't great here, but I can recommend the game." Syme, assuming it was a joke, played along with fake indifference. "Oh, bring me some lobster mayonnaise." To his utter astonishment, the man just said, "Certainly, sir," and went off, apparently to get it. "What will you drink?" Gregory continued, with the same casual yet apologetic air. "I'll just have a crème de menthe myself. I've already eaten. But the champagne is actually quite reliable. Let me at least start you with the half bottle of Pommery?" "Thank you," said Syme, stunned into stillness. "You are very kind." His attempts at further conversation, already disorganized, were completely cut short by the actual arrival of the lobster. Syme tasted it and found it surprisingly good. Then he suddenly began eating quickly and hungrily. "Excuse me if I seem to be enjoying myself rather obviously," he said to Gregory, smiling. "I don't often get lucky enough to have a dream like this. It's new for me to have a nightmare lead to lobster. Usually it's the other way around." "You're not asleep, I assure you," Gregory said. "On the contrary, you are close to the most real and exciting moment of your life. Ah, here comes your champagne. I admit there might be a slight difference, let's say, between the inner comforts of this excellent establishment and its simple, unassuming exterior. But that's just our modesty. We are the most modest men who ever lived." "And who are we?" Syme asked, emptying his champagne glass. "It's quite simple," Gregory replied. "We are the serious anarchists, the ones you don't believe in." "Oh," Syme said shortly. "You certainly treat yourselves well when it comes to drinks." "Yes, we are serious about everything," Gregory answered. Then, after a pause, he added, "If this table starts to spin around a little in a few moments, don't blame it on the champagne. I wouldn't want you to misjudge yourself." "Well, if I'm not drunk, I must be mad," Syme replied calmly. "But I hope I can act like a gentleman either way. May I smoke?" "Certainly," Gregory said, offering a cigar case. "Try one of mine." Syme took the cigar, clipped the end with a cutter from his pocket, put it in his mouth, lit it slowly, and blew out a long cloud of smoke. It was impressive that he managed these actions so calmly, because almost as soon as he began, the table started to revolve, slowly at first, then rapidly, like something from a crazy seance. "Don't mind it," Gregory said. "It's a kind of screw mechanism." "Quite so," Syme said placidly. "A kind of screw. How simple." The next moment, the smoke from his cigar, which had been drifting lazily across the room, shot straight up like smoke from a factory chimney. He, Gregory, their chairs, and the table plunged downwards through the floor as if swallowed by the earth. They rattled down some kind of roaring shaft as fast as a falling elevator and landed with an abrupt bump at the bottom. But when Gregory threw open a pair of doors, letting in a red underground light, Syme was still smoking, one leg crossed over the other, seemingly unfazed. Gregory led him down a low, vaulted passage towards the red light at the end. It came from an enormous crimson lantern, nearly as big as a fireplace, hanging over a small but heavy iron door. The door had a sort of hatch or grill, and Gregory knocked on it 5 times. A deep voice with a foreign accent asked who he was. Gregory gave the rather unexpected answer, "Mr. Joseph Chamberlain." The heavy hinges began to move. It was clearly some kind of password. Inside the doorway, the passage gleamed as if lined with a network of steel. Looking closer, Syme saw that the glittering pattern was actually rows upon rows of rifles and revolvers, packed tightly together. "I must ask you to forgive all these formalities," Gregory said. "We have to be very strict here." "Oh, don't apologize," Syme replied. "I know your passion for law and order." He stepped into the passage lined with weapons. With his long fair hair and somewhat fashionable coat, he looked remarkably fragile and out of place walking down that shining avenue of death. They passed through several similar passages and finally emerged into a strange steel chamber with curved walls, almost spherical, but with tiers of benches like a science lecture hall. There were no rifles or pistols here, but hanging on the walls were more ominous and dreadful shapes, things like iron bulbs or the eggs of iron birds. They were bombs, and the room itself felt like the inside of a bomb. Syme casually knocked his cigar ash against the wall and went in. "And now, my dear Mr. Syme," Gregory said, throwing himself expansively onto the bench under the largest bomb. "Now that we're cozy, let's talk properly. No words can explain why I brought you here. It was one of those completely irrational impulses, like jumping off a cliff or falling in love. Let's just say you were an incredibly irritating fellow. And, to be fair, you still are. I'd break 20 oaths of secrecy, just for the pleasure of putting you in your place. The way you light a cigar would make a priest break the seal of confession. Anyway, you said you were certain I wasn't a serious anarchist. Does this play strike you as serious?" "It does seem to have a serious point beneath all its theatrics," Syme agreed. "But may I ask 2 questions? Don't worry about giving me information, because, as you remember, you wisely made me promise not to tell the police, a promise I fully intend to keep. So I'm just curious. First, what is this really all about? What do you object to? You want to abolish government?" "To abolish God," Gregory said, his eyes blazing like a fanatic's. "We don't just want to overthrow a few dictatorships and police rules. That kind of anarchism exists, but it's just a fringe movement. We dig deeper, and we aim higher. We want to deny all those arbitrary distinctions between vice and virtue, honor and betrayal, that mere rebels rely on. The silly sentimentalists of the French Revolution talked about the rights of man. We hate rights just as much as we hate wrongs. We have abolished right and wrong. And right and left," Syme added with simple eagerness. "I hope you'll abolish those too. They cause me much more trouble." "You mentioned a second question," Gregory snapped. "With pleasure," Syme resumed. "In everything you do, and in these surroundings, there's a scientific attempt at secrecy. I have an aunt who lived above a shop, but this is the first time I've found people choosing to live under a pub. You have a heavy iron door. You can't get through it without the humiliation of calling yourself Mr. Chamberlain. You surround yourselves with steel weapons that make the place, if I may say, more impressive than homey. May I ask why, after taking all this trouble to barricade yourselves in the bowels of the earth, you then broadcast your entire secret by talking about anarchism to every naive woman in Saffron Park?" Gregory smiled. "The answer is simple," he said. "I told you I was a serious anarchist, and you didn't believe me, and they don't believe me either. Unless I brought them into this infernal room, they wouldn't believe me." Syme smoked thoughtfully, looking at him with interest. Gregory continued. "The history might amuse you," he said. "When I first joined the New Anarchists, I tried all sorts of respectable disguises. I dressed up as a bishop. I read all about bishops in our anarchist pamphlets, like Superstition the Vampire and Priests of Prey. I certainly got the impression they were strange, terrifying old men hiding a cruel secret from humanity. I was wrong. The first time I appeared in bishop's attire in a drawing room and roared, 'Down! Down! Presumptuous human reason!' they somehow figured out I wasn't a bishop. I was caught immediately. Then I pretended to be a millionaire, but I defended capitalism so intelligently that any fool could see I was poor. Then I tried being a major. Now, I'm a humanitarian myself, but I hope I have enough intellectual breadth to understand the position of those who, like Nietzsche, admire violence, the proud, mad war of nature, you know. I threw myself into the role of major. I drew my sword and waved it constantly. I'd shout, 'Blood!' absently, like ordering wine. I often said, 'Let the weak perish. It is the law.' Well, apparently majors don't do that. I was caught again. Finally, in despair, I went to the president of the Central Anarchist Council, who is the greatest man in Europe." "What's his name?" Syme asked. "You wouldn't know it," Gregory answered. "That's his greatness. Caesar and Napoleon put all their genius into being known, and they were known. He puts all his genius into not being known, and he isn't known. But you can't be in the room with him for 5 minutes without feeling that Caesar and Napoleon would have been mere children in his hands." He fell silent, looking pale for a moment, then resumed, but whenever he gives advice, it's always as startling as a witty saying, yet as practical as the Bank of England. I asked him, what disguise will hide me from the world? What can I find more respectable than bishops and majors? He looked at me with his large, unreadable face. You want a safe disguise, do you? You want an outfit that guarantees you're harmless, one where no one would ever look for a bomb? I nodded. He suddenly roared in his lion's voice. Why then, dress up as an anarchist, you fool! The room shook. Nobody will ever expect you to do anything dangerous then. And he turned his broad back on me without another word. I took his advice and have never regretted it. I preached blood and murder to those women day and night, and by God, they'd let me push their baby carriages. Syme watched him, a measure of respect in his large blue eyes. You fooled me, he said. It really is a clever trick. Then, after a pause, he added, What do you call this tremendous president of yours? We usually call him Sunday, Gregory replied simply. You see, there are 7 members of the Central Anarchist Council, named after the days of the week. He's called Sunday. Some matters call him Bloody Sunday. It's funny you mention it, because tonight, the very night you've dropped in, is when our London branch meeting in this room has to elect its deputy to fill a vacancy on the council. The gentleman who, for some time, played the difficult role of Thursday with skill and general approval, died quite suddenly. So we've called a meeting this evening to elect a successor. He got up and strolled across the room with a kind of smiling embarrassment. I feel somehow like you're my mother, Syme, he continued casually. I feel I can confide anything to you, since you've promised to tell nobody. In fact, I'll tell you something I wouldn't say outright to the anarchists arriving in about 10 minutes. We'll go through the motions of an election, of course, but I don't mind telling you the result is practically certain. He looked down modestly for a moment. It's almost settled that I am to be Thursday. My dear fellow, Syme said heartily, I congratulate you. A great career. Gregory smiled modestly and walked across the room, talking rapidly. As a matter of fact, everything's ready for me on this table, he said, and the ceremony will probably be very short. Syme also walked over to the table and found lying across it a walking stick, which turned out to be a sword stick, a large Colt revolver, a sandwich case, and a formidable flask of brandy. A heavy-looking cape or cloak was thrown over the chair beside the table. I just need to get the election formalities finished, Gregory continued animatedly. Then I grab this cloak and stick, stuff these other things in my pocket, slip out a door in this cavern that opens onto the river where a steam tug is already waiting, and then, oh, the wild joy of being Thursday. He clasped his hands. Syme, who had sat down again with his usual casual laziness, got to his feet with uncharacteristic hesitation. Why is it, he asked vaguely, that I think you're quite a decent fellow? Why do I actually like you, Gregory? He paused, then added with fresh curiosity, Is it because you're such an idiot? There was another thoughtful silence. Then he cried out, Well, damn it all! This is the funniest situation I've ever been in, and I'm going to act accordingly. Gregory, I gave you a promise before I came into this place. I'd keep that promise even under torture. Would you give me, for my own safety, a little promise of the same kind? A promise? Gregory asked, wondering. Yes, Syme said very seriously. A promise? I swore before God I wouldn't tell your secret to the police. Will you swear by humanity, or whatever ridiculous thing you believe in, that you won't tell my secret to the anarchists? Your secret? Gregory asked, staring. You have a secret? Yes, Syme said. I have a secret. Then, after a pause, Will you swear? Gregory glared at him gravely for a few moments, then said abruptly, You must have bewitched me, but I feel furiously curious about you. Yes, I will swear not to tell the anarchists anything you tell me. But be quick, they'll be here in a couple of minutes. Syme rose slowly, thrusting his long white hands into his gray trouser pockets. Almost as he did so, 5 knocks came from the outer grating, announcing the first conspirator's arrival. Well, Syme said slowly, I don't know how to tell you the truth more briefly than by saying that your strategy of dressing up as an aimless poet isn't unique to you or your president. We've known that trick for some time at Scotland Yard. Gregory tried to jump up straight but swayed 3 times. "What did you say?" he asked in an inhuman voice. "Yes," Syme said simply. "I am a police detective. But I think I hear your friends coming." From the doorway came a murmur of, "Mr. Joseph Chamberlain." It was repeated several times, and then a whole crowd of Joseph Chamberlains, a sobering thought, could be heard tramping down the corridor. Chapter 3. The Man Who Was Thursday. Before any new faces could appear at the doorway, Gregory snapped out of his stunned surprise. He leaped towards the table with a noise in his throat, like a wild animal, snatched up the Colt revolver, and aimed it at Syme. Syme didn't flinch, but held up a pale, polite hand. "Don't be such a fool," he said with the calm dignity of a clergyman. "Don't you see it's unnecessary? Don't you see we're both in the same boat?" "Yes, and thoroughly seasick." Gregory couldn't speak, but he couldn't shoot either. His eyes asked the question. "Don't you see we've checkmated each other?" Syme cried. "I can't tell the police you're an anarchist. You can't tell the anarchists I'm a policeman. I can only watch you, knowing what you are. You can only watch me, knowing what I am. In short, it's a lonely intellectual duel, my mind against yours. I'm a policeman without police backup. You, my poor fellow, are an anarchist without the law and organization so crucial for anarchy. The only difference favors you. You aren't surrounded by curious policemen. I am surrounded by curious anarchists. I can't betray you, but I might betray myself. Come on, wait and see me give myself away. I'll do it so nicely." Gregory slowly lowered the pistol, still staring at Syme as if he were a sea monster. "I don't believe in immortality," he said finally. "But if, after all this, you were to break your word, God would create a special hell just for you, to howl and forever." "I won't break my word," Syme said sternly. "Nor will you break yours. Here are your friends." The group of anarchists entered the room heavily, slouching and looking somewhat tired. But one small man with a black beard and glasses detached himself and bustled forward with papers in hand. "Comrade Gregory," he said, "I assume this man is a delegate?" Gregory, caught off guard, muttered Syme's name. But Syme replied brightly, "I'm glad to see your gate is guarded well enough to make it hard for anyone who isn't a delegate to be here." The small man's brow, however, remained furrowed with suspicion. "What branch do you represent?" he asked sharply. "I'd hardly call it a branch," Syme said, laughing. "I'd call it a root at the very least." "What do you mean?" "The fact is," Syme said serenely, "the truth is, I'm a Sabbatarian. I've been specially sent here to ensure you observe Sunday properly." The little man dropped one of his papers, and a flicker of fear passed over the faces in the group. Apparently, the terrifying president, whose name was Sunday, did sometimes send such irregular ambassadors to branch meetings. "Well, comrade," the man with the paper said after a pause, "I suppose we'd better give you a seat?" "If you ask my advice as a friend," Syme said with stern kindness, "I think you'd better." When Gregory heard the dangerous exchange end safely for his rival, he abruptly stood up and paced the floor, deep in thought. He was, indeed, in an agony of strategic thinking. It was clear Syme's inspired nerve was likely to get him out of any accidental tight spots. Little could be hoped for there. He couldn't betray Syme himself, partly from honor, but also because if he did betray him and somehow failed to eliminate him, the escaped Syme would be free from any obligation of secrecy and would simply walk to the nearest police station. After all, it was just one night's discussion, known only to one detective. He would reveal as little as possible about their plans tonight, then let Syme go and take his chances. He strode over to the group of anarchists, who were already settling onto the benches. "I think it's time we began," he said. "The steam tug is already waiting on the river. I propose that Comrade Buttons take the chair." This was approved by a show of hands, and the little man with the papers slipped into the chairman's seat. "Comrades," he began sharply, "our meeting tonight is important, though it needn't be long. This branch has always had the honor of electing Thursdays for the Central European Council. We've elected many splendid Thursdays. We all mourn the sad passing of the heroic worker who held the post until last week. As you know, his services to the cause were considerable. He organized the great dynamite attempt at Brighton, which, under better circumstances, should have killed everyone on the pier. As you also know, his death was as self-sacrificing as his life. He died from his faith in a mixture of chalk and water as a milk substitute, viewing milk as barbaric and involving cruelty to cows. Cruelty always repulsed him, but we're meant not to praise his virtues, but for a harder task. It's difficult to properly praise his qualities, but harder still to replace them. It falls upon you, comrades, this evening to choose from this company the man who shall be Thursday. If any comrade suggests a name, I'll put it to a vote. If no one does, I can only assume that our dear departed dynamiter has taken the secret of his virtue and innocence with him into the unknown. There was a stir of almost silent applause, like in a church. Then a large old man with a long, venerable white beard, perhaps the only actual working man present, rose slowly and said, "I move that Comrade Gregory be elected Thursday," and sat down again just as slowly. "Does anyone second?" asked the chairman. A little man in a velvet coat with a pointed beard seconded. "Before I put it to a vote," the chairman said, "I'll call on Comrade Gregory to make a statement." Gregory rose amidst a great rumble of applause. His face was deathly pale, making his strange red hair look almost scarlet by contrast. But he was smiling and completely at ease. He had made up his mind and saw his best strategy clearly before him. His best chance was to give a softened, ambiguous speech, leaving the detective with the impression that the anarchist brotherhood was a very mild affair after all. He believed in his own ability to suggest subtle shades of meaning and choose perfect words. He thought he could carefully convey a subtly false impression of the organization, despite everyone around him. Syme had once thought anarchists were just playing games beneath their bravado. Couldn't he, in this perilous hour, make Syme think so again? "Comrades," Gregory began, his voice low but clear, "it's unnecessary for me to tell you my policy, for it's your policy too. Our belief has been slandered, distorted, utterly confused and hidden, but never changed. Those who talk about anarchism and its dangers get their information everywhere except from us, the source. They learn about anarchists from cheap novels, from biased newspapers, from comics and sports pages. They never learn about anarchists from anarchists. We have no chance to deny the mountains of lies heaped upon us across Europe. The man who always hears we are plagues has never heard our reply. I know he won't hear it tonight, even if my passion could tear the roof off. For it is deep, deep underground that the persecuted are allowed to meet, like Christians in the catacombs. But if, by some incredible accident, there were a man here tonight who had misunderstood us his whole life, I would ask him this. When those Christians met in those catacombs, what moral reputation did they have in the streets above? What stories of atrocities were told about them by educated Romans? Suppose, I would say to him, suppose we are merely repeating that mysterious paradox of history. Suppose we seem shocking like the Christians, because we are really as harmless as the Christians. Suppose we seem mad like the Christians because we are really as meek. The applause that greeted his opening sentences had gradually faded, and at the last word it stopped abruptly. In the sudden silence, the man in the velvet jacket said in a high, squeaky voice, "I'm not meek." "Comrade Witherspoon tells us," Gregory resumed, "that he is not meek. Ah, how little he knows himself. His words are indeed extreme, his appearance is fierce, even to ordinary taste, unattractive. But only the eye of a friendship as deep and delicate as mine can perceive the solid foundation of meekness deep within him, too deep even for him to see. I repeat, we are the true early Christians, only we've come too late. We are simple, as they were simple. Look at Comrade Witherspoon. We are modest, as they were modest. Look at me. We are merciful." "No, no," shouted Mr. Witherspoon with the velvet jacket. "I say we are merciful," repeated Gregory furiously, "as the early Christians were merciful. Yet this didn't stop them from being accused of eating human flesh. We do not eat human flesh." "Shame!" cried Witherspoon. "Why not?" "Comrade Witherspoon," Gregory said with feverish gaiety, "is anxious to know why nobody eats him." Laughter. "In our society, at any rate, which loves him sincerely, which is founded upon love." "No, no," said Witherspoon. "Down with love." "Which is founded upon love," repeated Gregory, grinding his teeth. "There will be no difficulty about the aims we shall pursue as a group, or which I would pursue if chosen as its representative. Superbly indifferent to the slanders portraying us as assassins and enemies of society, we shall pursue, with moral courage and quiet intellectual pressure, the permanent ideals of brotherhood and simplicity. Gregory sat down and wiped his forehead. The silence was sudden and awkward. The chairman rose automatically and said in a flat voice, "Does anyone oppose the election of Comrade Gregory?" The group seemed vague and vaguely disappointed. Comrade Witherspoon fidgeted and muttered into his thick beard. However, by sheer momentum, the motion would have been proposed and passed. But just as the chairman opened his mouth to put it, Syme sprang to his feet and said quietly, "Yes, Mr. Chairman, I oppose." The most effective tool in public speaking is an unexpected change in voice. Mr. Gabriel Syme clearly understood this. Having said these initial formal words in a moderate tone and simply, he made his next word ring out like a gunshot in the vault. "Comrades," he cried, in a voice that startled everyone, "have we come here for this? Do we live underground like rats to listen to talk like this? This is talk we could hear while eating snacks at a Sunday school picnic. Do we line these walls with weapons and bar that door with death, just so nobody hears Comrade Gregory telling us, 'Be good, and you'll be happy. Honesty is the best policy, and virtue is its own reward'?" There wasn't a single word in Comrade Gregory's speech that a clergyman couldn't have enjoyed. Hear, hear. "But I am not a clergyman," loud cheers, and I did not enjoy it, renewed cheers. A man suited to be a good clergyman is not suited to be a resolute, forceful, and efficient Thursday. Hear, hear. Comrade Gregory told us, rather apologetically, that we are not enemies of society. But I say we are the enemies of society, and too bad for society. We are enemies of society because society is the enemy of humanity, its oldest and most ruthless enemy. Hear, hear. Comrade Gregory told us, apologetically again, that we are not murderers. There I agree. We are not murderers, we are executioners. Cheers. Ever since Syme had risen, Gregory had sat staring at him, his face blank with astonishment. Now, during the pause, his pale lips parted, and he said with lifeless clarity, "You damnable hypocrite." Syme looked straight into those terrifying eyes with his own pale blue ones, and said with dignity, "Comrade Gregory accuses me of hypocrisy. He knows as well as I do that I am keeping all my promises and doing nothing but my duty. I don't mince words. I don't pretend to. I say Comrade Gregory is unfit to be Thursday, despite his pleasant qualities. He is unfit precisely because of his pleasant qualities. We don't want the Supreme Council of Anarchy infected with sentimental mercy. Hear, hear. This is no time for polite ceremonies, nor for fake modesty. I oppose Comrade Gregory, just as I would oppose all the governments of Europe, because the anarchist dedicated to anarchy has forgotten modesty as much as he has forgotten pride. I am not a man. I am a cause. Renewed cheers. I oppose Comrade Gregory as impersonally and calmly as I would choose one pistol over another from that rack on the wall. And I say that rather than have Gregory and his weak methods on the Supreme Council, I would offer myself for election. His sentence was drowned in a deafening wave of applause. The faces, which had grown fiercer with approval as his speech became more uncompromising, were now twisted with eager grins or split with delighted shouts. The moment he declared himself ready to stand for the position of Thursday, a roar of excitement and agreement erupted and became uncontrollable. At the same moment, Gregory leaped to his feet, foam on his lips, shouting against the noise. "Stop, you blasted madmen!" he cried at the top of a voice that tore his throat. "Stop, you!" But louder than Gregory's shouting and the room's roar came Syme's voice, still thundering relentlessly. "I do not go to the council to refute the slander that calls us murderers. I go to earn it." Loud and prolonged cheering. To the priest who says these men are enemies of religion, to the judge who says these men are enemies of law, to the fat politician who says these men are enemies of order and public decency, to all these I will reply, "You are false kings, but you are true prophets. I have come to destroy you and to fulfill your prophecies." The heavy noise gradually died down, but before it stopped, Witherspoon jumped up, hair and beard on end, and said, "I move, as an amendment, that Comrade Syme be appointed to the post." "Stop all this, I tell you," cried Gregory, face and hands frantic. "Stop it, it is all." The chairman's voice cut through his speech coldly. "Does anyone second this amendment?" he asked. A tall, tired man with sad eyes and an American-style goatee beard was seen slowly rising at the back. Gregory had been screaming for some time. Now his tone changed, more shocking than any scream. "I end all this," he said, his voice heavy as stone. "This man cannot be elected. He is a—" "Yes," said Syme, perfectly still. "What is he?" Gregory's mouth worked twice without sound. Then, slowly, blood began to creep back into his dead face. "He is a man quite inexperienced in our work," he said, and sat down abruptly. Before he finished, the tall, lean man with the American beard was on his feet again, repeating in a high monotone, "I beg to second the election of Comrade Syme." "The amendment will, as usual, be put first," said Mr. Buttons, the chairman, with mechanical speed. "The question is that Comrade Syme—" Gregory had leaped up again, panting and passionate. "Comrades," he cried out, "I am not a madman." "Oh, oh!" said Mr. Witherspoon. "I am not a madman," repeated Gregory, with a frightening sincerity that momentarily staggered the room. "But I give you advice you can call mad if you like." "No, I won't call it advice, for I can give no reason. I'll call it a command. Call it a mad command, but act on it. Strike me, but hear me. Kill me, but obey me. Do not elect this man." Truth is so powerful, even when suppressed, that for a moment Syme's slender, insane victory wavered, but you couldn't guess it from Syme's cold blue eyes. He merely began, "Comrade Gregory commands." Then the spell broke. One anarchist called out to Gregory, "Who are you? You're not Sunday." Another added in a heavier voice, "And you're not Thursday." "Comrades," cried Gregory, sounding like a martyr who, in ecstatic pain, has moved beyond pain, "it means nothing to me whether you hate me as a tyrant or hate me as a slave. If you won't take my command, accept my humiliation. I kneel to you. I throw myself at your feet. I implore you, do not elect this man." "Comrade Gregory," the chairman said after a painful pause, "this really isn't quite dignified." For the first time, there was a real silence for a few seconds. Then Gregory fell back into his seat, a pale wreck, and the chairman repeated, like clockwork suddenly restarting, "The question is that Comrade Syme be elected to the post of Thursday on the General Council." The roar rose like the sea, hands shot up like a forest, and 3 minutes later, Mr. Gabriel Syme of the Secret Police Service was elected Thursday on the General Council of the Anarchists of Europe. Everyone seemed aware of the waiting tugboat, the sword stick, and the revolver on the table. The instant the election was final, and Syme had received the paper proving it, they all jumped up, and fiery groups moved and mixed in the room. Syme somehow found himself face to face with Gregory, who still stared at him with stunned hatred. They were silent for many minutes. "You are a devil," Gregory said at last. "And you are a gentleman," Syme replied gravely. "It was you who trapped me," Gregory began, shaking from head to foot. "Trapped me into—" "Talk sense," Syme said shortly. "Into what sort of devil's meeting have you trapped me, if it comes to that? You made me swear before I made you. Perhaps we're both doing what we think is right. But what we think is right is so damn different that there can be no compromise between us. There's nothing possible between us but honor and death." He pulled the great cloak around his shoulders and picked up the flask from the table. "The boat is quite ready," Mr. Buttons said, bustling up. "Please step this way." With a gesture like a shop assistant, he led Syme down a short, iron-bound passage. The still agonized Gregory followed feverishly. At the passage end was a door, which Buttons opened sharply, revealing a sudden blue and silver picture of the moonlit river, like a theater scene. Close by lay a dark small steam launch, like a baby dragon with one red eye. Almost as he stepped aboard, Gabriel Syme turned to the gaping Gregory. "You have kept your word," he said gently, his face in shadow. "You are a man of honor, and I thank you. You've kept it even down to a small detail. There was one special thing you promised me at the beginning, which you have certainly given me by the end." "What do you mean?" cried the bewildered Gregory. What did I promise you?" "A very entertaining evening," Syme said, giving a military salute with the sword stick as the steamboat slid away. Chapter 4. The Tale of a Detective. Gabriel Syme wasn't just a detective pretending to be a poet. He was really a poet who had become a detective. His hatred of anarchy wasn't fake, either. He was one of those people driven early in life to an overly conservative stance by the confusing foolishness of most revolutionaries. He hadn't gotten there through tame tradition. His respectability was spontaneous and sudden, a rebellion against rebellion itself. He came from a family of eccentrics, where the oldest members held the newest ideas. One uncle always walked around without a hat. Another had unsuccessfully tried walking around with only a hat. His father pursued art and self-discovery. His mother focused on simplicity and health. Consequently, as a child, Gabriel knew only the extremes of absinthe and cocoa as drinks, disliking both. The more his mother preached near Puritan abstinence, the more his father leaned towards near pagan indulgence. By the time she was enforcing vegetarianism, he was practically defending cannibalism. Surrounded by every imaginable kind of revolt since infancy, Gabriel had to revolt into something, so he revolted into the only thing left, sanity. But there was just enough of his family's fanaticism in him to make even his defense of common sense a bit too fierce to be truly sensible. His hatred of modern lawlessness was also shaped by an accident. He happened to be walking down a side street when a dynamite bomb exploded. He was blinded and deafened for a moment, then saw, as the smoke cleared, broken windows and bleeding faces. After that, he went about as usual, quiet, polite, rather gentle, but a part of his mind wasn't quite sane. He didn't see anarchists, as most people do, as a handful of disturbed individuals mixing ignorance with intellectualism. He saw them as a huge, merciless threat, like a foreign invasion. He constantly submitted stories, poems, and fierce articles to newspapers, mostly ending up in their trash bins, warning people about this flood of barbaric denial. But he didn't seem to be getting any closer to his enemy, or worse, any closer to making a living. As he paced the Thames embankment, bitterly chewing a cheap cigar and brooding over the rise of anarchy, no anarchist with a bomb felt as savage or solitary as he did. Indeed, he always felt that the government stood alone and desperate, backed against a wall. Being something of a romantic idealist, he wouldn't have cared for it otherwise. He walked the embankment once under a dark red sunset. The red river reflected the red sky, and both reflected his anger. The sky was so dark, and the light on the river so lurid, that the water almost seemed fiercer than the sunset it mirrored, like a stream of actual fire flowing through vast underground caverns. Syme looked shabby in those days. He wore an old-fashioned black top hat and an even more old-fashioned black, ragged cloak. The combination made him look like an early villain from Dickens or Bulwer Lytton novels. His yellow beard and hair were also messier and more lion-like than when they later appeared, trimmed and pointed on the lawns of Saffron Park. A long, lean, black cigar, bought cheaply in Soho, stuck out from between his clenched teeth. Altogether, he looked like a perfect example of the anarchists he had vowed holy war against. Perhaps that was why a policeman on the embankment spoke to him, saying, quote, "Good evening." Syme, at a peak of his morbid fears for humanity, seemed stung by the sheer calmness of the automatic official, just a blue shape in the twilight. "A good evening, is it?" he snapped. "You fellows would call the end of the world a good evening. Look at that bloody red sun and that bloody river. I tell you, if that were literally human blood, spilled and shining, you'd still be standing here solid as ever, looking for some poor, harmless, homeless person you could tell to move on. You policemen are cruel to the poor, but I could forgive your cruelty if it weren't for your calm." "If we are calm," the policeman replied, "it is the calm of organized resistance." "Eh?" Syme said, staring. "The soldier must be calm in the thick of battle," the policeman continued. "The composure of an army is the anger of a nation." "Good God, public schools," Syme said. "Is this what basic education produces?" "No," the policeman said sadly. "I never had those advantages. Public schools came after my time." My education was very rough and old-fashioned, I'm afraid. Where did you get it? Syme asked, wondering. Oh, at Harrow, the policeman said. Class instincts, often false yet deeply ingrained, burst out of Syme before he could stop them. But good Lord, man, he said, you shouldn't be a policeman. The policeman sighed and shook his head. I know, he said solemnly. I know I'm not worthy. But why did you join the police? Syme asked rudely. For much the same reason you just criticized the police, the other replied. I found there was a special opportunity in the service for those whose concerns for humanity focused more on the strange ideas of intellectuals than on the normal, understandable, though excessive, outbursts of human will. I trust I'm making myself clear. If you mean you're making your opinion clear, Syme said, I suppose you are. But as for making yourself clear, that's the last thing you're doing. How does a man like you end up talking philosophy in a blue helmet on the Thames embankment? You evidently haven't heard of the latest development in our police system, the other replied. I'm not surprised. We're keeping it rather quiet from the educated class, because that class contains most of our enemies. But you seem to be in exactly the right frame of mind. I think you might almost join us. Join you in what? Syme asked. I'll tell you, the policeman said slowly. This is the situation. The head of one of our departments, one of Europe's most celebrated detectives, has long believed that a purely intellectual conspiracy would soon threaten civilization itself. He's certain the scientific and artistic worlds are secretly united in a crusade against family and state. So he formed a special corps of policemen who are also philosophers. Their job is to watch the beginnings of this conspiracy, not just criminally, but intellectually. I'm a Democrat myself and value the ordinary man's courage and virtue. But it would obviously be unwise to use common policemen in an investigation that's also a hunt for dangerous ideas. Syme's eyes brightened with sympathetic curiosity. What do you do then? He asked. The work of the philosophical policeman, replied the man in blue, is both bolder and more subtle than the ordinary detectives. Ordinary detectives go to pubs to arrest thieves. We go to artistic tea parties to detect pessimists. Ordinary detectives discover a crime from a ledger or diary. We discover from a book of poems that a crime will be committed. We have to trace the origins of those dreadful thoughts that drive men to intellectual fanaticism and crime. We were just in time to prevent the assassination at Hartlepool, thanks entirely to our Mr. Wilkes, a sharp young fellow, thoroughly understanding a complex type of poem called a triolet. Do you mean, Syme asked, that there's really that much connection between crime and modern intellect? You aren't democratic enough, answered the policeman, but you were right just now that our usual treatment of poor criminals is brutal. Sometimes I hate my job seeing how often it's just war on the ignorant and desperate. But this new movement of ours is different. We reject the snobbish English idea that the uneducated are the dangerous criminals. We remember the Roman emperors, the great poisoning princes of the Renaissance. We say the dangerous criminal is the educated criminal. The most dangerous criminal now is the entirely lawless modern philosopher. Compared to him, burglars and bigamists are essentially moral men. My heart goes out to them. They accept the essential ideal of humanity. They just seek it wrongly. Thieves respect property. They just wish it was their property so they could respect it more. But philosophers dislike property itself. They want to destroy the very idea of personal ownership. Bigamists respect marriage, or they wouldn't go through the highly ceremonial formality of bigamy. But philosophers despise marriage itself. Murderers respect human life. They just want more life for themselves by sacrificing what seem like lesser lives. But philosophers hate life itself, their own as much as others. Syme clapped his hands together. How true that is, he cried. I've felt it since boyhood, but could never put it into words. The common criminal is bad, but at least conditionally good. He says if only a certain obstacle, say a wealthy uncle, were removed, he'd accept the universe and praise God. He's a reformer, not an anarchist. He wants to clean the building, not destroy it. But the evil philosopher isn't trying to change things, but annihilate them. Yes, the modern world kept the oppressive parts of police work, harassing the poor, spying on the unfortunate. It gave up its more dignified work, punishing powerful traitors and heretics. Moderns say we mustn't punish heretics. My only doubt is whether we have a right to punish anyone else." "But this is absurd," cried the policeman, clasping his hands with unusual excitement for someone in his uniform. "It's intolerable. I don't know what you're doing, but you're wasting your life. You shall join our special army against anarchy. Their armies are at our borders. Their attack is imminent. A moment more, and you might lose the glory of working with us, perhaps the glory of dying with the world's last heroes." "It's certainly a chance not to be missed," Syme agreed, "but I still don't quite understand. I know the modern world is full of lawless little men and mad little movements, but, awful as they are, they usually disagree with each other. How can you talk of them leading one army or launching one attack? What is this anarchy?" "Don't confuse it," replied the constable, "with those random dynamite attacks from Russia or Ireland, which are really outbursts of oppressed, if mistaken, men. This is a vast philosophical movement with an outer and inner ring. You could call the outer ring the followers and the inner ring the leaders. I prefer to call the outer ring the innocent section, the inner ring the supremely guilty section. The outer ring, the main supporters, are merely anarchists, people who believe rules and systems have destroyed human happiness. They believe bad results of crime come from the system calling it crime. They don't think crime creates punishment. They think punishment created crime. They believe if a man seduced 7 women, he'd naturally walk away blameless. They believe if a man picked a pocket, he'd naturally feel wonderfully good. These I call the innocent section." "Oh," said Syme. "Naturally, these people talk about a happy time coming, the future paradise, mankind freed from vice and virtue, and so on. And the men of the inner circle, the sacred leaders, speak this way too. They also tell applauding crowds about future happiness and mankind, finally freed. But in their mouths," and the policeman lowered his voice, "in their mouths, these happy phrases have a horrible meaning. They have no illusions. They're too intellectual to think man on earth can ever be free of original sin and struggle. And they mean death. When they say mankind shall be free at last, they mean mankind shall commit suicide. When they talk of a paradise without right or wrong, they mean the grave. They have only 2 goals. First, destroy humanity, then themselves. That's why they throw bombs instead of shooting pistols. The innocent followers are disappointed because the bomb didn't kill the king, but the leaders are happy because it killed somebody." "How can I join you?" Syme asked passionately. "I know for a fact there's a vacancy right now," said the policeman, "as I'm somewhat trusted by the chief I mentioned. You should really come see him. Or rather, not see him. Nobody ever sees him. But you can talk to him if you like." "Telephone?" Syme inquired with interest. "No," the policeman said placidly. "He prefers to always sit in a pitch-dark room. Says it makes his thoughts brighter. Do come along." Somewhat dazed and considerably excited, Syme let himself be led to a side door in the long Scotland Yard building complex. Almost before he knew it, he'd been passed through about 4 officials, and suddenly shown into a room so abruptly black it startled him like a bright light. It wasn't ordinary darkness where shapes can be faintly seen. It was like instantly going blind. "Are you the new recruit?" asked a heavy voice. And strangely, though there wasn't even a shadow of a shape, Syme knew 2 things. First, the voice came from a massively built man. Second, the man had his back to him. "Are you the new recruit?" said the invisible chief, who seemed to know everything. "All right, you're hired." Syme, swept off his feet, weakly protested. "I really have no experience," he began. "No one has any experience," the other said, "of the final battle. But I'm really unfit." "You are willing. That is enough," said the unknown. "Well, really," Syme said, "I don't know any profession where mere willingness is the final test." "I do," said the other. "Martyrs. I am condemning you to death. Good day." Thus, when Gabriel Syme came out again into the crimson evening light, in his shabby black hat and cloak, he was a member of the new detective corps, fighting the great conspiracy. Following his policeman friend's advice, who favored neatness, he trimmed his hair and beard, bought a good hat, dressed in an exquisite light blue-gray summer suit with a pale yellow flower, and became that elegant, rather unbearable person Gregory first met in the Saffron Park garden. Before leaving the police building, his friend gave him a small blue card inscribed, "The Last Crusade," and a number, his official badge. He put it carefully in his upper waistcoat pocket, lit a cigarette, and went out to track and fight the enemy in London's drawing rooms. Where his adventure ultimately led we've already seen. Around 1:30 a.m. on a February night, he found himself steaming up the silent Thames in a small tugboat, armed with a sword stick and revolver, the duly elected Thursday of the Central Council of Anarchists. Stepping onto the steam tug felt strangely like stepping into something entirely new. Not just a new land, but a new planet. This was mainly due to the insane yet solid decision of that evening, but also partly because the weather and sky had completely changed since he entered the little tavern hours earlier. All traces of the passionate sunset clouds were gone. A bare moon stood in a bare sky. The moon was so strong and full that, paradoxically, it seemed like a weaker sun. It gave not a sense of bright moonlight, but rather of a dead daylight. The whole landscape lay under a luminous, unnatural discoloration, like the disastrous twilight Milton described during a solar eclipse. Syme easily fell into his first thought. He was actually on some other, emptier planet orbiting a sadder star. But the more he felt this glittering desolation, the more his own romantic foolishness glowed like a great fire in the night. Even the ordinary things he carried, food, brandy, loaded pistol, took on the concrete, material poetry a child feels taking a toy gun on a journey or a snack to bed. The sword stick and brandy flask, though just tools of morbid conspirators, became expressions of his own healthier romance. The sword stick became almost a knight's sword, the brandy the farewell drink before battle. For even the most dehumanized modern fantasies rely on older, simpler figures. The adventurers might be mad, but the adventurer must be sane. A dragon without St. George isn't even grotesque. So this inhuman landscape was imaginative, only because a truly human man was present. To Syme's exaggerated mind, the bright, bleak houses by the Thames looked as empty as moon mountains. But even the moon is poetic, only because there's a man in the moon. The tug, worked by two men, moved slowly with much effort. The clear moon that lit up Chiswick had set by the time they passed Battersea. When they came under the enormous bulk of Westminster, day had already begun to break. It broke like splitting bars of lead showing silver bars beneath. These brightened like white fire as the tug changed course, turning towards a large landing stage beyond Charing Cross. The great stones of the embankment looked equally dark and gigantic as Syme looked up. They were big and black against the huge white dawn. They made him feel he was landing on the colossal steps of some Egyptian palace. Indeed, it suited his mood. In his mind, he was mounting to attack the solid thrones of horrible heathen kings. He leaped from the boat onto a slimy step, a dark, slender figure amidst enormous masonry. The two men in the tug pushed off and turned upstream. They had never spoken a word. Chapter 5. The Feast of Fear. At first, the large stone staircase seemed as deserted as a pyramid to Syme. But before reaching the top, he noticed a man leaning over the embankment railing, looking out across the river. He looked conventional enough, dressed in a silk top hat and a formal frock coat, with a red flower in his buttonhole. As Syme approached step by step, the man didn't even move a muscle. Syme got close enough to see, even in the dim morning light, that his face was long, pale, and intellectual, ending in a small, triangular tuft of dark beard, right at the chin. Everything else was clean-shaven. The beard seemed almost an oversight. The face was the type best clean-shaven, sharp, ascetic, and noble in its way. Syme drew closer, noting all this, and still the figure didn't stir. Initially, Syme felt this was the man he was supposed to meet. Then, seeing no sign, he concluded he wasn't. Now, he felt certain again that the man was connected to his mad adventure. The man remained unnaturally still as the stranger approached. He was as motionless as a wax figure, and similarly unsettling. Syme looked again and again at the pale, dignified face, which still stared blankly across the river. Then he took out the note from Buttons proving his election and held it before that sad, beautiful face. The man smiled, and his smile was a shock. It went up on the right cheek and down on the left. Rationally, there was nothing scary about this. Many people have this nervous habit of a crooked smile. In many, it's even attractive. But in Syme's current circumstances, the dark dawn, the deadly mission, the loneliness on the great dripping stones, it was unnerving. There was the silent river, the silent man with a classically handsome face, and the final nightmarish touch. His smile suddenly went wrong. The smile vanished instantly, and the man's face returned to its harmonious melancholy. He spoke without further explanation, like addressing an old colleague. "If we walk towards Leicester Square," he said, "we'll be just in time for breakfast. Sunday always insists on an early breakfast. Did you sleep?" "No," Syme said. "Neither did I," the man answered casually. "I'll try to sleep after breakfast." He spoke with polite casualness, but in a utterly dead voice that contradicted his intense face. It seemed friendly words were lifeless conveniences to him, his only life being hate. After a pause, he spoke again. "Of course, the branch secretary told you everything tellable. But the one thing never tellable is the president's latest notion. His ideas grow like a jungle. So, just in case, I should tell you he's currently taking his idea of concealing ourselves by not concealing ourselves to extraordinary lengths. Originally, we met underground, like your branch. Then Sunday made us take a private room in an ordinary restaurant. He said if you don't seem to be hiding, nobody hunts you. Well, he's the only man on earth I know, but sometimes I think his huge brain is going a little mad. Now we flaunt ourselves publicly. We have breakfast on a balcony if you please, overlooking Leicester Square." "And what do people say?" Syme asked. "It's simple," his guide answered. "They say we're a bunch of jolly gentlemen pretending to be anarchists." "It seems very clever," Syme said. "Clever! Blast your nerve!" "Clever!" the other cried out suddenly, his shrill voice as startling as his crooked smile. "When you've seen Sunday for a split second, you'll stop calling him clever." With that, they emerged from a narrow street into the early sunlight filling Leicester Square. It's hard to say why this square looks so foreign, almost continental, whether the look attracted foreigners or the foreigners created the look. But that morning, the effect seemed singularly bright and clear. Between the open square, sunlit leaves, the statue, and the Moorish architecture of the Alhambra Theater, it looked like a replica of a French or Spanish public plaza. This increased Syme's recurring sensation of having strayed into a new world. He'd bought cheap cigars around Leicester Square since boyhood, but turning that corner, seeing the trees and cupolas, he could have sworn he was entering an unknown foreign square. At one corner, a prosperous but quiet hotel angled outwards, its main part on a street behind. In the wall was one large French window, likely belonging to a large coffee room. Outside this window, almost hanging over the square, was a heavily supported balcony, large enough for a dining table. It did contain a breakfast table, around which, glowing in the sunlight and visible from the street, sat a group of noisy, talkative men. All were dressed fashionably, with white waistcoats and expensive flowers. Some of their jokes could almost be heard across the square. Then the grave secretary gave his unnatural smile, and Syme knew this rowdy breakfast party was the secret council of European dynamiters. Then, as Syme stared, he saw something he hadn't noticed before because it was too large to see. At the near end of the balcony, blocking much of the view, was the back of a mountain of a man. Syme's first thought was that his weight must break the stone balcony. His vastness wasn't just abnormal height and incredible fatness. This man was planned on an enormous scale, like a deliberately colossal statue. His head, crowned with white hair, looked bigger than a head should be from behind. His ears looked larger than human ears. He was terrifyingly scaled up. The sense of size was so staggering that when Syme saw him, the other figure suddenly seemed to shrink, becoming dwarfish. They sat there as before, with flowers and frock coats, but now it looked like the big man was hosting 5 children for tea. As Syme and the guide approached the hotel's side door, a waiter came out, smiling broadly. "The gentlemen are up there, sir," he said. "They talk and laugh about what they talk about. They say they will throw bombs at the king." The waiter hurried away, pleased by the strange jokes of the gentlemen upstairs. The two men went up the stairs silently. Syme hadn't needed to ask if the monstrous man almost filling the balcony was the great president the others feared. He knew instantly, with unaccountable certainty. Syme was highly sensitive to subtle psychological influences, sometimes dangerously so. Utterly fearless in physical danger, he was overly sensitive to the aura of spiritual evil. Twice already that night, small meaningless things had seemed to hint at something sinister, giving him a sense of nearing the headquarters of hell. This feeling became overpowering as he neared the great president. It took a childish, yet hateful form. As he walked across the inner room towards the balcony, Sunday's large face grew larger and larger. Syme feared that when he got close, the face would be too big to be possible, and he would scream. He remembered, as a child, refusing to look at the giant stone mask of Memnon in the British Museum because it was a face, and so large. With an effort greater than leaping off a cliff, he went to an empty seat at the breakfast table and sat down. The men greeted him with good-humored banter, as if they'd always known him. He steadied himself by looking at their conventional coats and solid, shining coffee pot, then looked again at Sunday. His face was very large, but still recognizably human. In the president's presence, the others looked commonplace. Nothing caught the eye initially, except that, by Sunday's whim, they were dressed festively, respectably, making the meal resemble a wedding breakfast. One man, however, stood out even at first glance. He was the stereotypical dynamiter. He wore the required high white collar and satin tie, but out of it sprang an unmanageable, unmistakable head, a confusing bush of brown hair and beard almost hiding his eyes like a sky terrier's. But the eyes looked out, sad like a Russian peasant's. This figure wasn't terrible like the president, but possessed every kind of devilry that comes from the utterly grotesque. If a cat's or dog's head had suddenly emerged from that stiff collar, the contrast couldn't have been more absurd. The man's name, apparently, was Gogol. He was Polish and called Tuesday in this circle. His soul and speech were incurably tragic. He couldn't force himself to play the prosperous, frivolous role President Sunday demanded. Indeed, when Syme arrived, the president, with characteristic disregard for suspicion, was teasing Gogol about his inability to adopt conventional graces. "Our friend Tuesday," the president said in a deep voice, both quiet and resonant, "doesn't seem to grasp the idea. He dresses like a gentleman but seems too great a soul to act like one. He insists on stage conspirator ways. Now, if a gentleman walks around London in a top hat and frock coat, no one need know he's an anarchist. But if a gentleman puts them on and then crawls around on hands and knees, well, he might attract attention. That's what Brother Gogol does. He crawls around so diplomatically that he now finds it quite hard to walk upright." "I am not good at concealment," Gogol said sulkily, with a thick foreign accent. "I am not ashamed of the cause." "Yes, you are, my boy, and so is the cause of you," the president said good-naturedly. "You hide as much as anyone, but you can't do it, you see. You're such an idiot. You try to combine inconsistent methods. When a homeowner finds a man under his bed, he'll probably note it. But if he finds a man under his bed in a top hat, you'll agree, my dear Tuesday, he's unlikely to forget it. Now, when you were found under Admiral Biffin's bed—" "I am not good at deception," Tuesday said gloomily, flushing. "Right, my boy, right," the president said with heavy heartiness. "You aren't good at anything." While this conversation continued, Syme looked more closely at the men around him. As he did, his sense of spiritual oddness returned. He'd initially thought them all ordinary in stature and dress, except for the hairy Gogol. But looking closer, he saw in each what he'd seen in the man by the river, a demonic detail somewhere. That lopsided laugh, suddenly disfiguring his guide's fine face, was typical. Each man had something, perhaps noticed only at the 10th or 20th glance, that wasn't normal, hardly human. The only metaphor was that they looked like fashionable men viewed through a distorted, curved mirror. Only individual examples could express this subtle eccentricity. Syme's guide, Monday, the secretary, had the twisted smile regarded with more terror than anything except the president's horrible, happy laughter. Now, with more light, Syme saw other touches. His fine face was so thin, Syme thought he must be ill, yet his dark eyes denied it. It wasn't physical illness. His eyes burned with intellectual torture, as if pure thought caused pain. He was typical of the group. Each man was subtly, differently wrong. Next sat Tuesday, the tousle-headed Gogol, more obviously mad. Then Wednesday, a Marquis de Saint-Eustache, a distinctive figure. Initially, nothing seemed unusual, except he wore fashionable clothes, naturally. He had a black French beard cut square and a black English frock coat cut squarer. But Syme, sensitive to such things, felt the man carried a rich, suffocating atmosphere, like drowsy scents and dying lamps in dark poems by Byron or Poe. He seemed clad not in lighter colors but softer materials. His black seemed richer, warmer, as if made of deep color. His coat looked black only by being too dense a purple. His beard looked black only by being too deep a blue. In its gloom his dark red mouth showed sensual and scornful. Whatever he wasn't French, perhaps Jewish, perhaps something deeper from the dark heart of the East. Persian tiles showing hunting tyrants depict just those almond eyes, blue-black beards, cruel crimson lips. Next came Syme, then a very old man, Professor de Worms, who held the Friday chair, though expected to die any day. Intellect aside, he was in final senile decay. His face was as gray as his long gray beard, his forehead permanently furrowed in mild despair. In no other case, not even Gogol's, did the bright morning dress create a more painful contrast. The red flower highlighted a face literally discolored like lead. The hideous effect was like drunken dandies dressing a corpse. When he moved, slowly and perilously, it suggested not just weakness, but corruption. Another hateful fancy crossed Syme's mind. He couldn't help thinking a limb might fall off whenever the man moved. At the end sat Saturday, the simplest and most baffling, a short, square man with a dark, square, clean-shaven face, a doctor named Bull. He had that mix of confidence and well-groomed coarseness common in young doctors. He wore fine clothes confidently rather than easily, mostly with a fixed smile. Nothing was odd, except his dark, almost opaque spectacles. Perhaps due to prior nervous fancies, these black discs terrified Syme, reminding him of half-forgotten ugly tales, like pennies on dead eyes. Syme's eye always caught the black glasses and blind grin. On the dying professor or pale secretary, they'd seem appropriate, but on the younger, coarser men, they were just an enigma. They removed the key to his face. You couldn't tell what his smile or gravity meant. Partly from this, partly because he had a vulgar vitality most others lacked, Syme thought he might be the wickedest. He even thought Bull's eyes might be covered because they were too frightful to see. Chapter 6. The Exposure. Such were the 6 men sworn to destroy the world. Again and again, Syme tried to regain his common sense in their presence. Sometimes, for an instant, he saw these notions were subjective, that he was just looking at ordinary men, one old, one nervous, one short-sighted. But the sense of unnatural symbolism always returned. Each figure seemed somehow on the borderland of things, just as their theory was on the borderland of thought. He knew each man stood at the extreme end of some wild line of reasoning. He imagined, like in an old fable, that reaching the world's western end would reveal something, say, a tree that was more or less than a tree possessed by a spirit, and reaching the eastern end would reveal something else not wholly itself, perhaps a tower whose very shape was wicked. So these figures seemed to stand, violent and inexplicable, against an ultimate horizon, visions from the edge. The ends of the earth were closing in. Talk had continued steadily as he observed the scene. Not the least contrast at that bewildering breakfast was between the easy, casual tone and its terrible subject. They were deep in discussing an actual immediate plot. The waiter downstairs was correct. They were talking about bombs and kings. Just 3 days later, the Tsar was to meet the French president in Paris. and over bacon and eggs on their sunny balcony, these beaming gentlemen decided how both should die. Even the method was chosen. The black-bearded Marquis apparently would carry the bomb. Ordinarily, the proximity of this concrete crime would have sobered Syme, curing his mystical tremors. He would have thought only of saving 2 human bodies from being torn apart by iron and gas. But by now he felt a third kind of fear, more piercing and practical than his moral revulsion or social responsibility. Simply put, he had no fear left for the French president or the Tsar. He feared for himself. Most talkers ignored him, debating now with faces closer, almost uniformly grave, except when the secretary's smile momentarily flashed across his face like jagged lightning. But one persistent thing first troubled, then terrified Syme. The president was always looking at him, steadily, with great, baffling interest. The enormous man was quiet, but his blue eyes stood out, always fixed on Syme. Syme felt urged to jump up and leap over the balcony. With the president's eyes on him, he felt transparent. He had little doubt that, somehow, Sunday had discovered he was a spy. He looked over the balcony edge and saw a policeman standing abstracted ly below, staring at the bright railings and sunlit trees. Then the great temptation that would torment him for days fell upon him. In the presence of these powerful, repulsive men, princes of anarchy, he'd almost forgotten the frail, fanciful figure of Gregory, the mere dabbler in anarchism. He even thought of him now with old kindness, like childhood playmates. But he remembered being tied to Gregory by a great promise. He had promised never to do the very thing he now felt almost doing, jumping over that balcony and speaking to that policeman. He took his cold hand off the cold stone railing. His soul swayed in moral indecision. He only had to break a rash vow made to a villainous group, and his life could be as open and sunny as the square below. Or he only had to keep his outdated honor and be delivered inch by inch into the power of this great enemy of mankind, whose very intellect was a torture chamber. Whenever he looked down, he saw the comfortable policeman, a pillar of common sense. Whenever he looked back, he saw the president still quietly studying him with big, unbearable eyes. In the torrent of his thoughts, 2 never crossed his mind. First, he never doubted the president and council could crush him if he stood alone. The place might be public, the task impossible. But Sunday wasn't the type to act so easily without setting his iron trap somewhere. By poison, accident, hypnotism, or hellfire, Sunday could strike him. If he defied the man, he was likely dead, either instantly or later by seeming accident. If he called the police promptly, arrested everyone, told all, and pitted England's full force against them, he might escape, otherwise certainly not. There were gentlemen on a balcony overlooking a bright square, but he felt no safer than if there were armed pirates overlooking an empty sea. Second, it never occurred to him to be spiritually won over. Many moderns, used to weakly worshipping intellect and force, might have wavered under this great personality's oppression. They might have called Sunday the Superman. If such a creature exists, he looked like it, with his earth-shaking abstraction, like a walking stone statue. He might have been called something above man, with his large plans, too obvious to detect, his large face, too frank to understand. But this modern weakness was something Syme couldn't sink to, even in extreme morbidity. Like any man, he feared great force, but he wasn't coward enough to admire it. The men ate as they talked, typically. Dr. Bull and the Marquis ate casually of the best, cold pheasant or Strasbourg pie. But the secretary was vegetarian, speaking earnestly of murder over half a raw tomato and water. The old professor had slop, suggesting sickening second childhood. Even here, President Sunday preserved his curious dominance of sheer mass. He ate like 20 men, incredibly, with frightful freshness, like watching a sausage factory. Yet continually, after swallowing a dozen crumpets or drinking a quart of coffee, he'd be found, head tilted, staring at Syme. "I've often wondered," said the Marquis, biting into bread and jam, "if a knife wouldn't be better. Most great things were done with knives. And getting a knife into a French president and wriggling it would be a new sensation. "You're wrong," said the secretary, frowning. The knife expressed old personal quarrels with tyrants. Dynamite is our best tool and symbol, perfect as incense for Christian prayers. It expands, destroying only because it broadens. Thought destroys only because it broadens. "A man's brain is a bomb," he cried, suddenly unleashing strange passion, striking his own skull. "My brain feels like a bomb, night and day. It must expand. It must expand. A man's brain must expand, even if it breaks the universe." "I don't want the universe broken just yet," drawled the Marquis. "I want to do many nasty things before I die. Thought of one yesterday in bed." "No, if the end is nothing," said Dr. Bull with his sphinx-like smile, "it hardly seems worth doing." The old professor stared dully at the ceiling. "Every man knows in his heart," he said, "that nothing is worth doing." There was a singular silence. Then the secretary said, "We're wandering, though. The only question is how Wednesday strikes the blow. I assume we agree on a bomb. As for arrangements, I suggest tomorrow morning he first goes to—" The speech broke off under a vast shadow. President Sunday had risen, seemingly filling the sky. "Before we discuss that," he said quietly, "let's go into a private room. I have something very particular to say." Syme stood up before anyone else. The moment of choice had come. The pistol was at his head. On the pavement below, he heard the policeman idly stir and stamp. The morning, though bright, was cold. A barrel organ in the street suddenly started a jovial tune. Syme stood taut, like hearing a bugle before battle. He felt filled with supernatural courage from nowhere. That jingling music seemed full of the vivacity, vulgarity, and irrational valor of the poor, who, in all those dirty streets, clung to Christian decencies and charities. His youthful prank of being a policeman faded. He didn't think of himself representing fancy gentlemen constables or the old eccentric in the dark room, but he felt himself the ambassador of all common, kindly people in the street, marching daily into battle to barrel organ music. This high pride in being human lifted him infinitely above the monstrous men around him. For an instant he looked down on their sprawling eccentricities from the starry height of the commonplace. He felt towards them the unconscious superiority a brave man feels over powerful beasts, or a wise man over powerful errors. He knew he lacked President Sunday's intellectual or physical strength, but minded it no more than lacking a tiger's muscles or a rhino's horn. All was swallowed by ultimate certainty. The president was wrong, the barrel organ right. His mind echoed the terrible truism from the Song of Roland: "Pagans are wrong and Christians are right," which in Old French clangs like great iron. This spiritual liberation went with a clear decision to embrace death. If the barrel organ people could keep their old world obligations, so could he. His pride was in keeping his word to villains. His final triumph over these lunatics was going down into their dark room and dying for something they couldn't even understand. The barrel organ seemed to play the marching tune with an orchestra's energy and noise. He heard deep and rolling, under life's trumpets, the drums of death's pride. The conspirators were already filing through the open window into the rooms behind. Syme went last, outwardly calm, brain and body throbbing with romantic rhythm. The president led them down an irregular side stair, perhaps for servants, into a dim, cold, empty room with a table and benches, like an abandoned boardroom. Once all were inside, he closed and locked the door. The first to speak was Gogol, the irreconcilable, seemingly bursting with grievance. So, he cried obscurely, his heavy Polish accent almost impenetrable. "You say you not hide. You say you show yourselves. It is all nothing. When you want talk important, you run yourselves in a dark box." The president took the foreigner's incoherent satire with good humor. "You can't grasp it yet, Gogol," he said fatherly. "Once they've heard us talking nonsense on that balcony, they won't care where we go. If we'd come here first, we'd have had the whole staff at the keyhole. You don't know anything about mankind." "I die for them," cried the Pole thickly, "and I slay their oppressors. I care not for these games of concealment. I would smite the tyrant in the open square. I see, said the president, nodding kindly, seating himself at the table's head. You died for mankind first, then get up and smite their oppressors. So that's all right. Now please control your beautiful sentiments and sit with the other gentlemen. For the first time this morning, something intelligent will be said. Syme, with the perturbed promptness shown since the summons, sat first. Gogol sat last, grumbling about compromise into his brown beard. No one except Syme seemed to anticipate the coming blow. He just felt like a man mounting the scaffold, intending at least to make a good speech. Comrades, the president said, suddenly rising, we've dragged out this farce long enough. I called you down here to tell you something so simple and shocking that even the waiters upstairs, used to our jokes, might hear new seriousness in my voice. Comrades, we discuss plans and places. I propose, before anything else, that those plans and places not be voted on, but left entirely to one reliable member. I suggest Comrade Saturday, Dr. Bull. They all stared, then jumped, for the next words, though not loud, had living emphasis. Sunday struck the table. Not one word more about plans and places must be said at this meeting. Not one tiny detail more about our intentions must be mentioned in this company. Sunday had spent his life astonishing followers, but perhaps never truly until now. They all shifted feverishly except Syme. He sat stiff, hand in pocket, on his loaded revolver. When attacked, he'd sell his life dearly. He'd find out if the president was mortal. Sunday went on smoothly. You'll probably understand there's only one possible motive for forbidding free speech at this Freedom Festival. Strangers overhearing doesn't matter. They assume jokes. But what would matter, even fatally, is this. One actually among us who isn't one of us, knows our grave purpose but doesn't share it, who— The secretary suddenly screamed like a woman. It can't be, he cried, leaping. There can't. The president flapped his large, flat hand on the table like a huge fish fin. Yes, he said slowly, there is a spy in this room. There is a traitor at this table. I'll waste no more words. His name— Syme half rose, finger firm on the trigger. His name is Gogol, said the president. He's that hairy fraud over there pretending to be Polish. Gogol sprang up, a pistol in each hand. Simultaneously, 3 men lunged at his throat. Even the professor tried to rise. But Syme saw little. Blinded by a beneficent darkness, he sank back, shuddering, in a paralysis of passionate relief. Chapter 7. The Unaccountable Conduct of Professor de Worms. Sit down, Sunday commanded in a voice he rarely used, a voice that made men drop drawn swords. The 3 who had risen backed away from Gogol, and Gogol himself sat back down. Well, my man, the president said briskly, addressing him like a total stranger, would you mind putting your hand in your upper waistcoat pocket and showing me what's there? The supposed Pole looked a little pale under his tangle of dark hair, but he coolly slipped 2 fingers into the pocket and pulled out a blue card. When Syme saw it on the table, he snapped back to reality. Though the card lay at the far end and he couldn't read it, it looked startlingly like the blue card in his own pocket, the one given to him when he joined the anti-anarchist police force. Pathetic Slav, the president said, tragic child of Poland. Are you prepared, seeing that card, to deny that you are, shall we say, unwelcome in this company? Right-o, said the former Gogol. Everyone jumped hearing a clear, businesslike, slightly London voice emerge from that forest of foreign hair. It was as jarring as hearing a Chinaman speak with a Scottish accent. I gather you understand your position, Sunday said. You bet, the man answered. It's a fair cop. All I'll say is, I doubt any Pole could imitate my accent like I did his. I concede the point, Sunday said. I believe your own accent is inimitable, though I'll practice it in my bath. Do you mind leaving your beard with your card? Not a bit, answered Gogol, ripping off the shaggy head, covering with one finger, revealing thin red hair and a pale, pert face. It was hot, he added. To be fair, Sunday said with brutal admiration, you seemed pretty cool under it. Now listen, I like you. So it would annoy me for about 2.5 minutes if I heard you died horribly. Well, if you ever tell the police or anyone about us, I'll have that 2.5 minutes of discomfort. I won't elaborate on your discomfort. Good day. Mind the step." The red-haired detective who posed as Gogol stood up silently and walked out with perfect nonchalance. Yet Syme noticed this ease was suddenly assumed. A slight stumble outside the door showed the departing detective hadn't minded the step. "Time's flying," the president said cheerfully, glancing at his watch, which, like everything about him, seemed oversized. "I must go. I have to chair a humanitarian meeting." The secretary turned to him, eyebrows working. "Wouldn't it be better," he said sharply, "to discuss the project details further now that the spy is gone?" "No, I think not," the president said with a yawn like a minor earthquake. "Leave it. Let Saturday handle it. I must go. Breakfast here next Sunday." But the recent loud scenes had frayed the secretary's nerves. He was conscientious even in crime. "I must protest, President. This is irregular," he said. "It's a fundamental rule that all plans are debated in full council. Of course, I appreciate your foresight in the traitor's presence." "Secretary," the president said seriously, "if you took your head home and boiled it like a turnip, it might be useful. Can't say, but maybe." The secretary reared back angrily. "I really fail to understand," he began, highly offended. That's it, the president said, nodding repeatedly. "That's where you fail. You fail to understand." "Why, you dancing donkey," he roared, rising. "You didn't want a spy overhearing, right? How do you know you aren't overheard now?" With that, he pushed his way out, shaking with incomprehensible scorn. 4 men left behind gaped after him, seemingly clueless. Only Syme had a glimmer of understanding, and it chilled him. If the president's last words meant anything, they meant Syme hadn't passed unsuspected after all. Sunday couldn't announce him like Gogol, but still couldn't trust him like the others. The other 4 grumbled and rose, heading elsewhere for lunch, as it was past midday. The professor went last, slowly and painfully. Syme sat long after, pondering his strange position. He'd escaped a thunderbolt, but was still under suspicion. Finally, he rose and left the hotel for Leicester Square. The bright, cold day grew colder. Emerging onto the street, he was surprised by snowflakes. Still carrying the sword stick and Gregory's other items, he'd left the cloak somewhere, tugboat or balcony. Hoping the snow shower was slight, he stepped back under a small, greasy hairdresser's doorway. The window displayed only a sickly wax lady in evening dress. Snow thickened, falling fast. Syme, finding one glance at the wax lady depressing, stared out at the white, empty street. He was astonished to see a man standing stock-still outside, staring into the window. His top hat was snow-covered like Father Christmas's. Drifts rose around his boots. But nothing seemed to tear him from contemplating the wax doll. That anyone would stand in such weather looking into such a shop was surprising enough. But Syme's idle wonder turned to shock. The man was the paralytic Professor de Worms. It hardly seemed the place for his age and infirmities. Syme could believe anything about this group's perversions, but not that the professor loved that wax lady. He supposed the man's illness involved momentary fits of rigidity. He felt no compassionate concern, though. Instead, he congratulated himself that the professor's condition and limp would make escaping easy. Syme craved, above all, to escape the poisonous atmosphere, if only for an hour. Then he could think, plan, and decide about keeping his promise to Gregory. He strolled away through dancing snow, up and down streets, entering a small Soho restaurant for lunch. He ate 4 small courses reflectively, drank half a bottle of red wine, ending with black coffee and a cigar, still thinking. He sat upstairs, surrounded by clinking knives and foreign chatter. He remembered once thinking all these harmless aliens were anarchists. He shuddered, remembering the real thing, but even the shudder held the delightful shame of escape. Wine, food, familiar place, natural faces, made the council seem a bad dream. Though real, it was distant. Tall houses and busy streets lay between him and the shameful 7. He was free in London, drinking wine among the free. More easily, he took his hat and stick and went downstairs. Entering the lower room, he froze. At a small table near the blank window, in White Street sat the old anarchist professor over milk, with his lifted, livid face and drooping eyelids. Syme stood rigid. Then, with a gesture of blind hurry, he brushed past, dashed open the door, slammed it, and stood outside in the snow. "Can that old corpse be following me?" he asked himself, biting his mustache. "I stayed too long upstairs. Even those leaden feet caught up. One comfort, brisk walking can put a man like that miles away. Or am I imagining? Was he really following? Surely Sunday wouldn't send a lame man." He set off briskly, twirling his stick towards Covent Garden. Crossing the market, snow increased, blinding as afternoon darkened. Snowflakes tormented him like silver bees. In his eyes and beard, their futility added to his irritation. Reaching Fleet Street at a swinging pace, he lost patience and entered a Sunday tea shop for shelter. He ordered black coffee. Scarcely had he done so, when Professor de Worms hobbled heavily in, sat with difficulty, and ordered milk. Syme's stick fell with a clang, revealing the hidden steel. The professor didn't look round. Syme, usually cool, gaped like a rustic at a magic trick. He'd seen no cab, heard no wheels. The man seemingly came on foot, but the old man moved like a snail. Syme walked like the wind. He jumped up, snatched his stick, half crazy with the contradiction, and swung out, leaving his coffee. An omnibus to the bank rattled past unusually fast. He ran 100 yards to catch it, sprang swaying onto the step, panted, then climbed atop. Seated half a minute, he heard heavy, asthmatic breathing behind. Turning sharply, he saw rising up the steps a snow-dripping top hat, and under its brim, Professor de Worms's short-sighted face and shaky shoulders. He carefully settled into a seat, wrapping himself in the rug. Every movement of the old man, tottering figure, vague hands, uncertain gestures, cautious pauses, seemed to prove his helplessness, his body's final imbecility. He moved by inches, lowering himself with little gasps. Yet, unless time and space have no practical existence, it seemed unquestionable he had run after the omnibus. Syme sprang up on the rocking bus, stared wildly at the gloomier sky, and ran down the steps, repressing an impulse to leap over the side. Too bewildered to look back or reason, he rushed into a small court off Fleet Street, like a rabbit into a hole. Vaguely, he thought if this incomprehensible pursuer was real, he could lose him in the labyrinth. He dived through crooked lanes, more like cracks than streets. After about 20 turns, describing an unthinkable shape, he paused to listen. No sound of pursuit. Impossible anyway. The streets thick with soundless snow. Behind Red Lion Court, however, he noticed someone had cleared snow for 20 yards, leaving wet cobblestones. He thought little of it, plunging deeper. But a few hundred yards on, stopping again, his heart stopped too. From that stone space came the clinking crutch and laboring feet of the infernal cripple. The sky above was heavy with snow clouds, leaving London in premature darkness. Alley walls beside Syme were blind, featureless. He felt a new urge to break out, back to the open, lamp-lit street. Yet he wandered long before hitting the main road, much farther up than expected. He emerged into what seemed the vast void of Ludgate Circus, seeing St. Paul's Cathedral against the sky. Startled by the empty roads as if plague-swept, he rationalized. Deep snow. Sunday. At the word Sunday he bit his lip. The word now, a dirty pun. Under the white snow fog, the city's air turned queer green, like being underwater. The sealed sunset behind St. Paul's held smoky, sinister colors, sickly green, dead red, decaying bronze, just bright enough to highlight the snow's solid whiteness. Against these dreary colors rose the cathedral's black bulk. Atop, a random splash of snow clung like to an alpine peak, accidentally draping the dome from its highest point, outlining the orb and cross in perfect silver. Seeing it, Syme straightened, involuntarily saluting with his stick. He knew his evil shadow crept behind, fast or slow. He didn't care. It seemed a symbol of human faith that while skies darkened, earth's high place was bright. Devils might hold heaven, but not yet the cross. He felt a new impulse to tear out this pursuing paralytic's secret. At the court entrance onto the circus, he turned, stick in hand, to face his pursuer. Professor de Worms came slowly round the alley corner, unnatural form outlined against a gas lamp, irresistibly recalling the nursery rhyme's crooked man. He looked twisted by the tortuous streets. He came nearer, lamplight on lifted spectacles, patient face. Syme waited like St. George for the dragon, for final explanation or death. The old professor came right up and past him like a total stranger, without even blinking his mournful eyelids. This silent, unexpected innocence left Syme furious. The man's colorless face and manner seemed to assert the pursuit was accidental. Syme felt galvanized, part bitterness, part boyish derision. He wildly gestured, as if to knock the hat off, called, "Catch me if you can," and raced across the white circus. Concealment was impossible. Looking back, he saw the black figure coming after him, with long strides, like a runner winning a mile race. But the head on that bounding body was still pale, grave, professional, a lecturer's head on a harlequin's body. This outrageous chase sped across Ludgate Circus, up Ludgate Hill, round St. Paul's, along Cheapside, Syme recalling all nightmares. Then Syme broke towards the river, ending near the docks. Seeing a low, lit pub's yellow panes, he flung himself in, ordered beer. It was a foul tavern, sprinkled with foreign sailors, a place for opium or knives. A moment later, Professor de Worms entered, sat carefully, asked for milk. Chapter 8. The Professor Explains. When Gabriel Syme finally settled into a chair, facing the fixed, lifted eyebrows and leaden eyelids of the professor, his fears returned fully. This incomprehensible man from the council had definitely pursued him. If the man had one persona as a paralytic and another as a pursuer, the contrast made him more interesting, but hardly more comforting. It offered little solace that Syme couldn't figure out the professor, if the professor somehow figured him out. He drained a whole pewter mug of ale before the professor touched his milk. One possibility, however, kept him hopeful, yet helpless. Maybe this escapade meant something other than suspicion. Perhaps it was a regular sign or ritual. Maybe the new Thursday was always chased along Cheapside, like the new Lord Mayor being escorted. He was selecting a cautious question when the old professor suddenly cut him short, asking bluntly, without preamble, "Are you a policeman?" Whatever Syme expected, it wasn't this. Even his sharp mind only managed to reply with clumsy humor. "A policeman?" he said, laughing vaguely. "Whatever made you think of a policeman in connection with me?" "Simple enough," the professor answered patiently. "I thought you looked like a policeman. I still think so." "Did I take a policeman's hat by mistake?" Syme asked, smiling wildly. "Do I have a number stuck on me? Do my boots look watchful? Why must I be a policeman? Please, let me be a postman." The professor shook his head gravely, offering no hope, but Syme continued feverishly. "Perhaps I misunderstand your German philosophy. Perhaps policeman is relative. Evolutionarily, the ape fades so gradually into the policeman. I can't detect the shade. The monkey is just the policeman to be. Perhaps a lady on Clapham Common is the policeman that might have been. I don't mind being the policeman that might have been. I don't mind being anything in German thought." "Are you in the police service?" the old man said, ignoring Syme's desperate banter. "Are you a detective?" Syme's heart froze, but his face remained unchanged. "Your suggestion is ridiculous," he began. "Why on earth?" The old man slammed his trembling hand passionately on the rickety table, nearly breaking it. "Did you hear me ask a plain question, you chattering spy?" he shrieked crazily. "Are you or are you not a police detective?" "No!" Syme answered, feeling like he stood on the gallows trap-door. "You swear it," the old man said, leaning across, his dead face becoming hideously alive. "You swear it! You swear it! If you swear falsely, will you be damned? Will the devil dance at your funeral? Will the nightmare sit on your grave? No mistake? You are an anarchist, a dynamiter. Above all, not a detective, not in the British police." He leaned his elbow far across the table, cupping his large hand to his ear. "I am not in the British police," Syme said, with insane calm. Professor de Worms fell back with a curious air of kind collapse. "That's a pity," he said, "because I am." Syme shot upright, sending the bench crashing behind him. "Because you are what?" he said thickly. "You are what?" "I am a policeman," the professor said with his first broad smile, beaming through his spectacles. "But since you think policeman is relative, I have nothing to do with you. I'm in the British police force, but since you say you aren't, I can only say I met you in a dynamiters club. I suppose I ought to arrest you." He laid on the table an exact copy of the blue card Syme had in his own pocket, his police authority symbol. For a flash, Syme felt the universe had flipped upside down, trees growing downwards, stars under his feet. Then came the opposite conviction. For 24 hours, the cosmos had been upside down, but now the capsized universe righted itself. This devil he fled all day was just an elder brother from his own house, laughing at him from across the table. He didn't ask details, he just knew the happy, silly fact that this oppressive shadow was just a friend trying to catch up. Simultaneously, he knew he was a fool and a free man. Recovery from morbidity involves healthy humiliation. At such points, only three things are possible: perpetuating satanic pride, tears, or laughter. Syme's ego clung to the first for seconds, then suddenly chose the third. Tossing his own blue police ticket onto the table, he threw his head back until his yellow beard pointed at the ceiling and shouted with barbaric laughter. Even in that noisy den, filled with clattering plates, voices, struggles, Syme's Homeric mirth made many drunken men look round. "What you're laughing at, governor?" asked one dock worker. "At myself," Syme answered, dissolving again into ecstatic relief. "Pull yourself together," said the professor, "or you'll get hysterical. Have more beer. I'll join you." "You haven't drunk your milk," Syme said. "My milk!" the other echoed with withering contempt. "My milk! Think I'd touch that beastly stuff away from those bloody anarchists? We're all Christians here, perhaps," glancing around. "Not strict ones. Finish my milk? Great heavens, yes, I'll finish it." He knocked the tumbler off the table, shattering glass and splashing fluid. Syme stared happily. "I understand now," he cried. "Of course you're not an old man at all." "Can't take my face off here," replied Professor de Worms. "Elaborate makeup. As for being old, not for me to say. 38 last birthday." "Yes, but, I mean," Syme said impatiently, "there's nothing wrong with you." "Yes," the other said dispassionately, "I get colds." Syme's laughter held wild relief. He laughed at the paralytic professor being a young actor dressed up, but he felt he'd have laughed if a pepper shaker fell over. The false professor drank, wiped his false beard. "Did you know," he asked, "that Gogol was one of us?" "Me? No," Syme answered, surprised. "But didn't you?" "Knew no more than the dead," replied the man called de Worms. "Thought the president meant me." I rattled in my boots. "And I thought he meant me," Syme said, laughing recklessly. "Had my hand on my revolver." "So did I," the professor said grimly. "So did Gogol, evidently." Syme struck the table. "Why, there were 3 of us," he cried. 3 out of 7 is a fighting number. If only we'd known. Professor de Worm's face darkened. He didn't look up. "We were 3, he said. "If we'd been 300, still couldn't have done anything." "Not 300 against 4? Syme asked, jeering boisterously. "No," the professor said soberly. "Not 300 against Sunday." The name struck Syme cold and serious. Laughter died in his heart. The unforgettable president's face sprang to mind, startling as a colored photo. He noted this difference. Sunday's satellites' faces blurred with memory, but Sunday seemed more real in absence, like a portrait slowly coming alive. Silent moments passed. Then Syme's speech rushed out like champagne foam. "Professor," he cried, "it's intolerable. Are you afraid of this man?" The professor lifted heavy lids, gazing with large, wide-open, almost ethereally honest blue eyes. "Yes, I am," he said mildly. "So are you." Syme was dumbstruck. Then he rose erect, like an insulted man, pushing the chair away. Yes, he said indescribably. You're right. I fear him. Therefore I swear by God I'll seek this man I fear until I find him and strike him on the mouth. If heaven were his throne, earth his footstool, I swear I'd pull him down. How? Asked the staring professor. Why? Because I fear him, Syme said, and no man should leave anything in the universe he fears. De Worms blinked with blind wonder, tried to speak, but Syme continued low, with inhuman exultation. Who'd condescend to strike things he doesn't fear? Debase himself to be merely brave, like a prize fighter? Stoop to be fearless, like a tree? Fight what you fear. Remember the tale of the English clergyman giving last rites to the Sicilian brigand? On his deathbed, the robber said, "No money, but advice for life. Thumb on the blade, strike upwards. So I say, strike upwards, even at the stars." The other looked at the ceiling. A pose trick. Sunday is a fixed star, he said. You'll see him fall, Syme said, putting on his hat. His decisive gesture drew the professor vaguely up. Any idea, he asked, benevolently bewildered, where you're going? Yes, Syme replied shortly. To prevent this bomb being thrown in Paris. Any conception how? Inquired the other. No, Syme said equally decisively. You remember, resumed the so-called De Worms, stroking his beard, looking out. When we broke up hastily, atrocity arrangements were left to the Marquis and Dr. Bull. The Marquis is probably crossing the Channel now, but where he'll go, what he'll do, doubtful even the President knows. Certainly we don't. Only man who knows is Dr. Bull. Confound it, cried Syme, and we don't know where he is. Yes, the other said absently. I know where he is. Will you tell me? Syme asked eagerly. I'll take you there, the professor said, taking his own hat. Syme stood rigidly excited. What do you mean? He asked sharply. Will you join me? Take the risk? Young man, the professor said pleasantly, amused you think I'm a coward. On that, one word, in your rhetorical style. You think pulling down the president possible? I know it's impossible, and I'm going to try. Opening the tavern door, letting in bitter air, they went out together into dark dockside streets. Most snow was melted or muddied, but gray clots remained. Small streets were sloppy, pooled, reflecting flaming lamps irregularly, like fragments of a fallen world. Syme felt dazed, stepping through growing light/shadow confusion. His companion walked briskly towards where, street end, an inch of lamplit river looked like a flame bar. Where are you going? Syme asked. Just now, answered the professor. Round the corner to see if Dr. Bull's gone to bed. He's hygienic, retires early. Dr. Bull! Exclaimed Syme. Lives round the corner? No, answered his friend. Lives some way off, other side of river, but we can tell from here if he's gone to bed. Turning the corner, facing the dim, flame-flecked river, he pointed across. On the Surrey side, a cluster of tall tenements jutted into the Thames, seeming to overhang it, dotted with lights, rising insanely high like factory chimneys. One block especially looked like a 100-eyed Tower of Babel. Syme, never having seen American skyscrapers, could only think of dream buildings. Even as he stared, the highest light in this lit turret abruptly went out, like the black Argus winking one eye. Professor De Worms swung round, struck his stick against his boot. Too late, he said. Hygienic doctor's gone to bed. What do you mean? Syme asked. Lives over there? Yes, said De Worms. Behind that window you can't see. Come, get dinner. Must call tomorrow morning. Without more talk, he led through byways to the East India Dock road's flare and clamor. The professor, knowing the area, went where lit shops fell back into abrupt twilight, where an old white inn, dilapidated, stood back 20 feet. Find good English inns left by accident everywhere, like fossils, the professor explained. once found a decent place in the West End. Suppose, Syme smiled, this is the corresponding decent place in the East End. It is, the professor said, reverently entering. There they dined and slept thoroughly. Beans and bacon, cooked well, Burgundy emerging astonishingly from cellars, crowned Syme's sense of new comradeship. Through his ordeal, root horror was isolation. No words for the abyss between isolation and one ally. Mathematicians say 4 is twice 2. But 2 isn't twice 1. 2 is 2,000 times 1. That's why, despite disadvantages, the world always returns to monogamy. Syme poured out his outrageous tale. Gregory, tavern, river. Idly, amply, luxuriantly, like with old friends. The man impersonating de Worms was equally communicative. His story almost as silly. Good get-up, Syme said, draining Macon wine. Better than old Gogol's. Even initially, thought he was too hairy. Artistic theory difference, the professor replied pensively. Gogol was idealist, made up as abstract ideal anarchist. I'm realist, portrait painter. No, inadequate expression. I am a portrait. Don't understand, Syme said. I am a portrait, repeated the professor, of celebrated Professor de Worms, who is, I believe, in Naples. Mean you're made up like him, Syme said. Doesn't he know you're taking his nose in vain? Knows right enough, replied his friend cheerfully. Then why doesn't he denounce you? I have denounced him, answered the professor. Do explain, Syme said. With pleasure, if you don't mind my story, replied the eminent foreign philosopher. I'm an actor, named Wilkes. On stage, mixed with all sorts, bohemian, blackguard. Touched turf edge, art riff-raff, occasionally political refugee. In some exiled dreamer's den, introduced to great German nihilist philosopher, Professor de Worms, gathered little beyond appearance, disgusting, studied carefully, understood he proved universe's destructive principle was God, hence insisted on furious, incessant energy, rending things. Energy, he said, was all. He was lame, short-sighted, partially paralytic, met him frivolously, disliked him immensely, resolved to imitate. If draftsman, drawn caricature, only actor, could only act caricature, made myself wild exaggeration of old professor's dirty self, entered room full of supporters, expected laughter roar or indignation roar, surprise, respectful silence, then murmur of admiration after I spoke. Perfect artist's curse fell. Too subtle, too true. Thought I really was great nihilist professor. Healthy young man then. Confess it was a blow. Before recovering, admirers ran up radiating indignation. Told me public insult in next room. Inquired nature. Impertinent fellow dressed as preposterous parody of myself. Drank too much champagne. Flash of folly. Decided to see through. Consequently, real professor entered room to meet company's glare, and my lifted eyebrows, freezing eyes. Needless collision. Pessimists looked anxiously from professor to professor, see who more feeble. But I won. Old man, poor health, couldn't be impressively feeble as young actor, prime of life. See, he really had paralysis, definite limitation. Couldn't be jolly paralytic as I was. Tried blasting claims intellectually, countered simply. Whenever he said something nobody but he understood, I replied something I couldn't understand myself. Don't fancy, he said, you worked out principal evolution only negation, since in here's introduction of lacuna, essential differentiation. Replied scornfully, read all that in Pinkwart's, notion involution functioned eugenically exposed long ago by Glumpe. Unnecessary to say, no such people as Pinkwart's Glumpe. People around, surprisingly, seemed to remember them well. Professor, finding learned mysterious method, left him mercy of enemy deficient in scruples, fell back on popular wit. I see, he sneered, you prevail like false pig in Aesop. And you fail, I answered smiling, like hedgehog in Montaigne. Need I say, no hedgehog in Montaigne? Your claptrap comes off, he said. So would your beard. No intelligent answer. Quite true. Rather witty. but laughed heartily, answered, like Pantheist's boots, random, turned heel with victory honors. Real professor thrown out, not violently, though one man patiently tried pulling off nose. Now, believe received everywhere Europe as delightful impostor. Apparent earnestness, anger, see, make him more entertaining. Well, Syme said, understand putting on dirty beard for night's joke, don't understand never taking off. That's rest of story, said impersonator. When left company, followed by applause, went limping down dark street, hoping far enough walk humanly. Astonishment, turning corner, felt touch, shoulder, turning, found under enormous policeman shadow, told me wanted, struck paralytic attitude, cried high German accent, yes, wanted, by oppressed world, arresting me charge being great anarchist, Professor de Worms. Policeman impassively consulted paper, no sir, civilly, at least, not exactly sir, arresting charge, not being celebrated anarchist, Professor de Worms. Charge, if criminal, certainly lighter. Went along, doubtful, not dismayed. Shown rooms, eventually, police officer presence, explained serious campaign opened against anarchy centers. This successful masquerade might be valuable public safety. Offered good salary this little blue card. Conversation short. Struck me man, massive common sense, humor. Cannot tell much personally because Syme laid down knife, fork. I know, he said, because talked in dark room. Professor de Worms nodded, drained glass. Chapter 9. The Man in Spectacles. Burgundy is a jolly thing, the professor said, sadly, setting his glass down. You don't look like it is, Syme said. You drink it like medicine. Excuse my manner, the professor said dismally. My position is odd. Inside I'm bursting with boyish fun, but I acted the paralytic professor so well I can't stop. Among friends, no need for disguise. Still can't help speaking slow, wrinkling forehead, like it's mine. Can be happy, understand, but paralyzingly. Buoyant exclamations leap up, come out different. Hear me say, buck up, old cock. Bring tears to your eyes. It does, Syme said. But I think, apart from that, you're really worried. The professor started, looked steadily. Very clever fellow, he said. Pleasure working with you. Yes, heavy cloud in head. Great problem, sinking bald brow and hands. Then low voice. Can you play the piano? Yes, Syme said, simply wondering. Supposed to have good touch. Then, as other didn't speak, added, trust great cloud lifted. After long silence, professor said from hand cavern, would have done just as well if you could work typewriter. Thank you, Syme said. You flatter me. Listen, said the other, remember who we see tomorrow. You and I attempt something more dangerous than stealing crown jewels. Try and steal secret from sharp, strong, wicked man. Believe no man, except president, of course, so startlingly formidable as that little grinning fellow in goggles. Not perhaps white-hot enthusiasm to death, mad martyrdom for anarchy, like secretary. But that very fanaticism has human pathos, almost redeeming. Little doctor has brutal sanity more shocking than secretary's disease. Notice detestable virility, vitality, bounces like rubber ball. Depend on it, Sunday wasn't asleep. Wonder if he ever sleeps. Locking up outrage plans in Dr. Bull's round black head. And you think, Syme said, this unique monster soothed if I play piano? Don't be an ass, said his mentor. Mentioned piano because gives quick, independent fingers. Syme, if we go through interview, come out sane or alive, need signal code this brute won't see. Made rough alphabetical cipher, 5 fingers, like this, rippling fingers on table. B-A-D, bad, word we may frequently require. Syme poured more wine, began studying scheme. Abnormally quick brain puzzles, hands conjuring, quickly learned conveying simple messages by idle taps. But wine, companionship always inspired farcical ingenuity. Professor soon struggled with new languages too vast energy through Syme's heated brain. Need several word signs, Syme said seriously. Likely words, fine shades. Favorite word coeval. Yours? Stop playing goat, Professor said plaintively. Don't know how serious. Lush, too, Syme said, shaking head sagely. Must have lush. Word for grass, no? Imagine, Professor asked furiously. Talking to Dr. Bull about grass? Several ways approach subject, Syme reflected. Word introduced without seeming forced. Might say, Dr. Bull, as revolutionist, remember tyrant once advised eat grass. Indeed many of us, looking on fresh lush summer grass. Understand, said other, this is tragedy. Perfectly, replied Syme. Always be comic in tragedy. What else can you do? Wish language had wider scope. Suppose couldn't extend fingers to toes. Involve pulling off boots, socks during conversation, however unobtrusively performed. Syme, friend said sternly simple, go to bed. Syme, however, sat up considerably mastering new code. Awakened next morning, east still dark, found gray-bearded ally standing ghost-like beside bed. Syme sat up blinking, collected thoughts, threw off bedclothes, stood up, seemed curious way all safety, sociability of night fell with clothes, stood in cold danger air, still felt entire trust, loyalty towards companion, but trust between two men going scaffold. Well, Syme said forced cheerfulness, pulling trousers, dreamt of alphabet. Take long, make up? Professor no answer, gazed front, eyes, color wintry sea. Syme repeated question. I say, take long invent all this. Considered good at these things, good hours grind, learn all on spot? Professor silent, eyes wide open, wore fixed but very small smile. How long take you? Professor didn't move. Confound you, can't answer? Syme called out, sudden anger with fear underneath. Whether Professor could answer, he did not. Syme stared back, stiff parchment face, blank blue eyes. First thought, Professor mad. Second, more frightful. After all, what knew about queer creature heedlessly accepted friend? What knew, except man at anarchist breakfast told ridiculous tale? How improbable another friend beside Gogol. Was silence sensational war declaration? Was adamantine stare, awful sneer, threefold traitor, turned last time? Stood, strained ears, heartless silence. Almost fancied hear dynamiters capturing him shifting softly corridor outside. Then eyes strayed downwards, burst laughing. Though Professor stood voiceless statue, 5 dumb fingers danced alive dead table. Syme watched twinkling talking hand, read clearly message, I will only talk like this. Must get used to it. Rapt answer impatience relief. All right, let's get breakfast. Took hats, stick silence, but Syme took sword stick, held hard. Paused minutes only stuffed down coffee, coarse, thick sandwiches, coffee stall, then way across river. Under gray, growing light looked desolate Acheron. Reached bottom huge building block seen across river. Began silence mount naked, numberless stone steps. Pausing, now then, short remarks, banister rail. About every other flight past window. Each showed pale, tragic dawn lifting laboriously London. From each innumerable slate roofs looked leaden surges gray, troubled sea after rain. Syme, increasingly conscious new adventure, somehow, quality cold sanity, worse than wild past adventures. Last night, tall tenements seemed tower dream. Now went up weary, perpetual steps. Daunted, bewildered, almost infinite series. Not hot horror dream or anything might be exaggeration, delusion. Infinity, more like empty infinity arithmetic, something unthinkable yet necessary thought, or like stunning astronomy statements, distance fixed stars. Ascending house reason, thing more hideous than unreason itself. By time reached Dr. Bull's landing, last window showed harsh, white dawn-edged banks kind coarse red, more like red clay than red cloud. When entered Dr. Bull's bare garret, full of light, Syme haunted half-historic memory connection empty rooms, austere daybreak. Moments saw Garrett, Dr. Bull's sitting writing table, remembered memory was French Revolution, should have been black guillotine outline against heavy red-white morning. Dr. Bull white shirt, black breeches only, cropped dark head might well just come out wig, might have been Marat or more slipshod Robespierre. Yet when seen properly, French fancy fell away, Jacobins idealists. About this man murderous materialism. Position gave somewhat new appearance. Strong, white morning light one side creating sharp shadows, made scene both more pale, more angular than looked breakfast balcony. Thus 2 black glasses encased eyes might really been black cavity's skull, making look death's head. Indeed, if ever death himself sat writing wooden table, might been he. Looked up, smiled brightly enough as men came in, rose, resilient rapidity, professor spoken. Set chairs both, going peg behind door, proceeded put on coat, waistcoat rough, dark tweed, buttoned neatly, came back sit table. Quiet, good humor manner, left 2 opponents helpless. Some momentary difficulty, professor broke silence began. Sorry disturbed so early, comrade. Careful resumption, slow de Worms manner. No doubt, made all arrangements Paris affair? Then added infinite slowness. Have information renders intolerable anything nature moments delay. Dr. Bull smiled again, continued gaze without speaking. Professor resumed, pause before each weary word. Please do not think excessively abrupt, but advise alter plans, or if too late, follow agent all support can get. Comrade Syme and I had experience would take more time recount than can afford if act on it. Will, however, relate occurrence detail, even risk losing time, if really feel essential understanding problem discuss. Spinning out sentences, intolerably long, lingering, hope, maddening, practical little doctor into impatience explosion, might show hand. But little doctor continued only stare, smile, monologue uphill work. Syme began feel new sickness, despair. Doctor smile, silence not at all like cataleptic stare, horrible silence confronted professor half-hour before. About professor's makeup, antics, always something merely grotesque, like gollywog. Syme remembered wild woes yesterday, as remembers being afraid, bogey childhood. But here daylight, here healthy, square-shouldered man-tweeds, not odd save accident ugly spectacles, not glaring or grinning, smiling steadily, not saying word. Whole had sense, unbearable reality. Under increasing sunlight colors, doctor's complexion, pattern tweeds, grew, expanded outrageously, as such things grow too important realistic novel. But smile quite slight, pose head polite, only uncanny thing silence. As I say, resumed professor, like man toiling heavy sand, incident occurred us, let ask information marquee, one you may think better have narrated, but as came way comrade Syme, rather than me, words seemed dragging out like anthem words. But Syme, watching, saw long fingers rattle quickly, edge crazy table. Read message, you must go on, this devil sucked me dry. Syme plunged breech bravado improvisation, always came alarmed. Yes, thing really happened me, hastily said. Had good fortune, fall conversation detective took me, thanks at, respectable person. Wishing clench reputation respectability, took him, made very drunk Savoy. Under influence became friendly, told me so many words within day or two hope arrest Marquis France. So unless you or I get on track, doctor still smiling most friendly way, protected eyes still impenetrable. Professor signaled Syme resume explanation. Began again, same elaborate calm. Syme immediately brought information me. Came here together see what use would be inclined make. Seems me unquestionably urgent that, all this time, Syme staring doctor almost steadily, as doctor stared professor, quite without smile. Nerves, both comrades and arms, near snapping under strain, motionless amiability. When Syme suddenly leant forward, idly tapped table edge. Message ally ran. I have intuition. Professor, scarcely paused monologue, signaled back. Then sit on it. Syme telegraphed, "It is quite extraordinary." Other answered, "Extraordinary rot." Syme said, "I am poet." Other retorted, "You are a dead man." Syme gone quite red, up yellow hair, eyes burning feverishly. As said had intuition, risen, sort light-headed certainty. Resuming symbolic taps, signaled friend. You scarcely realize how poetic intuition is. Has sudden quality sometimes feel coming spring. Then studied answer friend's fingers. Answer was, "Go to hell." Professor then resumed merely verbal monologue addressed doctor. Perhaps rather say, Syme tapped fingers, resembles sudden smell sea may be found heart lush woods. Companion disdained reply. Or yet again, tapped Syme, positive, as is passionate red hair beautiful woman. Professor continuing speech, but middle Syme decided act. Leant across table, said voice could not be neglected. Dr. Bull! Doctor's sleek smiling head, not move, but could sworn under dark glasses eyes darted towards Syme. Dr. Bull, Syme said, voice peculiarly precise, courteous, would you do small favor? Would you be kind as take off spectacles? Professor swung round seat, stared. Syme sort, frozen fury astonishment. Syme like man thrown life. Fortune table leaned forward fiery face. Doctor not move. Few seconds silence which here pin drop. Split once single hoot distant steamer Thames. Then Dr. Bull rose slowly, still smiling, took off spectacles. Syme sprang feet, stepping backwards little, like chemical lecturer's successful explosion. Eyes like stars, instant could only point without speaking. Professor also started feet, forgetful supposed paralysis. Leant back chair, stared doubtfully Dr. Bull, as if doctor turned toad before eyes. Indeed, almost great transformation scene. Two detectives saw sitting chair before them very boyish-looking young man, very frank, happy hazel eyes, open expression, cockney clothes like city clerk, unquestionable breath about him being very good, rather commonplace. Smile still there, but might been first smile baby. Knew I was poet, cried Syme sore ecstasy. Knew intuition infallible pope. Was spectacles did it. All spectacles. Given beastly black eyes, all rest him health, jolly looks, made him live devil among dead ones. Certainly does make queer difference, Professor said shakily. But as regards Project Dr. Bull, Project be damned, roared Syme beside himself. Look at him, look face, look collar, look blessed boots. Don't suppose, do you, that thing's anarchist? Syme, cried other apprehensive agony. Why, by God, Syme said, I'll take risk that myself. Dr. Bull, I am police officer. There's my card, flung down blue card table. Professor still feared all lost, but loyal. Pulled out own official card, put beside friends. Then third man burst laughing, first time morning heard voice. Awfully glad chaps come so early, he said. Sort schoolboy flippancy, for can all start France together. Yes, I'm in force right enough. Flicked blue card towards them lightly matter form. Clapping brisk bowler head, resuming goblin glasses, doctor moved quickly towards door. Others instinctively followed. Syme seemed little distracted, as passed under doorway suddenly struck stick-stone passage so rang. But Lord God Almighty, cried out, if this all right, there were more damned detectives than damned dynamiters at damned council. Might have fought easily, Bull said. We're 4 against 3. Professor, descending stairs, voice came up below. No, said voice, we're not 4 against 3, not so lucky. We're 4 against 1. Others went downstairs. Silence. Young man called Bull, innocent courtesy characteristic him, insisted going last until reached street. But their own robust rapidity, asserted unconsciously, walked quickly ahead towards railway inquiry office, talking others over shoulder. Jolly get some pals, he said. Been half dead jumps, being quite alone. Nearly flung arms round Gogol, embraced him, which would been imprudent. Hope won't despise me, having been blue funk. All blue devils blue hell, Syme said. contributed my blue funk, but worst devil was you, your infernal goggles. Young man laughed delightedly. Wasn't it rag? He said. Such simple idea. Not my own. Haven't got brains. See? Wanted go detective service. Especially anti-dynamite business. But that purpose wanted someone dress-up dynamiter. All swore by blazes. I could never look like dynamiter. Said very walk respectable. Seen behind looked like British Constitution. Said looked too healthy, too optimistic, too reliable, benevolent. Called all sorts names Scotland Yard. Said if been criminal, might made fortune looking so like honest man, but as had misfortune be honest man, not even remotest chance assisting them ever looking like criminal, but last brought before some old josser high up force, seemed no in his shoulders. There others all talked hopelessly. One asked whether bushy beard hide nice smile. Another said if black face might look like Negro anarchist. But this old chap chipped in most extraordinary remark. Pair smoke spectacles will do it, he said positively. Look him now. Looks like angelic office boy. Put him pair smoke spectacles, children scream sight him. And so it was, by George. When once eyes covered, all rest smile, big shoulders, short hair, made me look perfect little devil. As say, simple enough when done, like miracles, but wasn't really miraculous part. One really staggering thing about business, my head still turns at it. What was that? Syme asked. I'll tell you, answered man spectacles. This big pot police who sized me up so, knew how goggles go with hair, socks. By God, he never saw me at all. Syme's eyes suddenly flashed him. How was that? Asked. Thought talked him. So I did, Bull said brightly, but talked pitch dark room like coal cellar. There, you never guessed that. Could not have conceived it, Syme said gravely. Indeed, new idea, Professor said. Their new ally was Practical Matters Whirlwind. Inquiry office asked business-like brevity trains Dover. Got information? Bundled company cab? Put them, himself, inside railway carriage before properly realized breathless process. Already Calais boat before conversation flowed freely. Already arranged, explained. Go France lunch, but delighted have someone lunch with me. See? Had sent beast, Marquise, over bomb, because President had eye me, though God knows how. Tell story some day. Perfectly choking. Whenever tried slip out saw President somewhere, smiling bow window club, or taking hat me top omnibus. Tell you, can say what like, fellow sold himself devil, can be 6 places once. So sent Marquis off, understand, Professor asked. Was long ago. Shall be time catch him? Yes, answered new guide. Timed all. He'll still be Calais when arrive. But when catch him Calais, Professor said, what go and do? At this question countenance, Dr. Bull fell first time. Reflected little, then said, theoretically, suppose, ought call police. Not I, Syme said. Theoretically ought drown myself first, promised poor fellow. Real modern pessimist, word honor not tell police. No hand casuistry, can't break word modern pessimist. Like breaking word child. In same boat, Professor said. Tried tell police. Couldn't, because some silly oath took. See, when actor sort all round beast. Perjury or treason only crime haven't committed. If did, shouldn't know difference, right, wrong. Been through all that, Dr. Bull said, made up mind. Gave promise secretary. Know him. Man smiles upside down. My friends, man most utterly unhappy man ever human. May be digestion, or conscience, or nerves, or philosophy universe, but damned, he's hell. Well, can't turn man like that, hunt down. Like whipping leper, may be mad, but that's how feel. There's jolly well end of it. Don't think mad, Syme said. Knew would decide like that when first you. E.H., Dr. Bull said. When first took off spectacles, Dr. Bull smiled a little, strolled across deck-look sunlit sea. Then strolled back again, kicking heels carelessly. Companionable silence fell between three men. Well, Syme said, seems to have all same kind morality or immorality, so better face fact comes of it. Yes, assented Professor. Quite right, must hurry up, for can see grey nose standing out France. Fact comes of it, Syme said seriously. This, that we three alone planet. Gogol gone, God knows where. Perhaps President smashed him like fly. On council, 3 men against 3, like Romans held bridge. But worse off than that. First, because they can appeal organization, we cannot appeal ours. Second, because one of the 3 men, Professor said, is not man. Syme nodded, silent second or two, then said, my idea this. Must do something. Keep Marquis Calais till tomorrow midday. Turned over 20 schemes head. Cannot denounce him dynamiter. Agreed. Cannot get detained trivial charge, for should have a peer. Knows us. Would smell rat. Cannot pretend keep him anarchist business. Might swallow much that way, but not notion stopping Calais while Czar went safely through Paris. Might try kidnap him, lock up ourselves, but well-known man here. Whole bodyguard friends, very strong, brave, event doubtful. Only thing can see do is actually take advantage, very things, favor Marquis. Going prophet fact, highly respected nobleman. Going prophet fact, has many friends, moves best society. What devil talking about? Professor asked. Syme's first mentioned 14th century, Syme said. But tradition 1 rode behind Bruce Bannockburn. Since 1353, quite clear. He's gone off head, little doctor said, staring. Our bearings, continued Syme calmly, are argent a chevron gules charged with 3 crosses of the field. Motto varies. Professor sees Syme roughly waistcoat. Just inshore, he said. Seasick or joking wrong place? My remarks almost painfully practical, answered Syme, unhurried manner. House Street Eustache, also very ancient. Marquise cannot deny, gentlemen. Cannot deny, I am, gentlemen. And order put matter social position quite beyond doubt. Propose earliest opportunity knock hat off. But here we are, harbor. Went shore under strong sun sort days. Syme, now taken led as bull taken London, led along kind marine parade until came some cafes, embowered bulk greenery overlooking sea. As went before them, stepped slightly swaggering, swung stick like sword, making apparently extreme inline cafes, but stopped abruptly. Sharp gesture motioned silence, but pointed one gloved finger cafe table under bank flowering foliage, at which sat Marquis de Saint-Eustache, teeth shining thick, black beard, bold, brown, face shadowed light yellow straw hat, outlined against violet sea. Chapter 10. The Duel. Syme settled down at a cafe table with his friends, his blue eyes shining like the sea below. He eagerly ordered a bottle of wine, feeling strangely cheerful for some reason. His spirits were already high, and they climbed even higher as the wine level dropped. Within half an hour he was talking a stream of delightful nonsense. He claimed he was drafting the conversation he planned to have with the deadly Marquis, scribbling it wildly on paper like a script. It was set up like a question and answer session, and he recited it with incredible speed. I'll walk up, I'll take off my hat before he takes off his. I'll say, the Marquis de Saint-Eustache, I presume. He'll reply, the famous Mr. Syme, I imagine. He'll ask in perfect French, how are you? I'll answer in my best London slang, oh, just the Syme. Oh, shut up, the man with glasses interrupted. Get yourself together and throw that paper away. What are you actually going to do? But it was such a lovely script, Syme said sadly. Please let me read it to you. It only has 43 questions and answers, and some of the Marquis's replies are wonderfully clever. I like to be fair to my enemy. But what's the point? Asked Dr. Bull, frustrated. It leads up to my challenge, you see, Syme said, beaming. When the Marquis gives the 39th answer, which goes, "Has it possibly occurred to you," the professor asked, with heavy simplicity, "that the Marquis might not say all 43 things you've written for him? If that happens, I imagine your witty remarks might sound a bit forced." Syme banged the table, his face radiant. "Wow, that's so true," he said, "and I never even thought of it. Sir, you have an extraordinary intellect. You'll make a name for yourself." "Oh, you're completely drunk," said the doctor. "The only thing left," Syme continued, unbothered, "is to find another way to break the ice, so to speak, between myself and the man I intend to kill. And since a conversation can't be predicted by just one person involved, as you pointed out so brilliantly, I suppose the only thing to do is for one person to handle as much of the dialogue as possible. And by George, I will." He stood up suddenly, his yellow hair blowing in the light sea breeze. A band played somewhere hidden among the trees, and a woman had just finished singing. To Syme's excited mind, the brass band sounded like the jarring music from that street organ in Leicester Square, the tune he had once prepared to die to. He looked across at the small table where the Marquis sat. The man now had 2 companions, serious-looking Frenchmen in formal coats and silk hats. One wore the red rosette of the Legion of Honor, clearly men of high social standing. Compared to their stiff black outfits, the Marquis, in his loose straw hat and light spring clothes, looked almost like a bohemian, even wild. But he still looked like the Marquis. In fact, one might say he looked like a king, with his animal grace, disdainful eyes, and proud head held high against the purple sea. But he certainly wasn't a Christian king. He seemed more like some dark ruler, half Greek, half Asian, from a time when slavery was normal, looking down at the Mediterranean, his ship, and his suffering slaves. Syme thought such a tyrant's brown gold face would have looked just like that against dark green olive trees and the bright blue water. "Are you planning to make a speech?" the professor asked irritably, noticing Syme still standing there motionless. Syme finished his last glass of sparkling wine. "I am," he said, pointing towards the Marquis and his friends, "to that gathering. That gathering displeases me. I am going to pull that gathering's big, ugly, mahogany-colored nose." He walked across quickly, though perhaps not entirely steadily. The Marquis, seeing him approach, raised his dark eyebrows in surprise, but smiled politely. "You are Mr. Syme, I believe," he said. Syme bowed. "And you are the Marquis de Saint-Eustache," he replied gracefully. "Allow me to pull your nose." He leaned forward to do so, but the Marquis jumped back, knocking over his chair. The 2 men in top hats grabbed Syme by the shoulders. "This man has insulted me," Syme declared, gesturing for emphasis. "Insulted you?" cried the gentleman with the red rosette. "When?" "Oh, just now," Syme said casually. "He insulted my mother." "Insulted your mother?" the gentleman exclaimed, skeptical. "Well, all right," Syme conceded. "My aunt." "But how could the Marquis have insulted your aunt just now?" the second gentleman asked, reasonably puzzled. "He's been sitting right here." "Ah, it was what he said," Syme declared darkly. "I didn't say anything at all," said the Marquis, "except something about the band. I only said I liked Wagner played well. It was a reference to my family," Syme stated firmly. "My aunt played Wagner badly. It's a sore subject. We're always being insulted about it." "This seems highly unusual," said the decorated gentleman, looking doubtfully at the Marquis. "Oh, I assure you," Syme said earnestly, "your entire conversation was packed with subtle insults about my aunt's weaknesses." "This is ridiculous," said the second gentleman. "I haven't said anything for half an hour except that I liked the singing of that girl with black hair." "Well, there you go again," Syme said indignantly. "My aunt's hair was red." "It seems to me," said the other man, "that you are simply looking for an excuse to insult the Marquis." "By George," Syme said, turning to face him, "what a clever fellow you are!" The Marquis shot up, his eyes blazing like a tiger's. "Looking for a quarrel with me," he cried. "Seeking a fight with me. By God! No man ever had to look long for that. These gentlemen will perhaps act as my seconds. There are still 4 hours of daylight. Let us fight this evening." Syme bowed with impressive grace. "Marquis," he said, "your response is worthy of your reputation and lineage. Allow me a moment to consult with the gentleman who will represent me." He rejoined his companions in 3 long strides. Having witnessed his wine-fueled attack and listened to his absurd explanations, they were quite taken aback by his appearance now. He was completely sober, a little pale, and spoke in a low, intensely practical voice. "I've done it," he said hoarsely. "I've provoked the beast into a fight. But listen carefully. There's no time for discussion. You are my seconds, and everything must proceed according to your instructions. Now you must insist, absolutely insist, that the duel takes place after 7 tomorrow morning. This gives me a chance to stop him from catching the 7:45 train to Paris. If he misses that train, he misses his chance to commit his crime. He can't refuse such a minor point about time and place, but here's what he'll do. He'll choose a field near a small train station so he can hop on the train afterwards. He's an excellent swordsman and will count on killing me quickly enough to catch it. But I can fence well too, and I think I can keep him busy, at least until the train has passed. Then, maybe he'll kill me just to feel better. Understand? All right then, let me introduce you to some charming friends of mine." Leading them quickly across the promenade, he introduced them to the Marquis's seconds, using very aristocratic names they'd never heard before. Syme occasionally had bursts of remarkable common sense, which weren't usually part of his character. He called them poetic intuitions, like his earlier impulse about the spectacles, and sometimes they reached the level of prophecy. In this case, he had correctly predicted his opponent's strategy. When the Marquis learned from his seconds that Syme could only fight in the morning, he must have realized an obstacle had suddenly appeared between him and his planned bombing in Paris. Naturally, he couldn't explain this to his friends, so he chose the path Syme anticipated. He convinced his seconds to agree on a small meadow near the railway line, trusting he could win the first exchange quickly. When he arrived coolly at the dueling ground, no one would have guessed he was anxious about a journey. His hands were in his pockets, his straw hat tilted back, his handsome face bold in the sun. But a stranger might have found it odd that his entourage included not only his seconds carrying the sword case, but also 2 servants carrying a suitcase and a lunch basket. Though it was early, the sun bathed everything in warmth. Syme was vaguely surprised to see so many spring flowers shining gold and silver in the tall grass where the group stood almost knee-deep. Except for the Marquis, all the men wore somber, formal morning clothes, with hats like black chimney pots. The little doctor, especially with his black spectacles, looked like an undertaker in a comedy. Syme couldn't help but notice the comical contrast between their funereal attire and the rich, sparkling meadow full of wildflowers. But this contrast between yellow blossoms and black hats was just a symbol of the tragic contrast between the yellow blossoms and the dark business at hand. To his right was a small wood. Far to his left lay the long curve of the railway line, which he was, in a way, protecting from the Marquis, for whom it represented both destination and escape. In front of him, behind the dark group of his opponents, he could see a small almond bush in flower against the faint line of the sea, like a tinted cloud. The member of the Legion of Honor, whose name turned out to be Colonel Ducroix, approached the professor and Dr. Bull very politely. He suggested the duel end with the first significant injury. Dr. Bull, however, having been carefully instructed by Syme on this point, insisted with great dignity and in very poor French that the fight continue until one combatant was disabled. Syme had decided he could avoid disabling the Marquis and prevent the Marquis from disabling him for at least 20 minutes. In 20 minutes, the Paris train would be gone. To a man of M. de Saint-Eustache's well-known skill and courage, the professor said solemnly, it must matter little which method we choose. Our principal has strong reasons for requesting the longer encounter, reasons too delicate for me to state explicitly, but for the just and honorable nature of which I can vouch." "Enough!" the Marquis snapped from behind, his face suddenly darkening. "Let's stop talking and begin." He slashed the head off a tall flower with his stick. Syme understood his abrupt impatience and instinctively glanced over his shoulder to see if the train was approaching. But there was no smoke on the horizon. Colonel Ducroix knelt, unlocked the case, and drew out a pair of matched swords. They caught the sunlight and flashed like two streaks of white fire. He offered one to the Marquis, who snatched it without formality, and the other to Syme, who took it, bent it, and tested its balance with as much delay as dignity allowed. Then the colonel took out another pair of blades. Taking one himself and giving the other to Dr. Bull, he proceeded to position the fighters. Both men had removed their coats and vests and stood sword in hand. The seconds stood on either side of the fighting line, also with drawn swords, but still somber in their dark formal coats and hats. The principals saluted. The colonel said quietly, "Engage!" and the two blades touched with a metallic ring. When the vibration of the joined steel ran up Syme's arm, all the fantastic fears that had haunted this story fell away like dreams from someone waking up. He remembered them clearly, the fear of the professor representing the tyranny of nightmares, the fear of the doctor representing the suffocating vacuum of science. One was the old fear that any miracle might happen, the other, the more modern, hopeless fear that no miracle ever could. But he saw these fears were just imaginings. He now faced the great reality of the fear of death, with its harsh, unsentimental common sense. He felt like a man who had dreamed all night of falling off cliffs, only to wake on the morning he was scheduled to be hanged. As soon as he saw the sunlight run down the channel of his opponent's shortened blade, as soon as he felt the two steel tongues touch, vibrating like living things, he knew his enemy was a formidable fighter, and his last hour had likely come. He felt a strange, vivid appreciation for everything around him, for the grass beneath his feet. He felt the love of life in all living things. He could almost imagine hearing the grass grow. He could almost fancy that, even as he stood, fresh flowers were springing up and bursting into bloom in the meadow, blood red, burning gold, and blue flowers, completing the pageant of spring. And whenever his eyes momentarily flickered away from the calm, staring, hypnotic eyes of the Marquis, they saw the small almond tree against the skyline. He felt that if, by some miracle, he escaped, he would be content to sit forever before that almond tree, desiring nothing else in the world. But while the earth and sky and everything held the living beauty of something about to be lost, the other half of his mind was crystal clear. He parried his enemy's thrusts with a kind of mechanical skill he hadn't known he possessed. Once his enemy's point grazed his wrist, leaving a thin streak of blood, but it was either unnoticed or ignored. Every now and then he riposted, and once or twice he almost thought he felt his point connect, but since there was no blood on his blade or the Marquis's shirt, he assumed he was mistaken. Then came an interruption and a shift. Risking everything, the Marquis broke his steady gaze and shot one glance over his shoulder towards the railway line on his right. Then he turned back to Syme, his face transformed into that of a demon, and began to fight as if wielding 20 weapons. The attack was so fast and furious that the single shining sword seemed like a shower of gleaming arrows. Syme had no chance to look at the railway, nor did he need to. He could guess the reason for the Marquis's sudden battle frenzy. The Paris train was in sight. But the Marquis's frantic energy defeated itself. Twice, Syme's parry knocked his opponent's sword far outside the fighting circle. The third time, his riposte was so swift that there was no doubt about the hit. Syme's sword actually bent under the weight of the Marquis's body, which it had pierced. Syme was as certain he had driven his blade into his enemy as a gardener is certain he has stuck his spade into the ground. Yet the Marquis sprang back from the blow without stumbling, leaving Syme staring foolishly at his own sword point. There was no blood on it at all. There was a moment of stunned silence, and then Syme, filled with a burning curiosity, attacked furiously. The Marquis was probably, overall, a better fencer, as Syme had initially suspected, but at that moment he seemed distracted and at a disadvantage. He fought wildly, even weakly, constantly glancing towards the railway line, almost as if he feared the train more than the pointed steel. Syme, however, fought fiercely but carefully, driven by an intellectual fury, eager to solve the mystery of his bloodless sword. For this reason, he aimed less at the Marquis's body and more at his throat and head. A minute and a half later, he felt his point enter the man's neck below the jaw. It came out clean. Half crazed, he thrust again, and made what should have been a bloody cut on the Marquis's cheek. But there was no mark. For a moment, Syme's world darkened again with supernatural terror. Surely the man had a charmed life. But this new spiritual dread was more terrifying than the mere topsy-turvy feeling symbolized by the paralytic who had pursued him. The professor was just a goblin. This man was a devil. Perhaps the devil himself. What was certain was that 3 times a human sword had pierced him and left no mark. When that thought struck Syme, he drew himself up straight, and everything good in him soared like a high wind in the trees. He thought of all the human elements in his story: the Chinese lanterns in Saffron Park, the girl's red hair in the garden, the honest, beer-drinking sailors by the dock, his loyal companions standing by. Perhaps he had been chosen as a champion for all these fresh and kind things, to cross swords with the enemy of all creation. After all, he told himself, I am more than a devil. I am a man. I can do the one thing Satan himself cannot do. I can die. As the word echoed in his mind, he heard a faint, distant hoot, which would soon become the roar of the Paris train. He resumed fighting with a strange lightness, like a Muslim warrior eager for paradise. As the train drew nearer, he imagined people putting up festive decorations in Paris. He felt part of the growing noise and glory of the great republic, whose gate he was guarding against hell. His thoughts soared higher with the rising roar of the train, which climaxed, almost proudly, in a long, piercing whistle. The train stopped. Suddenly, to everyone's astonishment, the Marquis sprang back, well out of sword range, and threw down his weapon. The leap was incredible, especially since Syme had plunged his sword into the man's thigh just a moment before. "Stop," said the Marquis, his voice compelling momentary obedience. "I want to say something." "What is it?" asked Colonel Ducroix, staring. "Has there been foul play?" "There's been foul play somewhere," said Dr. Bull, looking a little pale. "Our principal has wounded the Marquis at least 4 times, and he's perfectly fine." The Marquis held up his hand with a strange air of ghastly patience. "Please let me speak," he said. "It's rather important. Mr. Syme," he continued, turning to his opponent, "we are fighting today, if I recall correctly, because you expressed a desire, which I thought irrational, to pull my nose. Would you oblige me by pulling my nose now, as quickly as possible? I have a train to catch." "I protest. This is highly irregular," said Dr. Bull indignantly. "It certainly goes against precedent," said Colonel Ducroix, looking uncertainly at his principal. "There is, I believe, one recorded case, Captain Bellegarde and Baron Zumpt, where weapons were changed mid-encounter at one combatant's request, but one can hardly call one's nose a weapon." "Will you or will you not pull my nose?" the Marquis demanded in exasperation. "Come on, Mr. Syme, you wanted to do it, so do it. You have no idea how important this is to me. Don't be so selfish. Pull my nose at once, since I'm asking." He leaned forward slightly with a charming smile. The Paris train, panting and groaning, had pulled into the small station behind the nearby hill. Syme felt that familiar sensation he'd experienced several times during these adventures, the feeling of a huge, terrifying wave about to crash down. Walking in a world he only half understood, he took 2 steps forward and grabbed the prominent Roman nose of this remarkable nobleman. He pulled hard, and it came off in his hand. He stood there for several seconds in foolish solemnity, the cardboard nose still between his fingers, staring at it, while the sun, the clouds, and the wooded hills looked down on the ridiculous scene. The Marquis broke the silence with a loud, cheerful voice. "If anyone has any use for my left eyebrow," he said, "they can have it. Colonel Ducroix, please accept my left eyebrow. It's the kind of thing that might come in handy someday." He gravely tore off one of his dark eyebrows, taking about half his brown forehead with it, and politely offered it to the colonel, who stood speechless and crimson with rage. "If I had known," the colonel spluttered, "that I was acting for a coward who pads himself for a fight, "Oh, I know," said the Marquis, carelessly tossing various parts of himself around the field. "You're making a mistake, but it can't be explained right now. I'm telling you, the train has arrived at the station." "Yes," said Dr. Bull fiercely, "and the train will leave the station. It will leave without you. We know well enough what devil's work." The mysterious Marquis threw up his hands in a desperate gesture. He looked like a strange scarecrow standing there in the sun, half his old face peeled off, revealing another face glaring and grinning underneath. "Are you trying to drive me crazy?" he cried. "The train—" "You shall not get on that train," said Syme firmly, grasping his sword. The wild figure turned toward Syme and seemed to gather himself for a supreme effort before speaking. "You great, fat, blasted, bleary-eyed, blundering, thundering, brainless, God-forsaken, doddering, damned fool," he said without taking a breath. "You great, silly, pink-faced, tow-headed turnip. You shall not get on this train," Syme repeated. "And why in the infernal blazes," roared the other, "should I want to get on the train?" "We know everything," said the professor sternly. "You are going to Paris to throw a bomb." "Going to Jericho to throw a jabberwock," cried the other, tearing at his hair, which came off easily. "Have you all lost your minds? Don't you realize what I am? Did you really think I wanted to catch that train? 20 Paris trains could go by for all I care. Damn Paris trains." "Then what did you care about?" the professor began. "What did I care about? I didn't care about catching the train. I cared about whether the train caught me. And now, by God, it has caught me." "I regret to inform you," said Syme with restraint, "that your remarks make no sense to me. Perhaps if you were to remove the rest of your original forehead and some part of what was once your chin, your meaning would become clearer. Mental clarity reveals itself in many ways. What do you mean by saying the train has caught you? It might just be my literary imagination, but somehow I feel it ought to mean something." "It means everything," said the other, "and the end of everything. Sunday has us now right where he wants us." "Us?" repeated the professor, stunned. "What do you mean by us?" "The police, of course," said the Marquis, and tore off his scalp and the remaining half of his face. The head that emerged was blond, well-brushed and smooth-haired, common among English police officers, but the face was terribly pale. "I am Inspector Ratcliffe," he said, with a haste that bordered on harshness. "My name is fairly well known to the police, and I can see clearly enough that you belong to them, too. But if there's any doubt about my position, I have a card." And he started pulling a blue card from his pocket. The professor made a tired gesture. "Oh, don't bother showing it to us," he said wearily. "We've got enough of those to start a paper trail." The small man named Bull, like many who seem merely lively and common, had sudden moments of good taste. Here, he certainly saved the situation. Amidst this stunning transformation, he stepped forward with the gravity and responsibility of a second, addressing the Marquise's 2 seconds. "Gentlemen," he said, "we owe you all a serious apology, but I assure you, you haven't been victims of some crude joke, as you might imagine, or anything beneath a man of honor. You haven't wasted your time. You've helped save the world. We are not clowns, but desperate men fighting a vast conspiracy. A secret society of anarchists is hunting us like rabbits. Not just unfortunate madmen who throw bombs out of desperation or a twisted philosophy, but a rich, powerful, and fanatical organization, a church of dark pessimism that considers destroying mankind a holy act. You can judge how relentlessly they hunt us by the fact that we resort to disguises like these, for which I apologize, and pranks like this one, which you've endured." The younger of the Marquis's seconds, a short man with a black mustache, bowed politely and said, "Of course I accept the apology. But you, in turn, will forgive me if I decline to get further involved in your troubles and simply bid you good morning. Seeing an acquaintance and distinguished fellow townsman fall apart in the open air is unusual, and frankly, quite enough for one day. Colonel Ducroix, I wouldn't want to influence your decision, but if you agree that our current company is a bit strange, I am now going to walk back to town." Colonel Ducroix moved stiffly at first, then abruptly tugged at his white mustache and burst out, "No, by George, I won't. If these gentlemen are truly in trouble with a bunch of low-life destroyers like that, I'll see them through it. I have fought for France. Surely I can fight for civilization." Dr. Bull took off his hat and waved it, cheering as if at a public rally. "Don't make too much noise," said Inspector Ratcliffe. "Sunday might hear you." "Sunday!" cried Bull, dropping his hat. "Yes," retorted Ratcliffe. "He might be with them." "With whom?" asked Syme. "With the people who got off that train," said the other. "What you're saying seems utterly insane," Syme began. "Why, as a matter of fact—" "But my God!" he cried out suddenly, like a man seeing a distant explosion. "By God! If this is true, then the whole blasted lot of us on the Anarchist Council were actually against anarchy. Every single man was a detective except the president and his personal secretary. What can it mean?" "Mean," said the new policeman with incredible force. "It means we're finished. Don't you know Sunday? Don't you know his jokes are always so big and simple that no one ever thinks of them? Can you imagine anything more like Sunday than this? Putting all his powerful enemies on the Supreme Council, and then making sure it wasn't actually supreme? I tell you, he's bought every company, seized every communication line, controls every railway, especially that railway line." He pointed a shaking finger towards the small station. The whole movement was controlled by him. Half the world was ready to rise for him. But there were maybe just 5 people who would have resisted him, and the old devil put them on the Supreme Council to waste their time watching each other. We're idiots. He planned all our foolishness. Sunday knew the professor would chase Syme through London, and that Syme would fight me in France. And while we 5 idiots were running around like confounded babies playing blind man's bluff, he was consolidating massive amounts of capital and seizing major telegraph lines. "Well?" asked Syme steadily. "Well," replied the other with sudden calm, "he found us playing blind man's bluff today in a beautiful, extremely remote field. He has probably conquered the world. All that remains is to capture this field and all the fools in it. And since you really want to know why I objected to that train arriving, I'll tell you. My objection was that Sunday or his secretary just got off it." Syme let out an involuntary cry, and they all turned their eyes towards the distant station. It was true. A large group of people seemed to be moving in their direction, but they were too far away to be clearly identified. "It was a habit of the late Marquis de Saint-Eustache," said the new policeman, producing a leather case, "always to carry opera glasses. Either the president or the secretary is coming after us with that mob. They've caught us in a nice quiet place, where we won't be tempted to break our oaths by calling the police. Dr. Bull, I suspect you'll see better through these than through your own highly decorative spectacles." He handed the field glasses to the doctor, who immediately removed his spectacles and put the apparatus to his eyes. "It can't be as bad as you say," said the professor, somewhat shaken. "There are quite a few of them, certainly, but they could easily be ordinary tourists." "Do ordinary tourists," asked Bull, peering through the field glasses, "wear black masks covering half their faces?" Syme almost snatched the glasses from his hand and looked through them. Most men in the advancing crowd did look ordinary enough. But it was true that 2 or 3 leaders in the front wore black half-masks almost down to their mouths. This disguise was very effective, especially at such a distance, and Syme couldn't deduce anything from the clean-shaven jaws and chins of the men talking at the front. But presently, as they talked, they all smiled, and one of them smiled crookedly, only on one side. Chapter 11. The criminals chase the police. Syme lowered the field glasses from his eyes with almost sickening relief. "The president isn't with them anyway," he said, wiping his forehead. "But surely they are miles away on the horizon," said the bewildered colonel, blinking, still recovering from Bull's hasty though polite explanation. "Could you possibly recognize your president among all those people?" "Could I recognize a white elephant among all those people?" Syme answered somewhat irritably. "As you correctly say, they are on the horizon. But if he were walking with them, by God, I believe the ground would shake." After a brief pause, the new man called Ratcliffe said with gloomy certainty, "Of course the president isn't with them. I wish to God he were. It's much more likely the president is riding triumphantly through Paris, or sitting on the ruins of St. Paul's Cathedral." "That's absurd," said Syme. "Something might have happened while we were gone, but he can't have taken over the world that quickly." "It's true," he added, frowning uncertainly at the distant fields towards the small station. There certainly seems to be a crowd coming this way, but they aren't the whole army you're making them out to be." "Oh, them," said the new detective dismissively. "No, they aren't a very powerful force. But let me tell you frankly, they are precisely matched to our value. We aren't much, my boy, in Sunday's universe. He's gotten hold of all the communication lines himself. But killing the Supreme Council he considers a trivial task, like sending a postcard. It can be left to his private secretary." He spat on the grass. Then he turned to the others and said rather sternly, "There's a lot to be said for death, but if anyone prefers the alternative, I strongly advise him to follow me." With those words, he turned his broad back and strode with silent energy towards the woods. The others glanced over their shoulders and saw that the dark cloud of men had separated from the station and was moving with mysterious discipline across the plain. Even with the naked eye, they could already see black smudges on the faces of the front-runners, marking the masks they wore. They turned and followed their leader, who had already entered the woods and disappeared among the flickering trees. The sun on the grass was dry and hot. Plunging into the woods felt like a cool shock of shadow, like divers plunging into a dim pool. The inside of the wood was filled with shattered sunlight and shifting shadows. They created a sort of shimmering veil, almost like the dizzying effect of an old movie. Syme could hardly see even the solid figures walking with him because of the patterns of sun and shade dancing upon them. Now a man's head was lit like a Rembrandt painting, leaving everything else obscured. Then again, he had stark white hands but the face of a black man. The ex-marquis had pulled the old straw hat over his eyes, and the dark shadow of the brim cut his face so cleanly in two that it looked like he was wearing one of the black half-masks of their pursuers. This fancy colored Syme's overwhelming sense of wonder. Was he wearing a mask? Was anyone wearing a mask? Was anyone anything? This enchanted wood, where faces turned black and white, where figures swelled in sunlight, then faded into darkness. This chaos of light and shadow, after the clear daylight outside, seemed to Syme a perfect symbol of the world he had been navigating for 3 days. This world where men remove their beards, spectacles, and noses, transforming into other people. That tragic self-confidence he'd felt when he believed the Marquis was a devil had strangely vanished now that he knew the Marquis was a friend. He almost felt inclined to ask, after all these bewildering events, what was a friend and what an enemy? Was anything truly what it seemed? The Marquis had taken off his nose and turned out to be a detective. Might he not just as well take off his head and turn out to be a goblin? Wasn't everything, ultimately, like this confusing woodland, this dance of dark and light? Everything just a glimpse, the glimpse always unexpected and always forgotten. For Gabriel Syme had discovered in the heart of that sun-dappled wood what many modern painters had found there. He had found the thing modern people call impressionism, which is another name for that final skepticism that can find no solid ground in the universe. Like a man straining to scream and wake from a nightmare, Syme made a sudden effort to shake off this last and worst fancy. With 2 impatient strides, he caught up to the man in the Marquis's straw hat, the man he now knew as Ratcliffe. In a voice deliberately loud and cheerful, he broke the heavy silence and started a conversation. "May I ask," he said, "where on earth are we all going?" So genuine had been his soul's doubts that he was quite glad to hear his companion speak in an easy human voice. "We need to get down through the town of Lancey to the sea," he said. "I think that part of the country is least likely to be on their side." "What do you mean by all this?" cried Syme. "They can't be running the real world like that. Surely not many working people are anarchists, and even if they were, mere mobs couldn't defeat modern armies and police." "Mere mobs!" repeated his new friend with a snort of contempt. "So you talk about mobs and the working classes as if they're the issue. You have that eternally idiotic idea that if anarchy came, it would come from the poor. Why should it? The poor have been rebels, but they've never been anarchists. They have more interest than anyone else in having some decent government. The poor man truly has a stake in the country. The rich man doesn't. He can sail away to New Guinea in a yacht. The poor have sometimes objected to being governed badly. The rich have always objected to being governed at all. Aristocrats were always anarchists, as you can see from historical conflicts like the Barons' Wars. "As a lecture on English history for beginners," said Syme, "this is all very nice, but I haven't grasped how it applies." "Its application is," said his informant, "that most of old Sunday's key allies are South African and American millionaires. That's why he controls all the communications, and that's why the last 4 defenders of the anti-anarchist police force are running through a wood like rabbits." "Millionaires I can understand," said Syme thoughtfully. "They're nearly all mad. But getting a few wicked old gentlemen with hobbies on your side is one thing. Getting hold of great Christian nations is another. I'd bet my nose, pardon the reference, that Sunday would be completely helpless, trying to convert any ordinary healthy person anywhere." "Well," said the other, "it rather depends on what sort of person you mean." "Well, for instance," said Syme, "he could never convert that person." He pointed straight ahead. They had reached an open, sunlit clearing, which seemed to Syme like the final return of his own common sense. In the middle of this forest clearing stood a figure that almost perfectly represented that common sense in its stark reality. Sunburnt, sweat-stained, and serious with the deep gravity of necessary small tasks, a sturdy French peasant was chopping wood with a hatchet. His cart stood nearby, already half full of timber. The horse grazing nearby was, like its master, brave, but not desperate. Like its master, it seemed prosperous, yet almost sad. The man was a Norman, taller than the average Frenchman, and very angular. His dark figure stood out against the square of sunlight, almost like an allegorical figure of labor painted on a gold background. "Mr. Syme is saying," Ratcliffe called out to the French colonel, "that this man, at least, will never be an anarchist." "Mr. Syme is quite right there," Colonel Ducroix answered, laughing, "if only because he has plenty of property to defend. But I forgot that in your country you aren't used to peasants being wealthy." "He looks poor," said Dr. Bull doubtfully. "Exactly," said the colonel. "That's why he is rich." "I have an idea," Dr. Bull called out suddenly. "How much would he charge to give us a ride in his cart? Those pursuers are all on foot. We could soon leave them behind." "Oh, give him anything," Syme said eagerly. "I have plenty of money on me." "That will never work," said the colonel. "He'll never respect you unless you strike a bargain." "Oh, if he haggles," Bull began impatiently. "He haggles because he is a free man," said the other. "You don't understand. Generosity wouldn't make sense to him. He's not accepting a tip." And even as they seemed to hear the heavy footsteps of their strange pursuers behind them, they had to stand impatiently while the French colonel chatted with the French woodcutter, engaging in the leisurely banter and bargaining typical of a market day. After 4 minutes, however, they saw the colonel was right. The woodcutter agreed to their plans, not with the vague eagerness of an overpaid guide, but with the seriousness of a lawyer paid the proper fee. He told them the best course was to head down to the little inn on the hills above Lancy. The innkeeper, an old soldier who had become devout in his later years, would surely sympathize with them, and might even take risks to help. So the whole group piled onto the stacks of wood and went rocking down the steeper, other side of the woodland in the rough cart. Though heavy and rickety, the cart moved quickly enough, and they soon felt the thrill of leaving their hunters, whoever they were, far behind. After all, the puzzle of where the anarchists had gathered so many followers remained unsolved. The mere presence of one man, the secretary with his deformed smile, had been enough to make them flee. Syme occasionally glanced back over his shoulder at the pursuing army. As the woods grew thinner and then smaller in the distance, he could see the sunlit slopes beyond and above it. Across these slopes the square black mob still moved like one monstrous beetle. In the strong sunlight and with his own exceptionally sharp eyes, almost telescopic, Syme could see the mass of men quite clearly. He could distinguish individual human figures, but he was increasingly surprised by how they moved as one. They seemed dressed in dark clothes and plain hats, like any ordinary crowd, but they didn't spread out or trail along various paths to attack, as a normal mob would. They moved with a sort of dreadful, wicked stiffness, like a staring army of robots. Syme pointed this out to Ratcliffe. "Yes," replied the policeman, "that's discipline. That's Sunday. He might be 500 miles away, but the fear of him is on all of them, like the finger of God. Yes, they're walking in formation, and you can bet they're talking in unison, Yes, and thinking in unison. But the one important thing for us is that they are steadily disappearing. Syme nodded. It was true. The black patch of pursuing men was shrinking as the peasant urged his horse onward. The sunlit landscape, though generally flat, sloped downwards on the far side of the wood in rolling hills towards the sea, somewhat like the lower slopes of the Sussex Downs in England. The difference was that in Sussex the road would have twisted and turned like a small stream, but here the white French road dropped straight down before them like a waterfall. The cart clattered down this direct descent at a considerable angle. In a few minutes, as the road grew even steeper, they saw the small harbor of Lancy below and a great blue arc of the sea. The traveling cloud of their enemies had completely vanished from the horizon. The horse and cart took a sharp turn around a clump of elm trees, and the horse's nose nearly bumped the face of an old gentleman sitting on a bench outside the little café named Le Soleil d'Or, the Golden Sun. The peasant grunted an apology and climbed down. The others also dismounted one by one, offering polite greetings to the old gentleman, whose expansive manner made it clear he owned the small tavern. He was a white-haired, rosy-cheeked old man with sleepy eyes and a gray mustache, stout, settled, and very innocent-looking. He was a type often found in France, but even more common in Catholic parts of Germany. Everything about him, his pipe, his beer mug, his flowers, his beehive, suggested deep-rooted peace. Only when his visitors looked up as they entered the inn parlor did they notice the sword hanging on the wall. The colonel, who greeted the innkeeper like an old friend, quickly went into the parlor, sat down, and ordered a customary drink. His decisive military manner intrigued Syme, who sat next to him. When the old innkeeper left the room, Syme took the opportunity to satisfy his curiosity. "May I ask you, Colonel," he said in a low voice, "why we have come here?" Colonel Ducroix smiled behind his bristly white mustache. "For 2 reasons, sir," he said, "and I'll give you the practical one first. Not the most important. We came here because this is the only place within 20 miles where we can get horses." "Horses?" repeated Syme, looking up quickly. "Yes," replied the other. "If you people are really going to outdistance your enemies, it's horses or nothing for you. Unless, of course, you happen to have bicycles and motor cars in your pockets." "And where do you suggest we head?" asked Syme doubtfully. "Without question," replied the colonel. "You should hurry to the police station beyond the town. My friend, whom I assisted under somewhat misleading circumstances," he nodded towards Ratcliffe, "seems to greatly exaggerate the possibility of a general uprising. But even he would hardly argue, I suppose, that you wouldn't be safe with the gendarmes." Syme nodded gravely, then asked abruptly, "And your other reason for coming here?" "My other reason for coming here," said Ducroix soberly, "is that it's wise to see a good man or two when one might be close to death." Syme looked up at the wall and saw a crudely painted, touching religious picture. Then he said, "You are right." Almost immediately afterwards he asked, "Has anyone arranged for the horses?" "Yes," answered Ducroix. "You can be sure I gave the order the moment I arrived. Those enemies of yours didn't seem rushed, but they were actually moving remarkably fast, like a well-trained army. I had no idea the anarchists had so much discipline. You don't have a moment to waste." Almost as he spoke, the old innkeeper with the blue eyes and white hair ambled back into the room and announced that 6 horses were saddled outside. Following Ducroix's advice, the other 5 equipped themselves with some portable food and wine. Keeping their dueling swords as their only available weapons, they clattered away down the steep, white road. The 2 servants who had carried the Marquis's luggage back when he was a Marquis were left behind to drink at the café, by mutual agreement and certainly not against their own wishes. By this time the afternoon sun was slanting westward. In its rays, Syme could see the sturdy figure of the old innkeeper growing smaller and smaller. He still stood watching them silently, the sunshine gleaming in his silver hair. Syme had a persistent, superstitious feeling, sparked by the colonel's chance remark, that this might indeed be the last honest stranger he would ever see on earth. He kept looking back at the dwindling figure, now just a gray speck touched with white against the great green wall of the steep hill behind him. And as he stared over the crest of the hill behind the innkeeper, an army of black-clad marching men appeared. They seemed to hover above the good man and his house like a black cloud of locusts. The horses had been saddled just in time. Chapter 12. The Earth in Anarchy. Pushing the horses to a gallop, ignoring the rough downhill road, the riders soon regained their lead over the men on foot. Finally, the first buildings of Lancey blocked the view of their pursuers. Still, the ride had been long, and by the time they reached the main part of town, the western sky was warming with the colors of sunset. The colonel suggested that before heading straight for the police station, they should try, while passing, to recruit one more potentially useful person. 4 out of the 5 wealthy men in this town, he said, are common crooks. I suppose the ratio is similar everywhere. The 5th is a friend of mine, a very fine fellow. And what's even more important for us, he owns a motor car. I'm afraid, said the professor, in his cheerful way, glancing back along the white road where the black crawling patch could appear at any moment. I'm afraid we hardly have time for social calls. Dr. Renard's house is only 3 minutes away, said the colonel. Our danger, said Dr. Bull, is less than 2 minutes away. Yes, said Syme. If we ride on fast, we must leave them behind, since they're on foot. He has a motor car, the colonel insisted. But we might not get it, said Bull. Yes, he's definitely on your side. But he might not be home. Hold your tongue, Syme said suddenly. What's that noise? For a second, they all sat as still as statues on horseback. For 2, 3, 4 seconds, heaven and earth seemed equally silent. Then, straining their ears, they all heard that unmistakable thrill and throb coming along the road that meant only one thing: horses. The colonel's face changed instantly, as if struck by lightning but left unharmed. They've outsmarted us, he said with brief military irony. Prepare to face cavalry. Where could they have gotten horses? Asked Syme, mechanically urging his horse into a canter. The colonel was silent for a moment, then said in a strained voice, I was speaking with precise accuracy when I said that Le Soleil d'Or was the only place to get horses within 20 miles. No, Syme said forcefully. I don't believe he'd do it, not with that white hair. He may have been forced, the colonel said gently. They must be at least 100 strong, which is why we are all going to see my friend Renard, who has a motor car. With these words, he abruptly swung his horse around a street corner and raced down the street with such thunderous speed that the others, though already galloping, struggled to keep up with his horse's flying tail. Dr. Renard lived in a tall, comfortable house at the top of a steep street. When the riders dismounted at his door, they could once again see the solid green ridge of the hill, with the white road across it, rising above the town's rooftops. They breathed a sigh of relief to see the road still clear, and rang the bell. Dr. Renard was a beaming, brown-bearded man, a prime example of the quiet but very busy professional class that France has preserved, perhaps even better than England. When they explained the situation, he dismissed the ex-marquis's panic entirely. With solid French skepticism, he stated there was no conceivable chance of a general anarchist uprising. Anarchy, he said, shrugging, is childishness. And that, cried the colonel suddenly, pointing over the doctor's shoulder, that is childishness, isn't it? They all turned and saw a curve of black cavalry sweeping over the hilltop with the force of Attila. Despite riding swiftly, the entire rank kept formation, and they could see the black masks of the first line, as level as a row of uniforms. But although the main black square was the same, just moving faster, there was now one dramatic difference visible on the hillside, like on a slanted map. Most riders were in one block, but one rider flew far ahead of the column. With frantic movements of hand and heel, he urged his horse faster and faster, making one wonder if he was the pursuer or the pursued. Yet even from that distance, there was something so fanatical, so undeniable in his figure, that they knew it was the secretary himself. I'm sorry to cut short a cultured discussion, said the colonel, but can you lend me your motor car now in 2 minutes? I suspect you are all mad, said Dr. Renard, smiling sociably, but God forbid madness should interfere with friendship. Let's go around to the garage. Dr. Renard was a mild man of immense wealth. His rooms resembled a museum, and he owned 3 motor cars. However, he seemed to use them sparingly, having the simple tastes of the French middle class. When his impatient friends examined them, it took some time to confirm that even one could be made to run. With some difficulty, they brought this one around to the street in front of the doctor's house. Emerging from the dim garage, they were startled to find that twilight had fallen abruptly, like night in the tropics. Either they had been longer inside than they realized, or an unusual cloud cover had gathered over the town. They looked down the steep streets and seemed to see a slight mist rising from the sea. "It's now or never," said Dr. Bull. "I hear horses." "No," corrected the professor. "A horse." As they listened, it became clear that the noise rapidly approaching on the cobblestones wasn't the whole cavalcade, but the single horseman who had left it far behind, the insane secretary. Syme's family, like many who eventually embrace a simpler life, had once owned a car, and he knew all about them. He had immediately jumped into the driver's seat and, face flushed, was wrenching and tugging at the unused machinery. He put all his strength into one lever, then said quietly, "I'm afraid it's no use." Just as he spoke, a man swept around the corner, rigid on his rushing horse, with the speed and stiffness of an arrow. He wore a smile that thrust his chin out, as if it were dislocated. He raced alongside the stationary car, crowded with its occupants, and laid his hand on the front. It was the secretary, his mouth set straight in solemn triumph. Syme was leaning hard on the steering wheel. There was no sound but the rumble of the other pursuers riding into town. Then, quite suddenly, came a scream of scraping metal, and the car leaped forward. It snatched the secretary clean out of his saddle, like pulling a knife from its sheath, dragged him kicking violently for 20 yards, and left him flung flat on the road, far ahead of his startled horse. As the car took the street corner with a splendid curve, they could just see the other anarchists, filling the streets and lifting their fallen leader. "I can't understand why it has grown so dark," the professor finally said in a low voice. "Going to be a storm, I think," said Dr. Bull. "Say, it's a pity we don't have a light on this car, if only to see by." "We have one," said the colonel. From the floor of the car, he retrieved a heavy, old-fashioned carved iron lantern with a light inside. It was obviously an antique, likely originally used for some semi-religious purpose, as there was a rough carving of a cross on one side. "Where on earth did you get that?" asked the professor. "I got it where I got the car," answered the colonel, chuckling. "From my best friend." While our friend here, nodding at Syme, was wrestling with the steering wheel, I ran up the front steps of the house and spoke to Renard, who was standing in his own porch, you'll remember. "I suppose," I said, "there's no time to get a lamp." He looked up, blinking amiably at the beautiful arched ceiling of his own front hall. From this hung, by exquisite ironwork chains, this lantern, one of the 100 treasures in his house. With sheer force, he tore the lamp from his own ceiling, shattering the painted panels and knocking down 2 blue vases in his haste. Then he handed me the iron lantern, and I put it in the car. Wasn't I right when I said Dr. Renard was worth knowing? "You were," said Syme seriously, and hung the heavy lantern over the front of the car. The contrast between the modern automobile and its strange, ancient lamp seemed symbolic of their whole situation. Until now, they had passed through the quietest part of town, encountering only 1 or 2 pedestrians who offered no clue about the town's mood, peaceful or hostile. Now, however, lights began to appear one by one in the house windows, giving a greater sense of life and community. Dr. Bull turned to the new detective who had led their escape and allowed himself one of his natural friendly smiles. "These lights make one feel more cheerful." Inspector Ratcliffe frowned. "There's only one set of lights that make me more cheerful," he said, "and those are the lights of the police station I can see beyond the town. Please God, may we be there in 10 minutes? Then all of Bull's bubbling common sense and optimism burst out. "Oh, this is all raving nonsense," he cried. "If you really think ordinary people in ordinary houses are anarchists, you must be madder than an anarchist yourself. If we turned and fought these fellows, the whole town would fight for us." "No," said the other with unwavering simplicity. "The whole town would fight for them, we shall see." While they were speaking, the professor leaned forward with sudden excitement. "What is that noise?" he said. "Oh, the horses behind us, I suppose," said the colonel. I thought we had gotten clear of them. The horse is behind us. No, said the professor. It's not horses, and it's not behind us. Almost as he spoke, two shining, rattling shapes shot past the end of the street ahead of them. They were gone in a flash, but everyone could see they were motor cars. The professor stood up, pale-faced, and swore they were the other two cars from Dr. Renard's garage. I tell you they were his, he repeated, eyes wide, and they were full of men in masks. Absurd, said the colonel angrily. Dr. Renard would never give them his cars. He may have been forced, said Ratcliffe quietly. The whole town is on their side. You still believe that? Asked the colonel incredulously. You will all believe it soon, said the other with hopeless calm. There was a puzzled pause. Then the colonel began again, abruptly. No, I can't believe it. It's nonsense. The plain people of a peaceful French town. He was cut short by a bang and a flash of light, seemingly right beside his eyes. As the car sped on, it left a floating patch of white smoke behind. Syme had heard a shot shriek past his ear. My God, said the colonel. Someone shot at us. No need to interrupt the conversation, said the gloomy Ratcliffe. Please continue your remarks, Colonel. You were talking, I think, about the plain people of a peaceful French town. The staring colonel was long past caring about satire. He rolled his eyes around the street. It's extraordinary, he said. Most extraordinary. A picky person, said Syme, might even call it unpleasant. However, I suppose those lights out in the field beyond this street are the gendarmerie. We'll soon reach them. No, said Inspector Ratcliffe. We shall never reach them. He had been standing up, looking keenly ahead. Now he sat down and smoothed his sleek hair with a weary gesture. What do you mean? Asked Bull sharply. I mean we shall never get there, said the pessimist calmly. They have 2 rows of armed men across the road already. I can see them from here. The town is in arms, just as I said. I can only wallow in the exquisite comfort of being right. And Ratcliffe sat down comfortably in the car and lit a cigarette, but the others rose excitedly and stared down the road. Syme had slowed the car as their plans became uncertain, finally stopping just at the corner of a side street that ran steeply down to the sea. The town was mostly in shadow, but the sun hadn't fully set. Wherever its level light broke through, it painted everything burning gold. Up this side street, the last sunset light shone as sharp and narrow as a spotlight in a theater. It struck the car of the 5 friends, lighting it like a fiery chariot. But the rest of the street, especially both ends, was in deep twilight, and for several seconds they saw nothing. Then Syme, whose eyes were sharpest, let out a short, bitter whistle and said, It's quite true. There's a crowd or an army or something blocking the end of that street. Well, if there is, said Bull impatiently, it must be something else, a mock battle or the mayor's birthday or something. I cannot and will not believe that plain, jolly people in a place like this walk around with dynamite in their pockets. Drive on a bit, Syme. Let's look at them. The car crawled forward about 100 yards, and then Dr. Bull startled them all by breaking into a high cackle of laughter. Why, you silly fools, he cried. What did I tell you? That crowd is as harmless as a cow, and even if it weren't, it's on our side. How do you know? Asked the professor, staring. You blind bat, cried Bull. Don't you see who's leading them? They peered again, and then the colonel, his voice catching, cried out, Why, it's Renard! Indeed, a line of dim figures stretched across the road, hard to see clearly. But far enough ahead to catch the evening light, the unmistakable Dr. Renard stalked back and forth in a white hat, stroking his long brown beard, holding a revolver in his left hand. What a fool I've been, exclaimed the colonel. Of course, the dear old boy has come out to help us. Dr. Bull was bubbling with laughter, swinging the sword in his hand as casually as a cane. He jumped out of the car and ran across the space between them, calling out, Dr. Renard! Dr. Renard! An instant later, Syme thought his own eyes had gone mad. The philanthropic Dr. Renard deliberately raised his revolver and fired twice at Bull, the shots echoing down the road. Almost simultaneously with the puff of white smoke from this shocking explosion, A long puff of white smoke rose from the cigarette of the cynical Ratcliffe. Like the others, he turned a little pale, but he smiled. Dr. Bull, the target of the bullets which had just missed his head, stood completely still in the middle of the road without any sign of fear. Then he turned very slowly, crawled back to the car, and climbed in with 2 holes through his head. "Well," said the cigarette smoker slowly, "what do you think now?" "I think," said Dr. Bull precisely, "that I am lying in bed at number 217 Peabody Buildings, and I'll soon wake up with a start. Or, if that's not it, I think I'm sitting in a small, padded cell in Hanwell Asylum, and the doctor can't figure out my case. But if you want to know what I don't think, I'll tell you. I don't think what you think. I don't think, and I never will think, that the mass of ordinary men are a pack of dirty modern intellectuals. No, sir, I'm a Democrat, and I still don't believe Sunday could convert one average worker or shop assistant. No, I may be mad, but humanity isn't." Syme turned his bright blue eyes on Bull with an earnestness he rarely showed. "You are a very fine fellow," he said. "You can believe in a sanity that isn't just your own. And you're right about humanity, about peasants and people like that jolly old innkeeper. But you're not right about Renard. I suspected him from the start. He's rationalistic, and worse, he's rich. When duty and religion are truly destroyed, it will be by the rich." "They are truly destroyed now," said the man with the cigarette, rising with his hands in his pockets. "The devils are coming!" The men in the car looked anxiously in the direction of his dreamy gaze. They saw the entire regiment at the end of the road advancing upon them, Dr. Renard marching furiously in front, his beard flying in the breeze. The colonel sprang out of the car with an angry exclamation. "Gentlemen," he cried, "this is incredible. It must be a practical joke. If you knew Renard as I do, it's like calling Queen Victoria a bomber. If you understood the man's character—" "Dr. Bull," said Syme sarcastically, "has at least understood it through his hat." "I tell you it can't be," cried the colonel, stamping his foot. "Renard will explain it. He shall explain it to me." And he strode forward. "Don't be in such a hurry," drawled the smoker. "He will explain it to all of us very soon." But the impatient colonel was already out of earshot, advancing towards the advancing enemy. The excited Dr. Renard raised his pistol again, but hesitated upon recognizing his opponent. The colonel reached him, gesturing frantically in protest. "It's no use," said Syme. "You'll never get anything out of that old heathen. I vote we drive straight through the thick of them, just like the bullets went through Bull's hat. We might all be killed, but we'll take a decent number of them with us." "I won't allow it," said Dr. Bull, becoming more common in his sincere virtue. "The poor fellows might be making a mistake. Give the colonel a chance." "Shall we go back, then?" asked the professor. "No," said Ratcliffe in a cold voice. "The street behind us is blocked, too. In fact, I think I see another friend of yours there, Syme." Syme spun around sharply and stared back the way they had come. He saw an irregular group of horsemen gathering and galloping towards them in the gloom. Above the foremost saddle he saw the silver gleam of a sword, and then, as it drew nearer, the silver gleam of an old man's hair. The next moment, with shattering violence, he swung the motor car around and sent it dashing down the steep side street towards the sea, like a man wanting only to die. "What the devil is happening?" cried the professor, grabbing his arm. "The morning star has fallen," said Syme, as his own car plunged into the darkness like a falling star. The others didn't understand his words, but when they looked back at the street above, they saw the hostile cavalry coming around the corner and down the slopes after them. Foremost among them rode the good innkeeper, his face flushed with the fiery innocence of the evening light. "The world is insane," said the professor, burying his face in his hands. "No," said Dr. Bull with unshakable humility, "it is I." "What are we going to do?" asked the professor. "At this moment," said Syme with scientific detachment, "I think we are going to smash into a lamp-post." The next instant, the automobile crashed catastrophically against an iron object. An instant later, 4 men crawled out from under a tangled mess of metal. A tall, lean lamp-post that had stood straight on the edge of the seaside promenade now stood bent and twisted like the branch of a broken tree. "Well, we smashed something," said the professor with a faint smile. "That's some comfort." "You're becoming an anarchist," said Syme, instinctively dusting off his clothes. "Everyone is," said Ratcliffe. As they spoke, the white-haired horseman and his followers came thundering down from above. Almost simultaneously, a dark line of men ran, shouting along the seafront. Syme snatched a sword and held it in his teeth. He stuck 2 others under his armpits, took a 4th in his left hand and the lantern in his right, and leaped off the high promenade onto the beach below. The others followed, accepting his decisive action without question, leaving the wreckage and the gathering mob above them. "We have one more chance," said Syme, taking the steel sword from his mouth. "Whatever this chaos means, I suppose the police station will help us. We can't get there. They blocked the way, but there's a pier, or breakwater, running out into the sea just here. We could defend it longer than anything else, like Horatius at the bridge. We must defend it until the gendarmerie arrive. Stay behind me." They followed him as he crunched down the beach. In a second or two, their boots hit not sea gravel, but broad, flat stones. They marched down a long, low jetty that extended like an arm into the dim, churning sea. When they reached the end, they felt they had reached the end of their story. They turned and faced the town. That town was transformed by uproar. All along the high promenade they had just left, a dark, roaring stream of people surged, with tossing arms and fiery faces, groping and glaring towards them. The long, dark line was dotted with torches and lanterns. Even where no flame lit up a furious face, they could see, in the farthest figure, in the most shadowy gesture, an organized hatred. It was clear they were cursed by everyone, and they didn't know why. 2 or 3 men, looking small and black like monkeys, leaped over the edge as they had done and dropped onto the beach. They plowed through the deep sand, shouting horribly, trying to wade randomly into the sea. Others followed, and the whole black mass began to spill over the edge like thick, dark syrup. Foremost among the men on the beach, Syme saw the peasant who had driven their cart. He splashed into the surf on a huge cart horse and shook his axe at them. "The peasant!" cried Syme. "They haven't risen up like this since the Middle Ages." "Even if the police come now," said the professor mournfully, "they can do nothing against this mob." "Nonsense," said Bull desperately. "There must be some people left in the town who are human." "No," said the hopeless inspector. "The human being will soon be extinct. We are the last of mankind." "It may be," said the professor absently. Then he added in his dreamy voice, quoting Pope's Dunciad, "What is all that at the end? Nor public flame, nor private dares to shine. Nor human light is left, nor glimpse divine. Lo, thy dread empire, chaos, is restored. Light dies before thine uncreating word. Thy hand, great anarch, lets the curtain fall, and universal darkness buries all." "Stop!" cried Bull suddenly. "The gendarmes are out!" The low lights of the police station were indeed blocked and broken by hurrying figures. Through the darkness, they heard the clash and jingle of disciplined cavalry. "They are charging the mob!" cried Bull, ecstatic or alarmed. "No," said Syme. "They are forming a line along the parade." "They have unslung their rifles!" cried Bull, dancing with excitement. "Yes," said Ratcliffe, "and they are going to fire on us." As he spoke, a long crackle of gunfire erupted, and bullets seemed to hop like hailstones on the stones in front of them. "The gendarmes have joined them," cried the professor, striking his forehead. "I am in the padded cell," said Bull stolidly. There was a long silence. Then Ratcliffe said, looking out over the swollen, purplish-gray sea, "What does it matter who is mad or who is sane? We shall all be dead soon." Syme turned to him and asked, "You are completely hopeless, then?" Mr. Ratcliffe maintained a stony silence. Finally he said quietly, "No, oddly enough, I am not quite hopeless. There is one insane little hope I can't shake off. The power of this whole planet is against us. Yet I can't help wondering whether this one silly little hope is truly hopeless yet." "In what or whom is your hope?" asked Syme curiously. "In a man I never saw," said the other, looking at the leaden sea. "I know what you mean," said Syme in a low voice. "The man in the dark room. But Sunday must have killed him by now." "Perhaps," said the other steadily. "But if so, he was the only man Sunday found difficult to kill." "I heard what you said," said the professor, his back turned. "I am also holding tightly onto the thing I never saw." Suddenly, Syme, who had been standing lost in thought, spun around and cried out like someone waking from sleep. "Where's the Colonel? I thought he was with us." "The Colonel?" "Yes," cried Bull. "Where on earth is the Colonel?" "He went to speak to Renard," said the professor. "We cannot leave him among all those beasts," cried Syme. "Let us die like gentlemen if—" "Do not pity the Colonel," said Ratcliffe with a pale sneer. "He is extremely comfortable. He is—" "No, no, no, no!" cried Syme in a kind of frenzy. "Not the Colonel, too. I will never believe it." "Will you believe your eyes?" asked the other, pointing to the beach. Many of their pursuers had waded into the water, shaking their fists, but the sea was rough and they couldn't reach the pier. However, 2 or 3 figures stood at the beginning of the stone walkway, cautiously advancing down it. The glare of a stray lantern lit up the faces of the 2 foremost men. One face wore a black half-mask. Beneath it, the mouth twisted in such a nervous frenzy that the black tuft of beard wriggled like a restless creature. The other face was the red face and white mustache of Colonel Ducrot. They were deep in conversation. "Yes, he's gone too," said the professor, and sat down on a stone. "Everything's gone. I'm gone. I can't trust my own body. I feel as if my own hand might fly up and strike me." "When my hand flies up," said Syme, "it will strike someone else." He strode along the pier towards the Colonel, the broken sword in one hand and the lantern in the other. As if to destroy the last shred of hope or doubt, the Colonel saw him coming, pointed his revolver, and fired. The shot missed Syme, but struck his sword, breaking it short at the hilt. Syme rushed forward and swung the heavy iron lantern above his head. "Judas before Herod," he said, and struck the Colonel down onto the stones. Then he turned to the secretary, whose terrifying mouth was almost foaming now, and held the lamp high with such a rigid, commanding gesture that the man froze for a moment, forced to listen. "Do you see this lantern?" cried Syme in a terrible voice. "Do you see the cross carved on it and the flame inside? You did not make it. You did not light it. Better men than you, men who could believe and obey, twisted the iron and preserved the fire. There isn't a street you walk on, not a thread you wear, that wasn't made like this lantern. By rejecting your philosophy of dirt and rats, you can make nothing. You can only destroy. You will destroy mankind. You will destroy the world. Let that be enough for you. Yet this one old Christian lantern you shall not destroy. It will go where your empire of apes will never have the wit to find it." He struck the secretary once with the lantern, making him stagger. Then, whirling it twice around his head, he flung it far out to sea, where it flared like a roaring rocket and fell. "Swords!" shouted Syme, turning his blazing face to the 3 behind him. "Let us charge these dogs, for our time has come to die." His 3 companions came after him, swords drawn. Syme's sword was broken, but he tore a heavy stick from a fisherman's grasp, throwing the man down. In a moment, they would have thrown themselves onto the mob and perished, when an interruption occurred. The secretary, dazed since Syme's speech, had stood with his hand to his stricken head. Now he suddenly pulled off his black mask. The pale face revealed in the lamplight showed not so much rage as astonishment. He held up his hand with anxious authority. "There is some mistake," he said. "Mr. Syme, I hardly think you understand your position. I arrest you in the name of the law." "Of the law?" said Syme, dropping his stick. "Certainly," said the secretary. "I am a detective from Scotland Yard." He took a small blue card from his pocket. "And what do you suppose we are?" asked the professor, throwing up his arms. "You," said the secretary stiffly, "are, as I know for a fact, members of the Supreme Anarchist Council. Disguised as one of you, Gabriel Bull tossed his sword into the sea." "There never was any Supreme Anarchist Council," he said. "We were all just a bunch of silly policemen watching each other. And all these nice people who've been shooting at us thought we were the bombers. I knew I couldn't be wrong about the mob. he said, beaming at the enormous crowd stretching into the distance on both sides. Ordinary people are never mad. I am ordinary myself, and I know. I am now going ashore to buy a drink for everyone here. Chapter 13. The Pursuit of the President. The next morning, 5 bewildered but cheerful people took the boat back to England. The poor old colonel might have had reason to complain, having been forced to fight for 2 non-existent factions and then knocked down with an iron lantern. But he was a generous old gentleman, greatly relieved that neither side actually dealt with dynamite, and he saw them off from the pier with warm friendliness. The 5 reunited detectives had countless details to explain to each other. The secretary had to tell Syme how they initially wore masks to approach the supposed enemy as fellow conspirators. Syme had to explain how they had fled so swiftly through a civilized country. But above all these explainable details loomed the central mountain of mystery they couldn't explain. What did it all mean? If they were all harmless officers, what was Sunday? If he hadn't seized control of the world, what on earth had he been doing? Inspector Ratcliffe remained gloomy about this. "I can't make head or tail of old Sunday's little game any more than you can," he said. "But whatever else Sunday is, he isn't an innocent citizen. Damn it! Do you remember his face?" "I grant you," answered Syme, "that I have never been able to forget it." "Well," said the secretary, "I suppose we can find out soon, because tomorrow we have our next general meeting. You'll excuse me," he added with a rather grim smile, "for being well acquainted with my secretarial duties." "I suppose you're right," said the professor thoughtfully. "I suppose we could find out from him. But I confess, I'd feel a bit afraid asking Sunday who he really is." "Why?" asked the secretary. "Afraid of bombs?" "No," said the professor. "Afraid he might tell me." "Let's have some drinks," said Dr. Bull after a silence. Throughout their journey by boat and train, they were highly sociable, but instinctively stayed together. Dr. Bull, ever the optimist, tried to persuade the others that the whole group could share one hansom cab from Victoria Station. This was overruled, and they took a larger four-wheeler, with Dr. Bull riding up on the driver's box, singing. They ended their journey at a hotel in Piccadilly Circus, choosing it for its closeness to the early breakfast meeting the next morning in Leicester Square. Yet even then, the day's adventures weren't quite over. Dr. Bull, unhappy with the general plan to go to bed, had strolled out of the hotel around 11 to experience London's nightlife. 20 minutes later, however, he returned, making quite a commotion in the lobby. Syme, initially trying to calm him, was eventually forced to listen with new attention. "I tell you I've seen him," said Dr. Bull emphatically. "Whom?" asked Syme quickly. "Not the president?" "Not quite that bad," said Dr. Bull with unnecessary laughter. "Not quite that bad. I've got him right here." "Got whom here?" asked Syme impatiently. "Harry Man," said the other clearly. "Man who used to be Harry. Gogol. Here he is." He pulled forward, by a reluctant elbow, the very young man who, 5 days earlier, had walked out of the council with thin red hair and a pale face, the first of the fake anarchists to be exposed. "Why are you bothering me?" the young man cried. "You kicked me out as a spy." "We are all spies," whispered Syme. "We're all spies," shouted Dr. Bull. "Come and have a drink." The next morning, the group of 6 reunited detectives marched determinedly towards the hotel in Leicester Square. "This is more cheerful," said Dr. Bull. 6 men going to ask 1 man what he means. "I think it's a bit stranger than that," said Syme. "I think it's 6 men going to ask 1 man what they mean." They turned silently into the square. Though the hotel was in the opposite corner, they immediately saw the little balcony and a figure that looked too large for it. He sat alone, head bent, absorbed in a newspaper. But all his counselors who had come to challenge him crossed the square feeling as if they were being watched from heaven by 100 eyes. They had argued much about their strategy. Should they leave the unmasked Gogol outside and start diplomatically, or bring him in and trigger the confrontation immediately? Syme and Bull favored the latter, though the secretary kept asking why they were attacking Sunday so recklessly. "My reason is quite simple," said Syme. I attack him recklessly because I am afraid of him." They followed Syme up the dark staircase in silence and emerged together into the bright morning sunlight and the bright sunlight of Sunday's smile. "Delightful," he said. "So pleased to see you all. What an exquisite day. Is the Tsar dead?" The secretary, who happened to be first, drew himself up for a dignified response. "No, sir," he said sternly. "There has been no massacre. I bring you no news of such disgusting spectacles." "Disgusting spectacles?" repeated the president with a bright, inquiring smile. "You mean Dr. Bull's spectacles?" The secretary choked for a moment. The president continued smoothly. "Of course, we all have our opinions, and even our eyes, but really, calling them disgusting right in front of the man himself. Dr. Bull tore off his spectacles and broke them on the table. 'My spectacles are disgraceful,' he said, 'but I'm not. Look at my face.' 'I dare say it's the sort of face that grows on one,' said the president. 'In fact, it grows on *you. And who am I to quarrel with the wild fruits on the tree of life? I suppose it will grow on me some day." "We have no time for foolishness," the secretary broke in savagely. "We've come to know what all this means. Who are you? What are you? Why did you gather us all here? Do you know who and what we are? Are you a half-wit playing conspirator, or a clever man playing the fool? Answer me, I tell you." "Candidates," murmured Sunday, "are only required to answer 8 out of the 17 questions on the paper. As far as I can tell, you want me to explain what I am, what you are, what this table is, what this council is, and, for all I know, what this world is. Well, I'll go so far as to reveal one mystery. If you want to know what you are, you're a set of highly well-intentioned young fools." "And you," said Syme, leaning forward, "what are you?" "I? What am I?" roared the president. He rose slowly to an incredible height, like an enormous wave about to curl over them and break. "You want to know what I am, do you? Bull, you're a man of science. Dig at the roots of those trees and find out their truth. Syme, you're a poet. Stare at those morning clouds. But I tell you this, you'll discover the truth of the last tree and the highest cloud before you discover the truth about me. You'll understand the sea, and I shall still be a riddle. You'll know what the stars are, and not know what I am. Since the beginning of the world, all men have hunted me like a wolf. Kings and sages, poets and lawmakers, all the churches and all the philosophies. But I've never been caught yet, and the skies will fall before I turn to fight. I've given them a good chase for their money, and I will now." Before any of them could move, the monstrous man swung himself over the balcony, railing like a huge orangutan. Yet, before dropping, he pulled himself up again as if on a horizontal bar, thrust his great chin over the edge, and said solemnly, "There's one thing I'll tell you about who I am, though. I am the man in the dark room who made you all policemen." With that, he fell from the balcony, bouncing on the stones below like a giant rubber ball. He bounded off towards the corner near the Alhambra Theater, hailed a hansom cab, and jumped inside. The 6 detectives had stood thunderstruck, pale in the light of his last statement. But when he disappeared into the cab, Syme's practical senses returned. Leaping over the balcony so recklessly he almost broke his legs, he called another cab. He and Bull jumped into it together. The professor and the inspector took another, while the secretary and the former Gogol scrambled into a third, just in time to pursue the fleeing Syme, who was pursuing the fleeing president. Sunday led them on a wild chase towards the northwest. His cab driver, clearly motivated by more than the usual fare, urged the horse at breakneck speed. But Syme was in no mood for subtlety. He stood up in his cab, shouting, "Stop, thief!" until crowds ran alongside, and policemen began to stop and ask questions. All this influenced the president's driver, who grew hesitant and slowed to a trot. He opened the roof trap to reason with his passenger, letting the long whip droop over the front of the cab. Sunday leaned forward, seized it, and violently jerked it from the driver's hand. Then, standing up in the front of the cab himself, he lashed the horse and roared aloud, sending them down the streets like a flying storm. Through street after street, square after square, whirled this absurd vehicle, the passenger urging the horse on, while the driver desperately tried to stop it. The other 3 cabs followed like panting hounds. Shops and streets shot past like rattling arrows. At the peak of speed, Sunday turned around on the driver's footboard where he stood. Sticking his huge, grinning head out of the cab, white hair whistling in the wind, he made a horrible face at his pursuers, like a colossal, naughty child. Then, raising his right hand swiftly, he flung a ball of paper into Syme's face and vanished. Syme caught it while instinctively shielding himself and found it contained 2 crumpled papers. One was addressed to him, the other to Dr. Bull, with a very long and likely ironic string of academic titles after his name. Dr. Bull's address was certainly longer than the message, which consisted entirely of the words, "What about Martin Tupper now?" "What does the old maniac mean?" asked Bull, staring at the words. "What does yours say, Syme?" Syme's message was longer, reading, "No one would regret anything like interference by the Archdeacon more than I. I trust it won't come to that. But, for the last time, where are your galoshes? This is too bad, especially after what Uncle said." The president's cab driver seemed to be regaining some control over his horse, and the pursuers gained a little as they swept around into Edgware Road. Here what seemed like a lucky break occurred. Traffic of all kinds swerved or stopped as the unmistakable roar of a fire engine approached. In seconds, it went by like a brass thunderbolt. But quick as it passed, Sunday had leaped from his cab, jumped onto the fire engine, caught hold, slung himself aboard, and was seen disappearing into the noisy distance, talking to the astonished firemen with explanatory gestures. "After him," howled Syme. "He can't get away now. There's no mistaking a fire engine." The 3 cab drivers, stunned for a moment, whipped up their horses and slightly closed the gap between themselves and their disappearing quarry. The president acknowledged their closeness by coming to the back of the engine, bowing repeatedly, kissing his hand, and finally flinging a neatly folded note into Inspector Ratcliffe's lap. When Ratcliffe opened it impatiently, he found it contained the words, "Fly at once. The truth about your trouser stretchers is known. A friend." The fire engine had headed even farther north, into an unfamiliar area. As it sped past a line of high railings shaded by trees, the 6 friends were startled, but somewhat relieved, to see the president leap off the engine. Whether due to another whim or the increasing protests of the firemen, they couldn't tell. Before the 3 cabs could reach the spot, however, he had scaled the high railings like a huge gray cat, tossed himself over, and vanished into the darkness of the leaves. Syme, with a furious gesture, stopped his cab, jumped out, and also sprang towards the fence. With one leg over and his friends following, he turned a pale face towards them in the shadow. "What place can this be?" he asked. "Can it be the old devil's house? I've heard he has a house in North London." "All the better," said the secretary grimly, finding a foothold. "We shall find him at home." "No, but it isn't that," said Syme, knitting his brows. "I hear the most horrible noises, like devils laughing and sneezing and blowing their devilish noses." "His dog's barking, of course," said the secretary. "Why not say his black beetle's barking?" Syme retorted furiously. "Snails barking, geraniums barking. Did you ever hear a dog bark like that?" He held up his hand. From the thicket came a long, growling roar that seemed to crawl under the skin and freeze the flesh, a low, thrilling roar that made the air throb around them. "The dogs of Sunday would be no ordinary dogs," said Gogol, and shuddered. Syme had jumped down on the other side, but stood listening impatiently. "Well, listen to that," he said. "Is that a dog? Anyone's dog?" A hoarse screaming broke upon their ears, like things protesting and clamoring in sudden pain. Then, far off like an echo, came what sounded like a long nasal trumpet. "Well, his house ought to be hell," said the secretary. "And if it is hell, I'm going in." He sprang over the tall railings almost in one motion. The others followed. They broke through a tangle of plants and shrubs and emerged onto an open path. Nothing was in sight, but Dr. Bull suddenly clapped his hands together. "Why, you idiots," he cried, "it's the zoo!" As they looked around wildly for any sign of their elusive quarry, a keeper in uniform came running along the path with a man in plain clothes. "Has it come this way?" gasped the keeper. "Has what?" asked Syme. "The elephant," cried the keeper, An elephant has gone mad and run away." "He has run away with an old gentleman," said the other stranger breathlessly. "A poor old gentleman with white hair." "What sort of old gentleman?" asked Syme with great curiosity. "A very large and fat old gentleman in light gray clothes," said the keeper eagerly. "Well," said Syme, "if he's that particular kind of old gentleman, if you're quite sure he's large and fat and in gray clothes, you can take my word for it that the elephant hasn't run away with him. He has run away with the elephant. No elephant God ever made could run away with him unless he agreed to the elopement. And, by thunder, there he is!" There was no doubt this time. Straight across the grassy space, about 200 yards away, pursued by a screaming, scattering crowd, went a huge gray elephant at a terrifying speed. Its trunk was thrust out rigidly like a ship's bowsprit, and it trumpeted like the horn of doom. On the back of the bellowing, plunging animal sat President Sunday, as calm as a sultan, but urging the beast to furious speed with some sharp object in his hand. "Stop him!" screamed the crowd. "He'll be out of the gate!" "Stop a landslide," said the keeper. "He is out of the gate!" Even as he spoke, a final crash and roar of terror announced that the great gray elephant had broken out of the Zoological Gardens gates and was careening down Albany Street like a new, swift kind of bus. "Great Lord!" cried Bull. "I never knew an elephant could go so fast." "Well, it must be hansom cabs again if we want to keep him in sight." As they raced towards the gate the elephant had vanished through, Syme caught a glaring panorama of strange animals in the cages they passed. Later, he thought it odd he had seen them so clearly. He especially remembered pelicans with their absurd, hanging throats. He wondered why the pelicans symbolized charity, unless it was because admiring a pelican required a good deal of charity. He remembered a hornbill, which was basically a huge yellow beak with a small bird attached behind it. The whole experience gave him a vivid sensation, which he couldn't explain, that nature constantly made mysterious jokes. Sunday had told them they would understand him when they understood the stars. Syme wondered if even the archangels understood the hornbill. The 6 unhappy detectives threw themselves into cabs and followed the elephant, sharing the terror it spread through the long stretch of streets. This time, Sunday didn't turn around but presented the solid expanse of his oblivious back, which infuriated them perhaps even more than his earlier mockeries. Just before reaching Baker Street, however, he was seen throwing something high into the air, like a boy tossing a ball to catch again. But at their racing speed it fell far behind, landing near the cab carrying Gogol. Hoping faintly for a clue, or driven by some unexplainable impulse, Gogol stopped his cab to pick it up. It was addressed to him and was quite a bulky package. Upon examination, however, its bulk consisted of 33 worthless pieces of paper wrapped around each other. When the last covering was torn away, it reduced to a small slip of paper inscribed with, "The word, I fancy, should be pink." The man once known as Gogol said nothing, but his hands and feet moved like someone urging a horse to greater effort. Through street after street, district after district, went the monstrous spectacle of the flying elephant, drawing crowds to every window and scattering traffic. And still, through all this insane public display, the 3 cabs toiled after it, until they began to be seen as part of a procession, perhaps an advertisement for a circus. They moved so fast that distances seemed incredibly shortened. Syme saw the Albert Hall in Kensington when he thought he was still in Paddington. The animal's pace quickened even more through the empty, wealthy streets of South Kensington, finally heading towards the skyline where the enormous Ferris wheel of Earl's Court stood. The wheel grew larger and larger until it filled the sky like a wheel of stars. The beast outpaced the cabs. They lost sight of him around several corners. When they reached one of the gates of the Earl's Court exhibition, they found themselves completely blocked. Ahead was an enormous crowd. In its midst stood an enormous elephant, heaving and shuddering as such huge creatures do. But the president had disappeared. "Where has he gone?" asked Syme, slipping to the ground. "Gentlemen rushed into the exhibition, sir," said an official dazedly. Then he added in an injured tone, "Funny gentleman, sir. Asked me to hold his horse and gave me this." He held out distastefully a piece of folded paper addressed, "To the Secretary of the Central Anarchist Council." The secretary, furious, tore it open and found written inside, "When the herring runs a mile, let the secretary smile. When the herring tries to fly, let the secretary die." Rustic proverb. "Why the eternal heck," began the secretary, "did you let the man in? Do people normally come to your exhibition riding mad elephants?" "Do." "Look!" shouted Syme suddenly. "Look over there!" "Look at what?" asked the secretary savagely. "Look at the captive balloon," said Syme, pointing frantically. "Why the blazes should I look at a captive balloon?" demanded the secretary. "What's strange about a captive balloon?" "Nothing," said Syme, "except that it isn't captive." They all turned their eyes to where the balloon swung and swelled above the exhibition on a rope, like a child's toy. A second later, the rope snapped just below the basket, and the balloon, broken loose, floated away as freely as a soap bubble. "10,000 devils!" shrieked the secretary. "He's gotten into it!" He shook his fist at the sky. The balloon, carried by some chance wind, drifted directly above them. They could see the president's great white head peering over the side, looking down benevolently. "God bless my soul," said the professor, with the elderly manner inseparable from his bleached beard and parchment face. "God bless my soul! I seem to fancy something fell on top of my hat." He put up a trembling hand and took from that perch a piece of twisted paper. He opened it absently, only to find it inscribed with a true lover's knot and the words, "Your beauty has not left me indifferent," from Little Snowdrop. There was a short silence, and then Syme said, biting his lip, "I'm not beaten yet. The blasted thing must come down somewhere. Let's follow it." Chapter 14. The Six Philosophers. Across green fields and crashing through blooming hedges, 6 bedraggled detectives struggled, about 5 miles outside London. The optimist of the group had initially suggested following the balloon across southern England in hansom cabs, but he was eventually convinced by the balloon's persistent refusal to follow roads, and the cab driver's even more persistent refusal to follow the balloon. Consequently, the tireless though frustrated travelers pushed through dark thickets and slogged through plowed fields until each looked too outlandish to be mistaken for a mere tramp. Those green Surrey hills witnessed the final collapse of the admirable light gray suit Syme had started in from Saffron Park. His silk hat was crushed over his nose by a swinging branch, his coat-tails torn to the shoulder by thorns, the mud of England splattered up to his collar. Yet he still carried his yellow beard forward with silent, furious determination, his eyes fixed on the floating gas ball which, in the full glow of sunset, seemed colored like a sunset cloud. "After all," he said, "it is very beautiful." "It is uniquely and strangely beautiful," said the professor. "I wish the beastly gas bag would burst." "No," said Dr. Bull, "I hope it won't. It might hurt the old boy." "Hurt him!" cried the vengeful professor. "Hurt him! Not as much as I'd hurt him if I could catch him. Little Snowdrop." "I don't want him hurt, somehow," said Dr. Bull. "What?" cried the secretary bitterly. "Do you believe that whole story about him being our man in the dark room? Sunday would claim to be anybody." "I don't know whether I believe it or not," said Dr. Bull, "but that's not what I mean. I can't wish old Sunday's balloon to burst because—" "Well," said Syme impatiently, "because—" "Well, because he's so jolly like a balloon himself," Dr. Bull said desperately. "I don't understand a word of this idea of him being the same man who gave us our blue cards. It seems to make everything nonsense. But I don't care who knows it. I always had a sympathy for old Sunday himself, wicked as he was, just as if he were a great bouncing baby. How can I explain my strange sympathy? It didn't stop me from fighting him like hell. Would it make sense if I said I liked him because he was so fat?" "No, it would not," said the secretary. "I've got it now," cried Bull. "It was because he was so fat and so light, just like a balloon. We always think of fat people as heavy, but he could have danced circles around a fairy. I see what I mean now. Moderate strength shows itself in violence. Supreme strength shows itself in lightness. It was like those old philosophical questions. What would happen if an elephant could leap into the sky like a grasshopper? Our elephant, said Syme, looking upwards, has leaped into the sky like a grasshopper. And somehow, concluded Bull, that's why I can't help liking old Sunday. No, it's not admiration of force or any silly thing like that. There's a kind of joy in it, as if you were bursting with some good news. Haven't you sometimes felt it on a spring day? You know nature plays tricks, but somehow that day proves they are good-natured tricks. I never read the Bible myself, but that part they laugh at is literally true. Why leap ye high hills? The hills do leap, at least they try to. Why do I like Sunday? How can I tell you? Because he's such a bounder. There was a long silence, and then the secretary said in a curious, strained voice, You don't know Sunday at all. Perhaps it's because you are better than I, and don't know hell. I was a fierce fellow, and a bit morbid from the start. The man who sits in darkness, who chose us all, chose me because I had the crazy look of a conspirator, because my smile was crooked, and my eyes were gloomy, even when I smiled. But there must have been something in me that resonated with the nerves of all these anarchic men. For when I first saw Sunday, he represented to me not your airy vitality, but something both crude and sad in the nature of things. I found him smoking in a dim room, a room with the brown blind pulled down, infinitely more depressing than the welcoming darkness where our master lives. He sat there on a bench, a huge heap of a man, dark and shapeless. He listened to all my words without speaking or even stirring. I poured out my most passionate arguments and asked my most eloquent questions. Then, after a long silence, the thing began to shake, and I thought it was shaken by some secret illness. It shook like a disgusting living jelly. It reminded me of everything I'd ever read about the base forms that are the origin of life, deep-sea lumps and protoplasm. It seemed like the final form of matter, the most shapeless and shameful. I could only assume, from its shuddering, that such a monster could at least be miserable. And then it hit me. The bestial mountain was shaking with lonely laughter, and the laughter was directed at me. Do you ask me to forgive him for that? It's no small thing to be laughed at by something both lower and stronger than oneself. Surely you fellows are exaggerating wildly, cut in the clear voice of Inspector Ratcliffe. President Sunday is terrible for one's intellect, but he's not such a circus freak physically as you make him out. He received me in an ordinary office, wearing a gray checkered coat, in broad daylight. He talked to me normally, but I'll tell you what's a bit creepy about Sunday. His room is neat, his clothes are neat, everything seems orderly, but he's absent-minded. Sometimes his great bright eyes go completely blank. For hours he forgets you're there. Now, absent-mindedness is just a bit too awful in a bad man. We think of a wicked man as constantly watchful. We can't imagine a wicked man who is honestly and sincerely dreamy, because we daren't imagine a wicked man alone with himself. An absent-minded man usually means a good-natured man. It means someone who, if he happens to notice you, will apologize. But how would you bear an absent-minded man who, if he happens to notice you, will kill you? That's what tests the nerves. Abstraction combined with cruelty. People have felt it sometimes in wild forests, sensing the animals there were both innocent and pitiless. They might ignore you or kill you. How would you like to spend 10 mortal hours in a parlor with an absent-minded tiger? And what do you think of Sunday, Gogol? Asked Syme. I don't think of Sunday on principle, said Gogol simply, any more than I stare at the sun at noon. Well, that's a point of view, said Syme thoughtfully. What do you say, Professor? The professor was walking with his head bent, trailing his stick, and didn't answer at all. Wake up, Professor, said Syme cheerfully. Tell us what you think of Sunday. The professor finally spoke, very slowly. I think something, he said, that I can't say clearly. Or rather, I think something I can't even think clearly. But it's something like this. My early life, as you know, was a bit too large and chaotic. Well, when I saw Sunday's face, I thought it was too large. Everyone does. But I also thought it was too loose. The face was so big you couldn't focus on it or see it as a face at all. The eye was so far from the nose that it wasn't an eye. The mouth was so separate that you had to think of it alone. The whole thing is too hard to explain. He paused for a moment, still trailing his stick, then continued. But think of it this way. Walking up a road at night, I've seen a lamp, a lighted window, and a cloud combine to form a complete and unmistakable face. If anyone in heaven has that face, I'll recognize him again. Yet when I walked a little farther, I found there was no face. The window was 10 yards away, the lamp 1,000 yards, the cloud beyond the world. Well, Sunday's face escaped me. It ran away in all directions, like those chance pictures. And so his faces made me, somehow, doubt whether there are any faces at all. I don't know if your face, Bull, is a face or just a trick of perspective. Maybe one black lens of your beastly glasses is right here, and the other is 50 miles away. Oh, the doubts of a materialist aren't worth anything. Sunday has taught me the last and worst doubts, the doubts of a spiritualist. I am a Buddhist, I suppose, and Buddhism isn't a creed, it's a doubt. My poor dear Bull, I don't believe you really have a face. I don't have enough faith to believe in matter. Syme's eyes were still fixed on the wandering orb, which, reddened in the evening light, looked like some rosier, more innocent world. Have you noticed an odd thing, he said, about all your descriptions? Each of you finds Sunday completely different, yet each of you can only compare him to one thing, the universe itself. Bull finds him like the earth in spring, Gogol like the sun at noon. The secretary is reminded of shapeless protoplasm, and the inspector of the carelessness of virgin forests. The professor says he's like a changing landscape. This is strange, but it's even stranger that I also have had my odd notion about the president, and I also find that I think of Sunday as I think of the whole world. Move a little faster, Syme, said Bull. Never mind the balloon. When I first saw Sunday, said Syme slowly, I only saw his back, and when I saw his back, I knew he was the worst man in the world. His neck and shoulders were brutal, like those of some ape-like god. His head had a stoop that was barely human, like an ox's stoop. In fact, I immediately had the revolting thought that this wasn't a man at all, but a beast dressed in men's clothes. "Get on," said Dr. Bull, and then the strange thing happened. I had seen his back from the street as he sat on the balcony. Then I entered the hotel, and coming around to his other side, saw his face in the sunlight. His face frightened me, as it did everyone, but not because it was brutal, not because it was evil. On the contrary, it frightened me because it was so beautiful, because it was so good. "Syme," exclaimed the secretary, "are you ill?" It was like the face of some ancient archangel, judging justly after heroic wars. There was laughter in his eyes, and honor and sorrow in his mouth. He had the same white hair, the same great gray-clad shoulders I had seen from behind. But when I saw him from behind, I was certain he was an animal, and when I saw him from the front, I knew he was a god. Pan, said the professor dreamily, was a god and an animal. Then, and again, and always, Syme went on like a man talking to himself, that has been the mystery of Sunday for me, and it is also the mystery of the world. When I see the horrible back, I am sure the noble face is just a mask. When I see the face, even for an instant, I know the back is only a joke. Bad is so bad that we can't help thinking good is an accident. Good is so good that we feel certain evil could be explained. But the whole thing reached a peak yesterday when I raced Sunday for the cab and was just behind him the whole way. "Did you have time for thinking, then?" asked Ratcliffe. "Time," replied Syme. "For one outrageous thought. I was suddenly possessed by the idea that the blind blank back of his head was really his face, an awful, eyeless face staring at me. And I imagined the figure running in front of me was actually running backward, dancing as he ran." "Horrible," said Dr. Bull, and shuddered. "Horrible isn't the word," said Syme. "It was exactly the worst moment of my life. And yet, 10 minutes later, when he put his head out of the cab and made a face like a gargoyle, I knew he was only like a father playing hide-and-seek with his children." "It's a long game," said the secretary, frowning at his broken boots. "Listen to me," cried Syme with extraordinary emphasis. "Shall I tell you the secret of the whole world? It's that we have only known the back of the world. We see everything from behind, and it looks brutal. That isn't a tree, but the back of a tree. That isn't a cloud, but the back of a cloud. Can't you see that everything is stooping and hiding the face? If we could only get around in front." "Look!" cried Bull loudly. "The balloon is coming down." There was no need to alert Syme. He had never taken his eyes off it. He saw the great luminous globe suddenly wobble in the sky, right itself, and then sink slowly behind the trees like a setting sun. The man called Gogol, who had barely spoken throughout their weary journey, suddenly threw up his hands like a lost soul. "He is dead!" he cried. "And now I know he was my friend in the dark." "Dead!" snorted the secretary. "You won't find him dead easily. If he's been thrown out of the basket, we'll find him rolling like a colt in a field, kicking his legs for fun." "Clashing his hooves," said the professor. "Colts do, and so did Pan." "Pan again," said Dr. Bull irritably. "You seem to think Pan is everything." "So he is," said the professor. "In Greek, he means everything." "Don't forget," said the secretary, looking down, "that he also means panic." Syme stood still, ignoring the exclamations. "It fell over there," he said shortly. "Let's follow it." Then he added with an indescribable gesture, "Oh, if he has cheated us all by getting killed, it would be just like one of his pranks." He strode off towards the distant trees with renewed energy, his rags and ribbons fluttering in the wind. The others followed more wearily and uncertainly. Almost at the same moment, all 6 men realized they were not alone in the small field. Across the square of grass, a tall man approached them, leaning on a strange long staff like a scepter. He wore a fine but old-fashioned suit with knee breeches. Its color was that shade between blue, violet, and gray, seen in certain woodland shadows. His hair was whitish-gray, and at first glance, combined with his knee breeches, looked powdered. His approach was very quiet. If not for the silver frost on his head, he might have been one of the shadows from the wood. "Gentlemen," he said, "my master has a carriage waiting for you on the road nearby." "Who is your master?" asked Syme, standing perfectly still. "I was told you knew his name," the man said respectfully. There was a silence. Then the secretary asked, "Where is this carriage?" "It has been waiting only a few moments," said the stranger. "My master has only just arrived home." Syme looked around the patch of green field. The hedges seemed ordinary, the trees seemed ordinary, yet he felt like a man trapped in fairyland. He looked the mysterious messenger up and down, but could discover nothing, except that the man's coat matched the exact color of the purple shadows, and his face matched the exact color of the red, brown, and golden sky. "Show us the place," Syme said briefly. Without a word, the man in the violet coat turned and walked towards a gap in the hedge, which suddenly revealed the light of a white road. As the 6 wanderers emerged onto this road, they saw it blocked by what looked like a long line of carriages, like those queuing outside a grand house in London. Alongside these carriages stood a rank of splendid servants, all dressed in the gray-blue uniform. They all possessed a certain dignity and freedom uncommon among regular servants, more like officials or ambassadors of a great king. No less than 6 carriages waited, one for each member of the tattered, miserable group. All the attendants wore swords, as if in court dress. As each man climbed into his carriage, the servants drew their swords and saluted with a sudden flash of steel. "What can it all mean?" asked Bull of Syme as they separated. "Is this another joke of Sundays?" "I don't know," said Syme, sinking wearily back into the cushions of his carriage. "But if it is, it's one of the jokes you mentioned. It's a good-natured one." The 6 adventurers had experienced many strange things, but none had swept them off their feet, quite like this last adventure of comfort. They had grown used to hardship. Sudden ease overwhelmed them. They couldn't even guess what the carriages were for. It was enough to know they were carriages with cushions. They couldn't imagine who the old man was, but it was enough that he had certainly led them to the carriages. Syme drove through a drifting darkness of trees in utter surrender. Typically, while he had pushed forward fiercely as long as there was action to take, now that the situation was out of his hands, he collapsed onto the cushions in frank exhaustion. Very gradually he realized the rich roads the carriage was taking him through. He saw they passed stone gates, perhaps of a park, and began climbing a hill, wooded on both sides but more orderly than a forest. Then, like someone waking slowly from deep sleep, a pleasure in everything began to grow on him. He felt the hedges were perfect living walls, disciplined yet alive like a human army. He saw tall elms behind the hedges, and vaguely thought how happy boys would be climbing them. Then his carriage turned, and he saw suddenly and quietly, like a long, low sunset cloud, a long, low house mellow in the mild evening light. All 6 friends later compared notes and argued, but they all agreed that, somehow, the place reminded them of their boyhood. Whether it was this elm tree, or that crooked path, this patch of orchard, or that window shape, each man declared he remembered this place from before he could remember his mother. When the carriages finally rolled up to a large, low, arched gateway, another man in the same uniform, but wearing a silver star on his gray coat, came out to meet them. This impressive person said to the bewildered Syme, "Refreshments are provided for you in your room." Syme, still under the spell of amazed exhaustion, followed the respectful attendant up the large oak stairs. He entered a splendid suite of rooms that seemed designed specifically for him. He walked to a long mirror with the usual instinct to straighten his tie or smooth his hair, and there he saw the dreadful figure he had become, blood running down his face from the branch, hair like yellow rags, clothes torn into long tatters. Instantly, the whole puzzle returned simply as the question of how he had gotten there and how he would get out. At the same moment, a man in blue, his appointed valet, said solemnly, "I have laid out your clothes, sir." "Clothes," said Syme sarcastically. "I have no clothes except these." He lifted 2 long strips of his coat like fascinating ribbons and pretended to twirl like a ballet dancer. "My master asks me to say," said the attendant, "that there is a fancy dress ball tonight, and he desires you to put on the costume I have laid out. Meanwhile, sir, there is a bottle of Burgundy and some cold pheasant, which he hopes you will not refuse, as it is some hours before supper." Cold pheasant is good, Syme reflected, and Burgundy is excellent. But really I don't want either, as much as I want to know what the devil all this means. And what sort of costume you have laid out. Where is it? The servant lifted a long, peacock blue robe from a bench. It resembled a domino, emblazoned on the front with a large golden sun and splashed here and there with flaming stars and crescents. "You're to be dressed as Thursday, sir," said the valet somewhat cheerfully. "Dressed as Thursday?" Syme mused. "Doesn't sound very warm." "Oh, yes, sir," the other said eagerly. "The Thursday costume is quite warm, sir. It fastens up to the chin." "Well, I don't understand anything," Syme sighed. "I've been used to uncomfortable adventures for so long that comfortable ones knock me out. Still, may I ask why I should particularly resemble Thursday in a green robe spotted with the sun and moon? Those celestial bodies shine on other days too, I think. I remember seeing the moon on a Tuesday once." "Beg pardon, sir," said the valet. "A Bible has also been provided for you." With a respectful, stiff finger, he pointed out a passage in the 1st chapter of Genesis. Syme read it, wondering. It was the part associating the 4th day of the week, counting from Sunday with the creation of the sun and moon. "This gets wilder and wilder," Syme said, sitting down. "Who are these people providing cold pheasant, Burgundy, green clothes, and Bibles? Do they provide everything?" "Yes, sir, everything," the attendant said gravely. "Shall I help you with your costume?" "Oh, just put the silly thing on," Syme said impatiently. But though he pretended to scorn the costume, he felt a curious freedom and naturalness as the blue and gold garment fell around him. When he found he had to wear a sword, it stirred a boyhood dream. As he left the room, he flung the folds over his shoulder with a flourish, his sword sticking out at an angle, giving him the swagger of a troubadour. For these disguises did not hide, but revealed. Chapter 15. The Accuser. As Syme walked along the corridor, he saw the secretary standing at the top of a grand staircase. The man had never looked so noble. He wore a long robe of starless black, with a single broad stripe of pure white running down the center, like a shaft of light. It resembled a severe religious vestment. Syme didn't need to search his memory or the Bible to recall that the first day of creation marked the creation of light from darkness. The robe itself suggested the symbol. Syme also felt how perfectly this black and white pattern expressed the soul of the pale, austere secretary, with his inhuman honesty and cold passion, which allowed him to fight anarchists yet easily pass as one. Syme wasn't surprised to see that, amidst the comfort and hospitality, the secretary's eyes remained stern. No amount of ale or orchard scents could stop him from asking a reasonable question. If Syme could have seen himself, he would have realized he too seemed truly himself for the first time. If the secretary represented the philosopher loving the original, formless light, Syme embodied the poet always seeking to shape light into specific forms, splitting it into sun and star. The philosopher might love the infinite. The poet always loves the finite. For him, the great moment isn't creating light, but creating the sun and moon. As they descended the wide stairs together, they caught up with Ratcliffe, dressed in spring green like a huntsman, his robe patterned with a green tangle of trees. He represented the third day when earth and plants were made, and his square, sensible face, with its somewhat cynical but not unfriendly air, seemed fitting. They were led through another broad, low gateway into a very large, old English garden, lit by torches and bonfires. By their flickering light, a vast carnival of people danced in varied costumes. Syme seemed to see every shape in nature imitated crazily. There was a man dressed as a windmill with enormous sails, a man as an elephant, a man as a balloon. The last two seemed to continue the thread of their ridiculous adventures. Syme even saw, with a strange thrill, a dancer dressed as an enormous hornbill, beak twice his size, the odd bird that had stuck in his mind while rushing past the zoo. There were 1,000 other figures. A dancing lamppost, apple tree, ship. It seemed an untamable tune had set all common objects dancing eternally. Long afterward, when Syme was middle-aged, he could never see a lamppost, apple tree, or windmill without thinking it a stray dancer from that masquerade. On one side of the lawn, alive with dancers, was a green bank like a terrace in old gardens. Along it, in a crescent, stood 7 great chairs, thrones of the 7 days. Gogol and Dr. Bull were already seated. The professor was just taking his place. Gogol, or Tuesday, wore a robe symbolizing the division of waters, gray and silver, falling from his forehead like rain, reflecting his simplicity. The professor, whose day created birds and fish, simpler life forms, wore dim purple, covered with goggle-eyed fish and exotic birds, uniting his deep imagination and doubt. Dr. Bull, representing the 6th day, creation of animals and man, wore a coat covered in red and gold heraldic animals, with a figure of a man on his crest. He leaned back, smiling broadly, the picture of an optimist in his element. One by one, the wanderers climbed the bank and sat in their strange seats. As each sat down, a roar of enthusiasm rose from the carnival, like crowds cheering kings. Cups clashed, torches shook, feathered hats flew. The men in these thrones wore extraordinary honors. But the central chair was empty. Syme was on its left, the secretary on its right. The secretary looked across the empty throne at Syme and said tightly, "We don't know yet that he isn't dead in a field." Almost as Syme heard this, he saw a startling, beautiful change ripple through the sea of faces before him, as if heaven had opened behind his head. But it was only Sunday, passing silently along the front like a shadow to sit in the central seat. He wore plain, pure, terrible white, his hair like a silver flame on his forehead. For a long time, it seemed like hours, the huge masquerade swayed and stamped before them to triumphant music. Every dancing couple seemed a separate romance, a fairy with a pillar box, a peasant girl with the moon. Each pairing was absurd as Alice in Wonderland, yet grave and kind as a love story. Eventually the thick crowd thinned. Couples strolled into garden paths or drifted towards the building, where huge pots steamed with hot, scented ale or wine. Above all, on the black frame on the roof, roared a gigantic bonfire, lighting the land for miles. It cast a homely firelight glow over vast gray or brown forests, and seemed to warm even the empty night sky. Yet this, too, faded, Dim groups gathered around the cauldrons or passed laughing into the ancient house. Soon, only 10 loiterers remained, then 4. Finally, the last merrymaker ran inside, calling to companions. The fire died down, and the slow, strong stars emerged. The 7 strange men were left alone, like 7 stone statues on their stone chairs. None had spoken. They seemed in no hurry, listening silently to insects and a distant bird song. Then Sunday spoke, so dreamily it felt like continuing, not starting, a conversation. "We will eat and drink later," he said. "Let us stay together a little, we who have loved each other so sadly and fought so long. I seem to remember only centuries of heroic war, where you were always heroes, epic after epic, Iliad after Iliad, always brothers in arms. Whether recently, for time is nothing, or at the world's beginning, I sent you to war. I sat in darkness, where no created thing exists, and to you I was only a voice commanding valor and unnatural virtue. You heard the voice in the dark, and never heard it again. The sun denied it, earth and sky denied it, all human wisdom denied it, and when I met you in daylight, I denied it myself." Syme shifted sharply, but otherwise there was silence as the incomprehensible voice continued. "But you were men. You didn't forget your secret honor, though the whole cosmos became a torture engine to tear it from you. I knew how close you were to hell. I know how you, Thursday, crossed swords with King Satan, and how you, Wednesday, named me in the hour of hopelessness." Complete silence filled the starlit garden. Then the dark-browed secretary, unyielding, turned toward Sunday and said harshly, "Who and what are you?" "I am the Sabbath," the other said without moving. "I am the peace of God." The secretary leaped up, crushing his expensive robe. "I know what you mean," he cried, "and that's exactly what I cannot forgive. I know you are contentment, optimism, whatever they call it, and ultimate reconciliation. Well, I am not reconciled. If you were the man in the dark room, why were you also Sunday, an offense to sunlight? If you were our father and friend from the start, why were you also our greatest enemy? We wept, we fled in terror, the iron entered our souls, and you are the peace of God. Oh, I can forgive God his anger, though it destroyed nations, but I cannot forgive him his peace." Sunday didn't answer, but slowly turned his stone face to Syme, as if asking a question. "No," said Syme, "I don't feel fierce like that. I'm grateful to you, not just for the wine and hospitality here, but for many fine chases and free fights. But I would like to know. My soul and heart are as happy and quiet here as this old garden, but my reason is still crying out. I would like to know." Sunday looked at Ratcliffe, whose clear voice said, "It seems so silly that you were on both sides and fought yourself." Bull said, "I understand nothing, but I am happy. In fact, I am going to sleep." "I am not happy," said the professor, head in hands, "because I do not understand. You let me stray a little too near to hell." And then Gogol said with childlike simplicity, "I wish I knew why I was hurt so much." Still, Sunday said nothing, only sat with his mighty chin on his hand, gazing into the distance. Then finally he said, "I have heard your complaints in order, and here, I think, comes another to complain. We will hear him also." The dying fire in the large basket threw a last long gleam like a bar of burning gold across the dim grass. Against this fiery band, the advancing legs of a black-clad figure were outlined in stark blackness. He seemed to wear a fine, close-fitting suit with knee breeches, like the house servants, but entirely black, not blue. He also carried a sword. Only when he came quite close to the crescent of the 7 and lifted his face to look at them did Syme see, with thunderstruck clarity, the broad, almost ape-like face of his old friend Gregory, with its wild red hair and insulting smile. "Gregory!" gasped Syme, half rising. "Why, this is the real anarchist." "Yes," said Gregory with great dangerous restraint, "I am the real anarchist." "Now there was a day," murmured Bull, seemingly asleep, quoting Job. when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan came also among them." "You are right," said Gregory, gazing around. "I am a destroyer. I would destroy the world if I could." A deep sense of pity stirred in Syme, and he spoke brokenly. "Oh, most unhappy man," he cried. "Try to be happy. You have red hair like your sister." "My red hair, like red flames, shall burn up the world," said Gregory. "I thought I hated everything more than common men can hate. But I find I don't hate everything as much as I hate you." "I never hated you," said Syme very sadly. Then the final thunder broke from this unintelligible creature. "You," he cried. "You never hated because you never lived. I know what you all are, from first to last. You are the people in power. You are the police, the big, fat, smiling men in blue uniforms. You are the law, and you have never been broken. But is there a free soul alive that doesn't long to break you, just because you've never been broken? We rebels talk all kinds of nonsense, doubtless, about this government crime or that. It's all folly. The only crime of the government is that it governs. The unforgivable sin of supreme power is that it is supreme. I don't curse you for being cruel. I don't curse you, though I might, for being kind. I curse you for being safe. You sit in your chairs of stone and have never come down. You are the 7 angels of heaven, and you've had no troubles. Oh, I could forgive you everything, you who rule mankind, if I could feel for once that you had suffered 1 hour of real agony like mine." Syme sprang to his feet, shaking violently. "I see everything," he cried. "Everything there is. Why does each thing on earth fight against every other thing? Why does each small thing have to fight the whole world? Why does a fly have to fight the universe? Why does a dandelion fight the universe? For the same reason I had to be alone in the dreadful council of the days, so that each thing obeying law may have the glory and isolation of the anarchist, so that each man fighting for order may be as brave and good as the bomber, so that the real lie of Satan can be thrown back in this blasphemer's face, so that by tears and torture we may earn the right to say to this man, 'You lie.' No agonies can be too great to buy the right to tell this accuser, 'We also have suffered.' It is not true that we have never been broken. We have been broken on the wheel. It is not true that we have never descended from these thrones. We have descended into hell. We were complaining of unforgettable miseries, just as this man entered insolently to accuse us of happiness. I reject the slander. We have not been happy. I can answer for every one of the great guardians of law whom he has accused. At least," he turned his eyes and suddenly saw the great face of Sunday, wearing a strange smile. "Have you?" he cried in a dreadful voice. "Have you ever suffered?" As he gazed, the great face grew awesomely large, larger than the colossal statue of Memnon that had terrified him as a child. It grew larger and larger, filling the whole sky, then everything went black. Just before the blackness completely overwhelmed his mind, he seemed to hear a distant voice quoting a familiar text he'd heard somewhere. "Can you drink of the cup that I drink of?" When characters in books wake from visions, they usually find themselves where they might have fallen asleep, yawning in a chair or bruised in a field. Syme's experience was psychologically stranger, assuming anything earthly unreal had happened. While he always remembered fainting before Sunday's face, he couldn't remember ever regaining consciousness. He only recalled gradually and naturally knowing he was walking along a country lane with an easy, conversational companion. That companion was part of his recent drama, the red-haired poet Gregory. They walked like old friends, mid-conversation about something trivial. But Syme felt an unnatural lightness in his body and a crystal clarity in his mind, superior to anything he said or did. He felt possessed by some impossible good news that made everything else trivial, but adorably trivial. Dawn broke over everything in clear, timid colors, like nature's first attempt at yellow and rose. A breeze blew so clean and sweet it seemed not from the sky, but through some hole in it. Syme felt simple surprise, seeing the red, irregular buildings of Saffron Park rising around him. He hadn't realized he'd walked so near London. He followed instinct along a white road where early birds hopped and sang, finding himself outside a fenced garden. There he saw Gregory's sister, the girl with gold-red hair, cutting lilacs before breakfast with the great, unconscious seriousness of a girl.